blessing to be here, able to be a witness, to be in this and to be able to be off the grid. Thank you for all the blessings you give me in this meat suit that I'm in right now, this temporary place that I reside. But if anybody's living the American dream, that would be me. So thank you, Father, for that. I don't chase a clock or contribute very little to the system. And thank you for that. Thank you for giving me a mind to be able to trade and grow things and raise animals and fix things and build things. And so I'm not just scrapped to one job. That would be. Thank you for giving me the ability to use land to have enough space so I don't go crazy because I got neighbors. So thank you for the blessings. You could just give thanks, all the thanks for the blessing to have the ministry, have the brothers and sisters that love the truth, love the aletheia, love the narrow way. I don't know how many people are living the American dream right now, but I know not many. Most people are just got a whole different idea, I guess, what the American dream is. Is American dream different for everybody, or is there one American dream? So, all right, if to be dreaming, you got to be sleeping. But I don't know. This world is it's a pretty dark place, and so it's better to be not a part of it, be in it, but be not of it. So, all blessings to be able to live off the grid, to be able to have animals that have enough room to run around and be without worrying about neighbors again. Got Kevin, but that's a good thing. So he's just part of the whole here. So it's not like having a neighbor. The neighbor drove by on his tractor and made a pass on the field. I think he's going to till it up and put a cover crop on it this year. So maybe he should have enough time to grow out a crop before the end of the season here. I don't think get a second, but they always bring the Angus out here. And so yeah, if you live the American dream, you're off the grid, you're not paying the system, got fresh chicken eggs, got every morning I like to eat eggs, so that gives me a little extra. An egg's like a superfood, if you will. So got some people out here hip camping right now, and that's a blessing to be able to enjoy the property out here. The largest, they did know that they are out here in the largest dark sky sanctuary, so I always enjoy when people get to enjoy the ranch out here, Silver Rock Ranch, come out here and get a view of the stars, not like anywhere else on this rock. I mean, it's a very unique place. The sunsets are not like I've been to all 50 states. I've lived in Alaska, so I've lived on top. Johnny, you're an idiot. You give cannabis a bad name. So, girl or Johnny, whatever you are, you act like a Jezebel. Go away. Father gave us medicine, but you're probably on some of those space rocks or something. Some of it's not even some genetically modified auto flower, and you wouldn't even know what cannabis was if it smacked you right in the face. Too much glycol, too much puffing on that dragon on that electric dick. So, see what I'm saying? You'll know them by their fruit. Guy's got more holes and wants them filled. I mean, now he's got his pants sagging. He must be one of those people who likes to trade lightsabers and ice. It's just ice hole. He's put little silly reindeer games. What troll people like you there, Johnny? You didn't get your attention you want. Is that what you're getting now? You'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. I know you do. You get your rocks off. Remember? Space rocks puffing on the dragon pen. Little dabble do. Like the Flintstones. Oh, maybe like a Scooby Doo. Child. You're a child. Moderation. Good that you're not smoking crack or because we get a lot of drug pushers in here. People who like to push drugs. And then we get swine, but not often, too much. The channel is obviously shadow banned and we have moderators. So what they do, they moderate the swine, low energy. So there you go. Thank you. Not all cannabis connection grows seeds. Now, come on, let's not go there. The feminine strain of cannabis does not seed. That is something that we obviously can remember. You have not hemp, but you have a male and a female. But you can hermaphrodite. Remember, I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. So I get offended when people act like idiots because they go to these dispensaries, which I disapprove of. I mean, it at least gets access to some medicine, but a lot of it's garbage. It's just a bunch of auto flower, genetically modified pot, whatever you want to call it. It's disgusting. So I know I'm a seed grower, but I know what you're talking about, connection. So, but either way, it's not what goes into man that defiles us, it's what comes out of us. But at least you got to speak up when they wreck something that's, that's always been for thousands, millions of years, never killed anybody. Now they've got it all smashed and modified. And like I said, that's modified. So by chemical. So I don't do chemicals. I only add nutrients, and they like chemicals. So your chemical crap that you intake. So whatever, keep puffing on your little dragon pens and your little glycol and all these additives. So it's garbage. Father made something that doesn't need added. So I don't like the people. Oh, I can't get high because all I do is dab. You're a dab. Yeah, it's too much. You're overboard. Moderation. I'm not saying somebody can't use. They've been making hashish and concentrates since time and millennia, but these people have turned it into something else. When you start adding chemicals to it and modifying it and try to change what Father, I can grow it at 70 degrees all the time. That's not what the plant loves. It loves a, day and night, depending on the strain and race. Yeah, there's many races there's only one human race, but there's many races of cannabis. There is. See, you don't know anything. They're female and male, so how could there not be races? There's only one race, the human race. Different ethnicities, but there's different races and strains. So I don't know. These people run for a different race, some other faster. They want it better, faster. You can't make what Father created better. Father created all things, so there's no such thing as man-made. So it's okay. There's a time and a place for all things. If people want to intake garbage, something that's been a blessing, I only ever have 3 side effects from it, happy, hungry, or horny. Well, sleepy. I don't have anybody, so, but how about that? No side effects. And I always have, because I've busted myself up many times. There's times they force that crap on me, but it says it in my files now. No narcotics. Nope. Can't give it to me, even if I'm in ICU. So It's on my medical record. It's good. Don't give it to me. Don't even try. I'll sue the snot out of you if you put that crap in my body. I don't want the big farm guy. You know, it says they'll be fooled by sorcery. That's the word pharmakia. So they love their pharmakia pot. Well, I think they call it a dispensary. I'm not saying that there isn't strains there that you can't get, but these people want all this 50 gazillion THC. You don't know anything about this plant. It only gets so strong. Can't put $1 million more at a plant. It's not going to make it any stronger. So people are idiots. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's okay. These people have no idea what they're doing now, and they've taken, you know, Durban is good cannabis. Durban, not bourbon. It's Durban with a D. Durbin. So, but we didn't have all these fancy labels, and we still had to figure out whether it was okay or not. You know what I'm saying? No. Oh yeah, is that what's really going on? Brucifer, the gamer? I'm telling you to not modify it and take it back to its original. So I know everything, right? You're an idiot. Get out of here. You got a gamer. Get out of here. Go play some game. Your little silly reindeer games. Are you spinning on a block or a ball? Let me ask you that. Is God in the sky? Is heaven above your head? Tell me what hell is. I know everything. Tell me what hell is. Give me the definition of hell. Let's see if you even know what the hell you're talking about there, gamer. All you can do is sit there and push little buttons all day, like Homer Simpson or something, you know? Waiting for your answer there, gamer. Come on, you should be pretty quick with the buttons. You type really slow. Fortnite, World of Warcraft. He's on COD, Call of Duty. I don't know which, you know, scavenger perk he's running or whatever. Marathon, bitch, or whatever, you know. They like to, I'm not saying people can't play games, but if all you can do is speak no sense, like America that makes not one penny, I American people, American. I hate America. I hate this country. I'm a veteran. I hate what it's become. Like I hate the sin, not the sinner. People are idiots. So it's okay. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. Somebody's an unclean fruit. Boom, you're out of here. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. This ain't no game to me. Remember Operation where you had a little rubber band and it shocked this, you know, never mind. Or you probably don't know. I'm old school, you know. If this was chess, I would have made you flip the board over. But never mind. This ain't Rubik's Cube or Monopoly or whatever. You're not going to pass go. You're not going to collect $200 in here. Okay, this ain't lottery. There's no such thing as luck. So I'm going to go to Mexico and I'm going to go to Ecuador, to Ecuador. I love Latin America. I love the South. You know, the Americas. There's a North and a South. But you have to have two ministries. So, dos. Uh-oh. Christoph can't. Why won't they let you say that like a carburetor? Christoph's on the padded. He's in the padded room or the padded helmet. One of the two. You on the short bus there? Is that what you're saying, Christoph? Christoph's riding the short bus. Got the short bus special going in here. It's like a swarm of Miss Frizzle nano short bus nano drones up your nanos. Get up all inside you, all up in your headspace. What do you know, Joe? You like cartoons? You like to play games? Silly rabbit? Tricks over kids? April Fools. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. If you can't define what hell is, then let me give you a little hint. It's not below your feet. Hell is not below your feet. It's not below your feet. Hell. People are idiots. Hell. You don't know what the hell is. So, it's okay. Jimmy crack corn. Remember? Like corn pop, or corn soda. You have soda tarts or pop tarts. Soda corn or popcorn. You put corn syrup or soda syrup. On the bubbly, terrible, sick. I'm gonna pop some tags. All right, never mind. They love their little Johnny jumping, you know, like the little Jack in the Box, boing, you know, boing. So yeah, I apologize, guys. This channel, I don't have, the whole thing is completely different. I can't set notifications. I can't set old streams. I can't. They got me on lock again. So it's the channel. It's what happens when you're the only one doing the 1945 923. Yes. Revelation 12:13, the dragon, and then another sign in the firmament, a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, diadems, crowns. So it's okay. I don't prefer to sup with the world anymore. I'm just through with it, you know. So people are sayers, you know. There's people who are living the dream, and there's people who are doing it. You know, you can talk about having a dream, but most people, like, you know, Martin Luther, I have a dream, you know, that's a different kind of, you know. Thank you for the king, Martin, you know. But anyways, you know, you'll know them by their fruit. Once again, that's how it works. So I'm living the American dream. So I don't know about anybody else. Got some people out here enjoying the high desert. I finally, it sucks because I could have had that hip camp thing. I know, I just didn't mess with it. I was just whatever. So, but I like when people come out here and enjoy the property, you know, can come out here and be part of this dark sky at night and get to witness this beautiful celestial firmament that is not like any sky. I've been living in Alaska, so I know what it looks like. Been up to dead, you know, dead horse up at the top there, you know, North Pole's not. All right, never mind. Been up there at the top and seen the stars from up, you know, as north as pretty as north as I can get in my, you know, days. And so so it's not the same though. This valley has a way of there's just something about the way this valley is. I've never seen, like that I've shown you guys on live streams. The whole, there's no sunset. Every cloud in the sky turns colors to the north, east, west, and the south. It just, it's unbelievable, you know. So hopefully these people tonight will get a good shot of the stars. And like I said, I always enjoy having the hip campers out here, and probably could have had some more out here. But I didn't do that stupid background check thing. There was something, whatever, it was something stupid. I figured out what it was, and I tried multiple times. It just didn't go through. It didn't want to verify my identity. You know, it was having a problem taking a picture of my license, or I don't know what it is. I have a difficult when it comes to anything electronic. You know what I'm saying? It tends to. I'm electric. You know, I am. I'm Hulk dash. I'm push and pull. I'm positive, negative. I'm fission. I'm fusion. I'm all of the above. I don't ever end. So I mean, you know, I'm like an eternal rhythm and flow, like a rhythm cycle that does never ends. It doesn't stop. And just like electricity takes the path, right, of least resistance. In this case, it's the opposite. I don't do that because I'm not bound. It's this flesh. So I have to do until I come out of this flesh, then I will be able to do that again. So, but I'll be led to a higher place at that time. Remember, when I leave the flesh, then I'll be lifted. But it's not above my head either. So that's not what I mean. So I'll be able to fly. So do a lot of things that I can't do that this flesh binds me to. But that's why Paul said, cut it off, circumcise it, wrestle not against flesh and blood. Right? It says in the Lord's Prayer, Christ said. So flesh is our enemy. Our biggest enemy is self, autonomous, driven. Love thyself. That means hold yourself to the word. Love is agape, and that means walk and follow in the commandments of Father. 2 John and 6 is how that works. So most people don't follow the word. It's some other some other Jesus, some other gospel, some other, I'm not sure. Like I said, it's not me. I don't do it. Father writes these things. Not many. Many are called, but oligos. Very few are chosen to be shown the horizo, the separation of this flesh and the spirit that's inside us, the Hogadesh. So there is a difference. Obviously, people are more bound by this Jezebel, these mammon traditions of men, women of men. They like to self-inject themselves with their own agape and their own pornea and their own latria of their idols in their eyes. And he said he'd send 2 witnesses. So that's just how it works. They go some other gospel on some broad way. Broad, they're on that city Jesus, that poker Jesus, the whatever, the lottery Jesus, whatever you want to call him, the lucky Jesus, ding, 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 whatever you want to call it, their little bell, Jezebel. One has 3 genders. They're transgender Jesus. You know how we do it in here. We know who it is. We're not fooled by religion, so religious people go after Jesus. And I rebuke your Jesus. You don't know Christ. If you don't know the word halakha, and you can't tell me where, if you think hell's below your feet and you don't know Christ. Haggadah, you don't know Christ. You don't know Shiloh. You don't know my love. You know some other Jesus. And so that's where Father rebukes people with the word. Can't worry about that. So that's why I know, Father, I'm going to make mistakes, but I can't. It's because I'm flesh, but it's not the worldly mistakes is what he's going to hold me to the higher, measure for. And that's what people have forgotten. Isaac, shouldn't be pretty hard to tell what sign that I am. So Grandma died today. Oh, hallelujah. Thank you, Father. All glory. Grandma doesn't have to be here to see any of this. Can you imagine Grandma's witness in her eyes? If Grandma was born in the 20s, 30s, 40s, man, holy crap. That had to be to see what this world is today. Oh, thank you, Father, for taking Grandma. All glory. Thank you. Let's celebrate and let's have a celebration of her life, and let's not mourn. And tells us not to mourn, but to celebrate death, because somebody gets to be in rest now, and they don't have to carry the burden of this flesh anymore, which one day will rise and be with Father again, but not in flesh under this New Testament. But all glory. Thanks for sharing. Death is a beautiful thing. It's a doorway. It's not forever. It's just a temporary state of time. So the day of death is already written. Our day of death is written, brothers, sisters. That's how it works. Father creates all things. So people who get to live to an older age are blessed, and burdened by the time burden of what they've got to see. Imagine their lifestyle before microwaves. Grandma used to wash tinfoil, and can food and have a root cellar, and a pantry. You know what that is? Grandma makes pickles. You make pickles? So I love Grandma. So I rebuke Israel. Don't free Israel. Shut the up in here, idiot. Israel is not some place in the middle of the desert, so don't go there, you idiot child. All flesh under this covenant, so don't be an idiot. Go away. Girl, don't go away mad. Just go away. So imagine what our elderly people have seen, brothers, sisters, where they went from a world that's not this microwave, touch, toe, everything was analog, okay? It was like a number with a hand pointing at a wall. It was not this modern day world that we live in by electronic. Everybody's a cyborg, basically attached to their personal Jesus in their pocket Jesus, their pocket rock or their pocket block, their square Jesus. Your Jesus is a square. You put it's your tracking Jesus. You take it with your phone. You take a bite of the apple or whatever. You're an android or a cyborg. Like I said, you're attached to it, to the hip. So, or pocket, or wherever you take it with you, wherever you go. They don't need to chip anybody. like Doritos, triangles, chips. Hope you don't eat that. All right, anyways. Oh, honey, I left my tracking device. What do I do, honey? What in the hell are you talking about, honey? I left my iPhone. Oh, tracking. So, Jesus is not God, only a prophet. Shut up, Harvey. You're an idiot. Some Muslim in here. You know the Quran was written by Catholics. Harvey Weinstein over here. 2 peas to a potophile. You know them by their fruit. There's no vowels, and Yahweh is the devil. So, with the way you spell it, so that's referring to the devil. So, careful there, Toba. There's no vowels in Hebrew. So, there's Yeshua, Yahushua, Yahweh, Bahim, Hamashiach. There's many different translations, but there's no vowels in Hebrew. So, it's YHW or YHVH. But there was no vowels. So if you spell his name with the old in an Old Testament, you don't add letters that weren't in the Old Testament. It's in the Hebrew. Go look at the Hebrew. It's YHWH. So, but Yahweh is not Elohim. So, you're an idiot, Harvey. You're not a Jew. You're a fake Jew. Don't moderate Harvey for a second. Let's show you what a fake Jew looks like. Do you know what redemption is there, Harvey? Or are you just some Muslim? Well, the Quran was written. I know what you're the same thing. You know, they infidels. I know I was watching the abomination that took place. They were not letting Christians into the shelters in Israel, but that's not Israel that it speaks of in the New Testament because you're an idiot. You are under some Old Testament, some Levitical law, and your Old Testament is one wage of one sin is death with never venial or mortal. So you're an idiot. You don't even know your own, what you think you practice. You're just like these idiot Christians and Catholics and Presbyterians and Lutherans and Baptists, all their religions. Or what are you, a Jew? There's another fake religion. Quran and Bible comes from Torah. Bible is the word book, so you don't know what you talk about, Harvey. And the Quran was written by Catholics, so you definitely are a demon. A demon is a liar. You're a Nephilim. You know what the term Nephilim means? If you used a lexicon, you might know what the hell. Hell's not a place. Hell's not below your feet there, Harvey. See, you're an idiot. Heaven's not above your head. Father had a favorite. Remember his favorite? The heavens, but you're an idiot. You wouldn't even know a Jew from a Gentile, a goat from a sheep, your ass from a hole in the ground. Well, ass is somebody who's stubborn, you couldn't learn, an unwillingness to learn, like 2 cheeks to the same hole, wings to the same dragon. You're out of your league there. There's fake Jews. It says it in Scripture. So you're not a Jew and you're not an Israelite. You're an idiot, is what you are. You're a child when it comes to the Scripture. You probably couldn't even tell me about the Old Testament. The Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Yeah, I know about the Old Testament. I know more than these fake Jews. People were in Israel or not Israel in the New Testament, but you don't go by the New Testament because you're some fake Jew. There's no such thing as anti-Semitism because it's all flesh under this covenant. You're a child. Grow up, child. You're not going to be able to hold a candle. No weapon formed against this gospel shall prosper. Do you understand? Ever. So don't try to come against it because no fiery darts will penetrate the armor of this. Remember Paul's writings? Put it on twice, he said in Ephesians 6:11. You don't know any Scripture. You're just some child. So go away. Don't call me bro. I'm not your brother. Your brother is your mother. Your mother is those that do the will of the Father. And so that is your sister. And your mother is your correction. It's that tree of life. And you're just an idiot. So don't tell me to chill. Okay? In fact, it's cold as hell. Because hell's not below your feet, child. So just go now. Don't say anything else. Leave. Cast out your unclean Nephilim is what you are. You're a bully. Trying to bully people with your own bullshit. Dung. You're garbage. Rubbish. Get out of here. I don't sub with vipers. Just go. Don't worry about any rent space in your head. Bobby, the matrix is not on the outside. The matrix is a woman's Pisces, Vesica Pisces, as we all were birthed through this amniotic fluid. Father had to birth a flesh vessel because he didn't have flesh or breast. Pisces, amniotic, the canal, the birth canal. So the matrix is the woman's. She's got the fire down below, you know what I'm saying? So matrix is not out here. You're a child. You can't believe is not a thought in your head. You can't believe in the matrix. You can't believe in Evel Knievel. You can't believe in Bigfoot. You can't believe in God, or you can't believe in Jesus. Because belief is not a thought. It's not, you believe is not a thought. Belief is an action word. It's a verb. Faith is a noun. Belief is a verb. But most people don't know what the word believe means. And they think they can believe in a God. And God is a title. So I rebuke your God, and I rebuke your Jesus, and I rebuke your other Jesus. How about that? That's what you're on. You're on that other hooked on phonics J Jesus. There was no J's at the time of Christ. There was no J's in Hebrew. There were no J's in Greek. So stop it. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z was not the last letter added to the alphabet. Grow up. And we don't fight over just one letter, because when he said my name, that's the word Shem, and it means this new covenant that we're under, not 3 letters God, or 5 letters Jesus, or Yeshua, or Yahweh, or Yahamashiach. Just shut up. You're a child. Grow up until you know what you start talking about, what's coming out your pie hole, your face, your lips. Go suck on some other Nimrod. That's your Jesus, Nimrod. The pole god. They birthed in the middle of the winter. Mass A Christ. That's the eating of the flesh. Eat my body, drink my blood. That's Catholicism. That's Satanism. Same one that Donald Trump has his house decorated. That's the world I live in. So thank you, Grandma, for dying, so you don't have to be here and witness Donald Trump at the helm of the warp speed. Send him in a warp. I'll give you a trip to the moon, Alice. Hamina. You guys, way to go, Ralphie. Boy, you guys like supping with this other Jesus. The behind Jesus, the manger Jesus. Your Jesus has got mange because your Jesus had sex with beast, man, and woman. And so do you, and you eat the flesh of this Jesus. Mass A king, some peasant that they decorate as a king, but he's just some peasant. They do a pill draw like a lottery. I lost on Jeopardy, baby. Woo! Oh, never mind. It's like a game, Oh, I'll take whatever for $5,000 million, Alex. Remember, I lost on Jeopardy. So, would you like to Wheel of Fortune? Maybe you need to have your pet spayed or neutered, and you need to go ahead and have the Bob Barker. Remember, come on down. Price is Right. I know you'll sell your soul, right? You can't sell your soul. That's such a stupid word. Can't sell your soul, guys. That's some mammon traditions of men. Yeah, because we've all done iniquity, Dave. Hold on, you're like, go, little puppies. Don't be barking at those people. We've got people here staying, so be quiet. Good boys. Thank you for being good. Joffrey, you're not going to come in here and say jack diddly squat. You're a child. You know nothing in the cuneiform tablets. You know nothing in the Yuga cycles. You are an idiot. His word is defined. It can't be changed. And you just don't know the word. So go away. Go away. Go away. You're such a child. I have all the books. I've read all this. You're a child. Go away. Okay, go away. Go away. You're an idiot. I already can tell. You've already got the you got about this much and you think you know something because you don't know. Tell me what halakha means. If you don't know what the word halakha means, get out of here. Get out of my face. Don't come back here ever again. Don't let the door hit you where the Lord is a pagan term, which means master, and I'm not a pagan, where the good Lord splits you. So tell me what halakha is, and I might let you stay in here for more than a second. No, we're not fallen souls. Shut the idiot, Bobby. We've all fallen from grace, obviously, but okay, I knew you were going to say something. Don't come back. You can't tell me what anything, so you want to call me a child, but you can't even define one word. So goodbye, child. Now let's deal with you there, Bobby. God is a title, okay? Oh, there we go. Halakha is, there we go. Harvey finally got to speak up and push drugs. Harvey Weinstein, we know who you're related to. Now get out of here, child, you drug pusher. You remind me of the government, the biggest drug pushers on this rock. Kill more people. Wait, only second religion is death by religion. But the government's, oh yeah, snakes up a pole. So Harvey connection, get Harvey out of here, Weinstein. Child. Pushing drugs, guys. Drug pushers. Harvey's too much on the glass rose, so there you go again. Call me bro. Don't ever come back. You're an ass. I told you don't call me bro, and you just did the same thing again. So get out of here, child. So if you want to change and twist Father's word in here, it's not going to happen. I won't let you do it. And if you think you're going to change this new covenant that I'm under, you're not going to rip me down under this covenant, right? Is I'm supposed to hang like he hung, be crucified, be nailed. Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. Christ wasn't hung on a cross. Christ didn't carry a cross. If you're one of these religious people, please go, or please be quiet. You know, you want to speak up about some nonsense, you better go back and study your records. You know, we're not even in this cycle now of the age of deception. So that age is over. Welcome to Revelation. We're in the very last book in Scripture, and I can 100% declare by the firmament, declare that, not I. So welcome to the apocalypse. We're already in the second rider of Revelation. Libra is what the firmament is telling us on the 12th of this exact month. Remember, in 2 days, they bombed Hiroshima. We're under this 1945-923 Executive Order 11004 ritual. They're doing it again, but you don't know nothing about that if you just stepped in here for the first time. Probably not, because nobody else is talking about it. That's why this channel doesn't have the numbers. And we don't care. We don't want you here, because you just keep going and get your little camp. They're already street sweeping people. They're already doing this 11-4 ritual. I know it. I told you long before, and it's happening. It's in full effect. They're taking American citizens off the street, people pleading, women, husbands, that my wife is a U.S. citizen. My husband is a U.S. citizen. They don't give a crap. Masked men with no labels, and the labels they have you can order off of Amazon. This is kidnapping. This is the straight street sweeper like I told you was going to happen. But no, just shut up. Hey, how about the Hopi Ant people? I'm talking about that too. Oh, well, I'll let Father fight all my battles, so you're an idiot and we're not under some physical covenant. Get out of here. You're a child that can't keep your hands to yourself. So you can go kick him and throw him somewhere else. Pound him on the ground, stomp and throw a fit, put on a little face diaper and act like a child. Do a little masquerade somewhere else. So you're an ass, probably stubborn like a mule. You couldn't be taught anything. I let Father fight my battles for me. I let the word of the Father fight my battles. I'm not under covenant of flesh. You're an idiot. Get out of here, child. So nobody cares how badass you are. Ass is stubborn, somebody you can't learn. So go away. I can smell your stink ass from here. Thanks for your time. This is a serious time. We're not supposed to be throwing hands. You should be separating yourself from the system. You want to live the American dream, you're not going to be doing it around a bunch of people in no city because they're going to take everything you have. The people who don't, I'm not worried about the stupid government. They're not stupid. They're putting away food. They've got all this tech. They're digging in. They've got all this seed vaults. They're whatever. But oh, no, don't do that. Don't keep prepared. Don't have any, homegrown food, something you did by yourself that you didn't have to pay taxes on, something that could seed itself out next year and you can have abundance, not just survive, but thrive because you have abundance now. Wow, you can hatch out chicken eggs and have more chickens. You know that? You can have rabbits. You know that 10 rabbits, 3 does, and $7 makes as much as a whole cow's worth of meat? But no, I'll just go eat my 1,000,000-cal burger, my 1,000-cal burger from the store. Maybe I'll go ahead to the Burger King, Queen, or whatever you want to call it, the Dairy Mart, or whatever your little local fast food. Whatever you want to call it. If you didn't grow it by yourself, it's garbage. They give you box bagged and can flavored poison at the store. Which food flavored poison would you like today? Which dye, preservative? I was looking through some old posts. I remember back in the day how my thoughts came back to me. Said, remember, I knew that crap was in the food back in McDonald's. Even back in the day, I was hitting on it. I was like, I eat it just because I'm going to live for 1,000,000 years. There's so much preservatives in it. I was saying that when I first started seeing it go in, because like bread used to be like salt, baking powders, flour. Now there's a list of all this other corn syrup. You guys are too much. You guys want in and out like no tomorrow. Get in here. Wind up. Let's eat us a fresh egg. We'll do one with no salt. All right, so this is today's haul. We boiled some eggs here. So we're going to eat us a farm fresh egg. Oh, yeah. Let's get something. Hold on. No, not for dinner. This is just a snack here. I had one earlier too, but we're just going to get some extra protein. I think I had 5 eggs for breakfast. Oops. Had a lot of eggs. Oh, yeah. She's a beauty. She's a keeper. That egg is like less than 48 hours old. And actually, really fresh eggs are kind of normally a little hard to peel, but I've done peeled an egg or 3 in my day. All right, we got her. We got her licked. You get off your knees. I know when I've been licked. All right. Let's put get some pepper down here on this plate. Some salt. No, I don't have rabbits here anymore. I took the rabbits. I don't have rabbits. We used good. We don't only have just chickens here right now, but we've done hogs and dogs and goats and sheep, and we've even had neighbors, cows here for. All right. Got some Himalayan pink salt. That's fire. Thank you, Father. That's a good snack right there. That's not that light colored, weird looking colored yolk you guys get from your store bought eggs. Look at the color of that yolk. You're like this color, like a light yellow, you know. Mm-hmm. You can tell that's farm fresh. Look at the color of that yolk. Thank you, Father. A little extra salt on that one. Superfood. Dad just had an egg. I know Dad's not sharing the egg with you, huh? Well, that's got the best flavor, man. That yolk is so fabulous. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you trying to wrestle with me? Oh, you crazy boy. You crazy puppy dog. You crazy boy of mine. Oh, you crazy big boy. You're a big dog. You're such a big boy. Oh, you're so big. Oh, you're as big as a couch. Oh, my God, you're so big you think you're a lap. You're going to fall off the couch if you're not careful. Oops, I apologize. Ow, you're putting your big old paw into my rib. Is your brother coming up there and giving you a kiss? You're so silly. Oh. Whoop. That's Tago. And there's Yotter Boy. There's Bubbo. Tango and Bubbo. Bone. Careful with that nose. What are you guys taking over the stream, guys? Hey, knucklehead. Hey, what are you doing? We got them on both sides. Oh, get down. Crazy guys. All right, they're taking up a little bit. Hold on, though. There we go. Come on, reconnect. All right, we're live. We're back live. It live. All right, let's change our message. Okay, the last one was Toby to come in here and see. Because we can. Come in here and see. Because we can. Okay, because it can. I think I'm gonna. Can. Okay, because it can. I think I'm gonna live the American. Thank you, Father. You can come back when my connection gets better. Web works. They do it in waves. I don't like that I'm living the American dream. I don't want you to live the American dream like. I don't want you to live the American dream like me. I don't want you to come here and join me. So, your own little bubble in your own dream, your own American dream. You're living. Oh, I'm on the bubbly. Terrible. Oh, that was fruity. That was that's that Fruit Loop stuff that I had. It's fruity. Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity. All right. Well, I'm living the American dream. I'm off the grid. I'm out here on 20 acres. Got chickens that lay eggs every morning. Dogs hanging out. Love my dogs. Again, I have no neighbors. This is the American dream, man. I don't pay taxes other than, any unnecessary taxes. I have land tax, but I pay tax on a cell phone, tax on gas, just like you, but I don't pay all these other taxes. Hell no. Why? It's ridiculous, all the excess tax people pay for no reason. Just keep feeding the beast system. So I trade and I barter more than I do anything else, and I've been known for that now for decades. Made my way by bartering, trading, fixing things up, and selling them. If I'm going to sell something, I'll buy something, fix that up, and trade up. Or you're not going back outside. Tango, you're not going outside. You were just out there, buddy. You can't play musical doors there. Puppy wants out again, but you're not going out. I'm not going out. Oh, yeah. So I'm taking some. Man, that's super broody. We might be getting one more egg. We got 8 eggs and we got nine birds that lay. So, oh, maybe 10. We got 8 eggs, so that'd be 9. Cool. And we got 10 eggs. So that's okay. 10 eggs a day is a lot of eggs. You can only eat so many eggs, but need to get some of them water glassed pretty soon here. Put them in some lime, keep them, but I just like to eat them. No, Tango, come here. No, you're not going outside. I'm going to shut the door if you don't. Stop it now. No. No, come here. Tango. Tango, come. Get away from the door. Get away from the door. Tango, you're not listening. Get away from the door. Get away from the door. Get up and lay down. Get up there and lay down. Thank you. You'll be fine. You don't need to go outside. I know you hear somebody over there and you don't need to worry. They're good. He's my boy. He's my biggest guy. He's a big guy. Yeah, he's a big guy. He's so big. So. All right, quit bouncing around the stream here. All right, got down to one of you. Good. All in, all done. You're a sick, twisted type of EpiPen Island type of guy there yourself, Bobby. You obviously know my GPS says I'm right here higher than a hippie than in a 747 in the high desert in the outback in Silver Lake off Oil Dry. Everybody knows where I'm at. Just call the cops. They know who I am. You're an idiot child. I think I'm going to call the cops on you for that you were there. Are you on the flight logs? I think you were. You brought it up. You must be guilty, trying to clear your conscience. So tell everybody Thump was there, right, with you. You went there and Thump was on the Mr. Warp Speed. He went there with you, right, Bobby? Ricky Bobby. We know you're on that other side. You ride both sides of the pole fence. You're a pole smoker. You got man chowder breath. I can smell it from here. Seafood. See, I see what you're saying. You've been eating that. Smoking on the sausage. Your little pole daddy worship. So take your breath somewhere else. You stink to high heaven. You're an EpiPen Island boy. I know you're with them. So you tried to come out of the closet. Well, just don't advertise about how many closets you're trying to sell and which island that it's on. Pretty sick. And you type in all capital letters like a child and you have to scream like a little baby to get somebody's attention, huh? And you get banned in this chat for speaking in all capital letters because it's for moderators only. So we'll get somebody else, I'm sure, that'll speak up. Start screaming and stomping their fist and on the ground, kicking their feet. So you don't need to scream in here to get somebody's attention. So I can show you my location. I assure you it's not on an island. It was under the sea, 500 feet under the ocean, but you're an idiot. Probably know nothing of the coming judgments by fire, but he said he had eyes of fire and feet of fire and fuego of fire. Hold on. to blow the house down with smoke. Tell you, little island boy. The smoke will rise from the pit. The seventh seal, shofar, the ram's horn, judgments will sound. So take your little pedo, love, somewhere else. Your sick, twisted kind of mind. Mind over matter. I don't mind and you don't matter. So you can go away now. Ricky Bobby. Yeah, is that what your global positioning sensor is telling you? You like to be tracked like Steve or Starlink? You're on your star boy. Are you a star boy or an island boy, Bobby? Bobby. I think Bobby ran away. How many miles? Bobby Miles. Well, I have to remember that name, the one that came in screaming like a little child. He admitted they went to the island with Thump, Mr. Warp Speed. Who do you think paid for all the oil at all the bath parties, even in Hollywood? That's a lot of baby oil. That's a big bed. So there we go. Remember Ellen DeGeneres? Is it degenerate or whatever? You know what I'm talking about. All of them they're on the same team. All cheeks to the same hole, wings to the same dragon. Don't matter how many. Really, at this point, you can flap it around. It don't matter. Wings, you know, like Maxie. It's quite whatever. No worries. Won't try to turn you into a sheep in here. If you're a goat, you're a goat. You'll stand out from the crowd, the herd, if you will. So I'm not a sheep, but I'm here to share the light. Show them to the narrow way. So lead them to the light with the word. If they're in the broad way, if they're a goat, maybe they're a sheep, and they're doing goatly things. The greatest of all time. Great again. Great is pride. Greater than is pride. So Christ, all glory. Christ is the best. Christ is the Hamashiach is my love. He is my prize. Nothing on this earth is rock. This idolatry, dirt form, whatever form of dirt you go after, little pieces of dirt and little statues or idols or big towers of dirt. It all came from the dirt. It's all going back to the dirt. It says don't love the dirt. That's idolatry. Dirt. Anything you see came from the dirt. It's going to go back to the dirt. So I don't love the dirt. I love the word. I do. This is what I do. It's what he makes me do. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek, ask, knock, seek after me, not one of them, that our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness. Not one of us would. So he didn't bring me to him, right? Yes, that's it. I'm not going to him because I choose to do it. He's the one who makes me. He said, carry your cross daily. Deny yourself daily. You're a disciple. You'll be taking your cross up and you'll be following after him. You got to do what he did. So what did Christ do? If you don't know what Christ did, then I wouldn't speak up because you got to know Christ to be like Christ. Got to know what he did when he was here. 99% of people that I talk to that are religious or even non-religious don't know what Christ did. They had no idea who he is, who he still is, because remember, he's seated at the right hand of the Father. He never ends. So what are you going to do? Don't worry about it. Show people to the narrow way. That's all you can do. They're in the broad way. Show them to the narrow way. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. So your enemy, don't bake them cookies and bring them treats. You show them to the narrow way. Show them to the light. So 2 times and then rebuke them. You rebuke them with the light. Remember? So don't sup with vipers, he says. Don't cast your pearls in the mud before swine. Swine is low energy. Remember, Christ cast the low energy, not demon. Remember, the man said he was legion. That was meant many. So many lies, and he cast those unclean truths out of the church. And remember, into the swine, it wandered off the cliff to its watery judgments. And this time, the judgments will be by fire, not water. So the promise of the rainbow. Silly rabbit. Follow your nose. Oh, we got Toucan Sam with all kinds of flavors in here. Maybe it was that fruity cannabis that just hit me. But no, it's okay. It's not the cannabis. Thank you, Father. It's the, you'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple, it upsets the whole apple cart. So you got to, show people to the narrow way. You can't twist his words. That's the word froward. Can't change or add. Change is to add, or to change is to twist, to make your own version. That's idolatry. And he divorced his bride for that same reason, called her a whore in the book of Revelation. And here we are in that new mystery. America is the whore, the new mystery whore of Babylon, the mother of all idolatry, with her 40% resources that are consumed by less than 3% of the populace for decades. This isn't new news. You might want to get with the news, north, east, west, and south, all four corners of this rock. Are you spinning on a block? Are you one of those? I only got two of you in here, but that's all right. Just do it. Put it in the ether, remember? I don't have to. Somebody's going to hear it. It's not in vain. Just one is okay with me. And if, Father deafens the ears of everybody, doesn't give eyes to see, it doesn't change anything for me. I've been doing this for a dozen years. Got half a dozen channels. So some of us are the, it says the silent majority, and some of us are not that majority. There's everybody else. And then there's those who spoke up. So imagine there'll be two sides of the fence. Which side are you riding? See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't worry about changing anybody. If they're riding the fence, they should be hungry for the word. Don't try to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Father created all things, so there's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as free will. So you can't, turn a goat, people who don't know this word, because they don't sit down and sup. Remember, knock and I will sup, come sup with you. Eat of the meat, he says in the book of Malachi. Do not drink of the watered down milk. He wants you to, drink of the milk and eat of the meat. So they like it watered down. They like their watered down, and that's what religion does to the word. So he is the word. So remember, you can't add even a jot, and they couldn't tell me what a jot, like that idiot in here earlier couldn't tell me what the word halakha meant. So you don't know who Christ is if you don't know halakha. You don't know halakha. That should just be a hashtag. You don't know halakha. You don't know Haggadah. You think you know a lot of, but you don't know Haggadah or halakha. You got your own Mishnah, your own too much Targum. Well, then how do you know Christ? Tell me how you know Christ. Christ is a pagan term. He wasn't a Christian. They were slaughtering Christians at the time of Rome. He was a Hebrew Israelite. He was the lion, Leo, in the celestial firmament. So tell me who Christ is. Share. That's what he said. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. Show him to the narrow way, to the light, to the hados, to the alatia, to the haridzo, he's the separator, and that's scorpizzo. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. To die for your sins, what does that mean? Die for whose sins? He didn't die for everybody's sins. Most people go to hell. He doesn't love everybody. There's no such thing as free will. You can't be saved. God doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. Under the Old Testament, the wage of sin, the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. I said, if you don't know halakha, then you don't know Christ. You've got to know these things to have a relationship with him. You have to know what he did when he was here. He said, take up your cross. And nobody ever hung from any crosses, and he didn't carry a cross. This is what religion does to people. Makes them vain, worthless. Remember, he said, Timothy, reproof and add to your faith. And these books are part of what we're supposed to be supping with the word, not some religion. and not changed words. That is called froward. And he said that in Revelation, and we are 100% in that book right now. We're not in the ones before. We are in the very last book in Scripture. 100% can show you that. Go watch the thousands of hours of streams, me showing you what the celestial firmament and his word declares. Says it in Psalms. Remember, the heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. Okay. Matthew, stars, sun, and moon. 98% of people think they live on a planet. You don't live on a planet. And Father didn't create one planet. Everybody thinks they live on a planet. 99% of the world thinks heaven's above their head. Heaven's not above your head. Hell, not below your feet. Earth, not below your feet. See, got all. It's not 2025. See, you live in some other alternate, I guess you call it a universe. There's no such thing as a universe. You're an idiot. We live within the firmament. The waters above and the waters below. You must think we went and landed on a light, like the rock, right? The lunar surface. Let's not go there. You'll just be told whatever and believe whatever you're told. But see, there's reading the word, and he's the word. He's not some sun god, Apollo mission 1, 2, 3 to the moon, to the lunar surface. That's Semiramis, the one he had sex with his wife. Or I think they sent a rocket up there. Johnny Rocket, right? Nobody went to the, never mind. I'm not going to do it. I don't care what people think. They think that there's such thing as ghost. That's the word Hulka-dash or spirit. They think they live on a planet. I study the text. I study cultures, customs, religions, the religions, and I study them, okay, because they're all vain. I got to know. He says, do not sup with vipers. He said, the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. It's the word. I sup with his word. But I only sup, meaning I only sit and study the text that's been accepted in the 12th century. It's been a long time since then, and they took all these words and they made translations of them. And that's what he said. Don't translate. That's idolatry, porneia, idolatria. Latria is a Greek word of idolatry. Latria means to serve. I don't speak fluent Greek, but I've studied in Greek over and over and over and over and over and over that I know the word in Greek. I don't need to speak fluent, but it helps like Timothy, to add to my faith. So only by faith we're saved, and you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't be saved. No such thing as once saved, always saved. You can have your name blotted out of the book of life. He knows exactly, and it's not 144,000. That's proof of the covenant of this New Testament that he put. Remember, he was the testor of that will. Remember, he made a covenant with his bride. He divorced his bride, called her a whore in the book of Revelation. That's why I know we're in that book, and I don't care what anybody said. He sent me here as a magi. I don't know if you know what a magi is. There were many men, many magi. There were not 3 wise men, like the wise men. I have these scripture created on my body because I'm not under flesh, and nobody can put me under some Sabbath law or Aaron. I'm not under some judgment law of judgment. I judge with righteous judgment. He condemns. He's the separator. Used to be eye for an eye, but people don't know this covenant. They go by a religion, and all these religions are, remember, he says that your body is a temple. So he dwells on the hearts of the bride. He blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14 and wrote it, remember, on tables. Remember, it used to be done on, remember, in a temple, and they would be pour out in the altar, and they would sacrifice before they would enter the temple. But now that sacrifice, he was the sacrifice. He became the last sacrifice, the last, remember, supper. He fulfilled all the rituals of the dietary laws, the sabbatical laws. Now and that's why I can tattoo my hand. Yeah, but they doesn't dwell within their original. He told us that. Then they're not pastors. We don't want to add to the scripture, okay? I'm telling you, I'm not a sheep. If anything, I'm a black sheep. I just don't have the go with the herd mentality, because nobody wants to sit down. So if you love the word, he will show you the narrow way, show you the way to the aletheia. That's the word truth, and you find that in definition. It's not hard to find. It's right there. It's been there all along. You have all these extra added things such as Esau. Do not think he said in Matthew, right? 10:34-39, the backbone of this ministry. And I didn't ask ever to be called pastor, but that's what they call me. I don't, there's 50,000 people and they shadow ban this channel and have had, backup channels and other channels over on TikTok that have been taken still up, but can't do lives over there. People are hungry for this truth, but it's not memory. It says many are called, but only Gos, Oligos, is a Greek word that means a puny number, a fraction are chosen. So most don't love the truth. And Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would, not one of us. We are so wickedly evil because of this flesh. And it's this flesh that makes us sin. And that's why he wrote it on the hearts of the bride in the book of Colossians 2:14. Remember, it was written on tablets, tables of stone. There was no such thing called a Bible. That's the word book. That's what that means. Book. Bible means book. And it was written on scrolls and remember, and tablets like the 10 Commandments. And people are idiots. I go speak to any pastor in any church because he said he doesn't dwell in temples. He dwells within the heart of the bride, where are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape. That's why when you sup with him, there he is in your midst. He's here with us now. He's in the word. The word, all glory to Shiloh. Shiloh is the word. I am is the word. He said, before Abraham was I am. That's what his apostles, they remember that they knew he was Christ. They knew he was Father, flesh, the ram. David declared him the Lamb of God, which makes Father the ram, Aleth, leader, ox, fire, God of wrath, war, fine. Remember, take your child up to the altar, right? Sacrifice, right? Isaac to the, did he falter? No. Remember the scapegoat? Remember, brothers, sisters, he knows these things. Father's not made this easy for people to see because he spoke in parables through his scriptures. He also has idioms, and we have this watered down slang called religion now because they don't define aletheia one word at a time. Truth, define the definition. They literally need to define each one word at a time, but they don't. They study a translated word. So this is not. Thank you for coming in, Len. Good to see you again. We're just sharing, Father is the one who does this to us. Father, you're not changing anybody. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. That's already chosen from the foundation of the world. Before he ever created salvation, there was no such thing as being saved. Remember? Eye for an eye. Judgments. Wage of one sin, whether venial or mortal, under the testament of the old Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, was death. One. Does that you want to rip him down from the covenant he made when he was staked? They pegged and staked him, pegged and yoked him, right? They absolutely. Remember, that's what those push through this. We got some energy come from our eyes, so just have to deal with it. That's how she girds. That's okay. What is the original? The pastors you have given our life to the word. There you go. All right. Hopefully the original said it. So I don't know of any churches, if you're still in the original, that go after this word and go after the gospel, teach people the thalipsis, teach people the mean tribulation, teach people hados, meaning this narrow way to these aletheia, these truths. And it's through studying the definition in Old Testament lexicon, New Testament Hebrew, New Testament Greek lexicon, Old Testament Hebrew. But you don't come to these truths overnight. It takes a process. Just like, think about it. We had no chance at salvation because we were not under repentance. We had to be rebuked. Father rebukes our hearts. And it's the word that rebukes us. It's not the world. It's the word that rebukes us. And it's inside of us. It's written on our hearts because the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. It would never stop overflowing. And see, he's the one who rebukes that with the word. That's why I bring you to this daily cross, as original said. But does he dwell in temples made by hands? No, he doesn't. He made that very clear. He destroyed the physical temple. So you're not going to find him in churches, and if you do, it's a rarity that people want to seek the hados, meaning Theolobo is the Greek word because you get pushed by the world from both sides, friends and family, because you don't go to church. Under this covenant, we're not supposed to celebrate and sup with vipers. Again, I don't know one church that I can send you to where they'll go over the gospel. I can send you to one place in Hendersonville, Tennessee, that's a classroom. Just like this, we try to hold when we're sharing the word is more as a classroom. This is not some kind of, I rebuke religions. They're vain. They cover up the word with their other Jesus. And that's what's going on in these other churches. The church is the body of Christ, not some crackers and grape juice, Catholicism, communion. That's Christianity. They still go after that Egyptian. That's the mystery Egyptian religion. It's the same thing. They got their paganism was blended with Satanism. They eat their Mass A God of Jesus Christ, Mass A, in the middle of the winter on December 25th. It's not something that if anybody who celebrates or is in an apostasy and an abomination and a heresy to this New Testament. So if you know anybody who celebrates one single thing, that's why these churches are vain. Under this covenant, he fulfilled all the celebrations. And that's why the world doesn't like us, because we don't celebrate. We glorify and we take up our cross, and that cross is not a physical cross. He never carried a cross. He was literally pegged to a stake, or pegged to a yoke or a stock. And he carried that stock or that yoke, like they put a yoke around your neck, and that's what not a cross. He didn't carry a cross. You need to study Roman torture. You're torturing yourself. And I used to do it with these false teachings too. Imagery, Christ carrying a cross. That's like Lot's wife being turned to a pillar of salt. Lot's wife was not turned to a pillar of salt. That's how you want to unzip your priest, pastor, deacon, reverend, whatever official name they put in front of themselves, pastor, if they want to, you better make sure they're pastoring you, they're ministering you this apocalypse gospel, this revelation gospel, not end of the world. The end of the age is already done. We're in this new age now. And that doesn't mean this is some new age religion. This is the age of air, the age where the veil, the bow, that's what it's talking about in the rider that comes in the first rider of the white horse, right? There's two riders, remember, on the white horse. Remember, one comes with he's the separator, the Shiloh, the one who holds the inheritance to the church. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division, because that sword that it is the scepter that he holds of the inheritance. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. He was Leo in the celestial firmament, the king, the one who has the key to the pit, that opens up the pit at the slash shofar, that great and dreadful day of the Lord. Because remember, it is Father who is Christ, HaMashiach, in flesh. He birthed his son, the only begotten son. David declared him the Lamb of God. Correct? That is Father the Ram. That's why he said, I am. So no redemption, no salvation, no being rebuked, no chance at forgiveness. Imagine a life where you were under the Torah, where one sin was death. You should glorify that you were under this testament. Go out and share the news. That's what you're supposed to do. Share the light. He set the king, and this king hung on a tree, and he did it for his bride and his bride only. He didn't do it for everybody, for all flesh. 144,000, not 1201 from Judah, because I was the king, the lion, and Jeremiah, because we didn't succumb to idolatry first, but then we did, right? So, nope. You get 11,998, Gad, and Ham, you get 11,999. And he said, no, he said 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes under this covenant. Not a literal number. There's no literal 144,000. It's probably less than that. How much you want to make a little friendly wager? Because there's no such thing as luck. No such thing as free will. Father knows where the dice will land. I don't care if you try to weight them. You try to stack the deck. You ain't going to go collect $200 there, buddy, with me. And this ain't no game. Father created all things. This ain't no reindeer Jesus, okay? You little red-nosed Jesus. You got a little rosé in your cheeks or something. I don't know. You blushing. They'll get to you. So come on, man. This is ridiculous. We are in an age now where we should not be deceived. That bow is that toxin. That's that pharmakia, the veil that was put over fear veil. Remember? Fear. Only fear the Lord. He said, fear no man that can take your flesh. Only who fear it can take your flesh and your soul. Should have stood with Father, not with science. Trust the science. Faith. How about that? Do you have any faith in the Lord? Oh, stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve, trust these. No, that's the apostasy of what Father, when he sent Christ, he said, go be with the ones that are sick, the ones that are widowed, and the people who are happy, you know, not go inside, flatten the curve, stand on the X, go, yeah. That was an abomination. So you better stood up for that too, or you're not Christ-like. And here's your chance if you're not now. Not by chance, by luck or free will, but hey, here's another opportunity, if you will. Look at that, just fell right in your lap. What are you going to do about that? Now go share the light. The king is coming, he's nigh. Look up, he said, for your redemption. The firmament declares the handiwork. Stars, sun, and moon in Genesis says for times and seasons. So what time is it? I said go now. Not in a hurry. You know, go now. You have time. It's not the end of the world. It says thalipsis, sorrows is where we're at. You will see all these things come to pass. Wars, rumors of wars. Here we are. Famine, pestilence. It's been going on since the Torah wars. God required war. He had his heavens his favorite. Heavens aren't above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell, it's not below your feet either. Hell is no knowledge, period. I won't even make you have to think about it. Bis, bathos, busos is knowledge. B-A-T-H-O-S, B-Y-S-S-S, B-Y-S-S, bis, that's what you know. Abyss, that's hell. You don't know hell. You don't know Jesus. You don't know halakha. Busos, bathos, bis all mean knowledge. And no knowledge is the word hell. So hell's not below your feet. Soon you can figure that out. You might start supping with that word. Go, oh, wow, that brings a whole new meaning to this world, doesn't it? Yeah, meaning. Bring a whole new spin. That's the word forward. Don't change it, he said. So if you're one of these people who think you're corkscrewing and spinning on a ball or on a block, on a rock in the third dimension, you know, a cube, whatever your dimension, your Saturnalia worship, your Jesus, that's what that is. You're sadly mistaken. You don't know the word. You don't know halakha. You don't know Haggadah. You don't know Christ. You know some other Christ. As he said, many will come in my Shem, my Agape, looking just like Christ, and they will be deceived. You can put all those little religions on those brothers, sisters, because none of them are, that's not where Christ is at. He doesn't dwell in brick or block or rock or, you know, barge or raft. I don't care whatever stone you made it your house of. His temple is in the hearts of the bride. Well, our body is a temple, but that's where the covenant reigns, not the law. Remember, it used to be covered by the Ark of the Covenant, the two cherubs under those 10 commandments, under the law. Remember, we're not under it. So isn't that a blessing, knowing that we have salvation, meaning by faith we are saved, but we have to endure to the end to be saved? So we're going to have to go through suffering. We're going to have to take up our cross, meaning we're going to have to be crucified. The world is not going to like us that we tell us we're not supposed to celebrate. They want to celebrate. And we are not to celebrate under this covenant because we're going to end up worshiping the stars again. Oh, wait, they're doing it again. Stinky Muskrat, remember, he's going to Mars. Marvin the Martian? Or Mars like the god of war. Silly rabbit. A little rabbit worship. Tricks for kids. So, hey, Dabu just went live. So, Dabu puts out a pretty good program. You guys never seen Dabu 77. So, I appreciate everybody who participated in this little gospel session here. Just wanted to let you know that I'm living the American dream too. Father's blessed me and beats me at the same time. That's just something that I get to have a chance to do. I don't run from these truths. I love these truths, and I want to share it with people because that's what we're supposed to be. If you're a disciple, you're going to go be hated and not loved. You're not going to be nice because that word nice means to be stupid. So, and I'm not saying that you don't like you haven't taken the time to study, but most people are just idiots, meaning they haven't taken any time to study and they don't know, and they've never even read it or seen it or heard it in their entire life. That's the word idiotos. An idiot is somebody, is the same word as ignorance or ignoramus. So that means you're ignorant to the fact. You don't know, and that you can't, why that's, you have to judge with righteous judgment. So let Father condemn them. If somebody's an idiot, show them to the light. Most people are idiots. Think about it that way. Don't be mad at them just because they're an idiot. Can't be mad at somebody that's never crossed they have a deaf ear. Father, actually, you're going to talk like, you're going to be like Smurfette there, Linda, until you're blue in the face. Or maybe that Avatar, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Spock was the first one to dunk a blue, well, whatever. They don't have Martians. It was just television, but you know what I'm saying. You know, you can, till you're blue in the face, you're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. You're not going to change these people. They're not going to love these truths. They're going to reject it. It's going to fall on that deaf ear because Father gives most people deaf ears. So once again, Smurfette or whatever handyman you are, or whatever shroom stool that you live under, house or whatever, it is what it is. I'm just using it as a parable because I can be in this modern day world and, you know, speak in parables. You know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead a person abyss, knowledge, bathos, busos, hell, but you can't make them think. Oh, right to the gates of hell. There he went. And he didn't, Broad is the way to the wide gate, narrow is the way that leads to, well, eternal life with Father, as he said, remember? So, well, not down, but here, north, east, west, and south. Absolutely. He says it through his word, though. Ricardo talks about that, right? I think you know where it says that. You've heard that. You've read that. Absolutely. And we're supposed to be that light as his bride. We're supposed to share that with the bride. So we're all this part of this. That's what the ministry is about. It's going out and sharing. Hey, the king is nigh at hand, and we're not under this old where you have to celebrate anything. And that's a threat to the system. That they don't want you, the system wants you to go to their temples and put money in their baskets and support their, you know, it's all a big rouge. He's in the word. He dwells within the definition. He dwells within the word aletheia. And if you don't define the words that are in that book and you speak some other I am the Aleph, you know. All right. All right. But no, he doesn't. But no, he doesn't dwell within the goats. He only dwells within his bride. He dwells within our hearts because our hearts are filled with this daily cross that we carry, and it's a weight. And if you've ever been a soldier and you've marched with a rucksack on your back and carried some excessive weight for, you know, extent maybe 20 miles, how about 20 miles in the snow? You know, it sounds like 20 miles in the snow. Well, you know, I'm just saying, push your body because that's what we're supposed to be doing. This isn't some easy Jesus. We are the salt of this earth, absolutely. And that's what, remember, Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt, and we're supposed to die to self. That's what she was when she turned to salt. There was no sodium. That's an idiom, not an idiot. Idiot means you don't know. An idiom was meant like a parable or like slang. That meant she succumbed to her death. She didn't die and turn to any kind of sodium. There was no potassium involved in Lot's wife. So go ask your priest, pastor, deacon, and reverend, or whatever they want to call them, about Lot's wife, and they'll tell you, yeah, she was turned to salt. Bring a picture too, because they love their idols and their images, and that's where you can unzip and see if you actually have somebody that's leading you, you know, to the water the sheep is supposed to be told the wolf coming, but the shepherd is there, right, to lead the sheep. And these people cannot decipher the difference between a sheep and a dog, brothers, sisters. So his shepherds, remember, they will know them by my voice. They will not be trying to enter by some other gate, right? Straight gate that we go through. Straight is the gate, right? Narrow is the hados. The word hados means to be in the narrow way. So narrow is the way. Broad is the way that leads to, you don't want to narrow yourself, idolatry, let Father beat you and go through this thalipsis tribulation, then you're not a bride. This is, to be a disciple, you will suffer. If you've ever been a veteran, and I'm a soldier of the Father of the Most High, Shiloh, my love, God, before all things. I've toured, obviously, I have military service and veteran, but I rebuke all that. That gives me a bigger measure. I'm like, I get rebuked by Father every day, and it shows here. If you come in here, Father is still rebuking my heart about what we've done. This once blessed nation, now abomination under this corporate, slave and, corporatocracy, fascist, back to this, outside the covenant of this let vengeance be mine, where we're warring with all other nations as a police state, literally forcing people like mafia behavior, pay for this oil or we'll drop democracy and freedom bombs on you. How about that? We'll put drones on you now. We don't need to send, it's getting just, no, people love this war and you better be standing against this. That's not Christ-like to be dropping freedom bombs on people. There's no such thing as free will and freedom. Huh? Your grass is too long and you don't pay attention to that, or you think that's stupid. They're going to send a SWAT team out to your house. You'll die by threat. That's if you don't do what they say in this country, you're going to, by threat of a gun, they're going to throw you in a cage. How's that sound like freedom to you? No victim, no crime. How about that? You have the right to face your accuser in the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist. How about that? If I am anything on this rock, I'm for Father first. I'm not under the law. But the Constitution was protecting the God-given natural right of the land, the natural color of law, Black's law. This law was an organic law that's been here. So this has been here, and there's been time where people have taken this over, and Father does not like when people get walked on. We are not to be, that's covetousness, and Father hates that. When you use your authority, that's the Pharisees. They did that to glean all from the poor. That's why I don't think people understand right now how much of an enslavement nation this corporation, this abomination, divided states. There's no two that are united, but corporation. It's not a nation. It's not even a country. The Washington District Criminals, that's all going back to the original serfdom, merchant, canal, through the birth of through your slave nation, through your water birth. They've adopted your number and you taken it over. And it's called a merchant number, but people don't realize that. You call it a social security card, you're a card. It's your credit. And they credit that to your birth and taken over, and they take it from you in many ways. By bond, they sell your bond to other countries. They sell your labor. You go to work and fill out a W-2. That's what is going on right now. That's not what this original founding fathers, that's not part of the corporation. Constitutional republic, right? Yeah, well, they're not going by these laws. So if you go by this corporation, judge thou shalt be judged, you're going to be judged as a corporation. Guess what? He would be in jail right now for standing up to this corporation. I'm 100% positive Christ would have already been thrown in jail or been killed. They had crucified him like they did. They hated him. They didn't love him because he stood against their halakha, their targum. This is the law that they created in oral, like Moses was given the law on the mount. Orally, he put it on tablets of stone. It was written out, right? They created an oral law and a written law. And you could speak the halakha, but you couldn't write it down. The Haggadah, you could write it down, but you couldn't speak it. But people don't know that. Go in any church and ask them that. None of them know that. I can go up to walk up to some wolf in dog's clothing, sheep's clothing, and ask them that question too. And they're, huh? These people are retarded, meaning they don't learn the words meaning they just have a oligos, a puny definition of what the word is and who that Targum or Mishnah, which contained their halakha and their Haggadah, where they were made their big boy club gleaning. And Father hated taxes through his son. He said, "You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves." Remember, were exchanging the money because they've come from all different nations. Remember, you had to come 3 times a year back to Israel, and you had to have that sacrifice. Remember, 2 turtle doves at the altar. They changed it. The halakha, they made this water baptism. Baptism is not by water. There's no such thing as water baptism. You can't be baptized, and by definition, it's baptizo or bapto. Bapto is to be covered in a red pitch. Noah was told to cover the ark inside and out. Would they baptize the ark? Would they pitch? It was brothers, sisters, this ship would have sank, even if there was one pinhole. And remember, he's the captain, brothers, sisters. You think a captain can sleep at night knowing there's a pinhole leak in his ship and you're the vessel, correct? You're the vessel, not the commander, not the one who's steering. I hope you're not he's the wind in my sails. If you got sails, you ain't got no motor boat, but you're supposed to remember the eye is the lamp of the body. The vessel, remember, he was told to baptize that vessel, that ark, with blood, right? Is what this baptism that he speaks. Have your garments washed white, clean, without blemish, washed in the blood of the Lamb. He paid with that blood, so we don't have to pay that blood price, brothers and sisters. Isn't that beautiful? He paid that in beard blood, remember? They ripped his beard out of his face. You know, the pressure they put on him and stretched him back where he couldn't breathe. I hope that's what's happening to you. I hope this life is pinching you. That is the word theolobos, meaning to be pinched down. I hope this is just gripping you. Just can't even stand it. But you just keep raising up every day and getting the error and not some. Remember, this is what, if you knew what they did to Christ, you'd know exactly what they did to him. This would make a lot of sense why I can't breathe and did their crown ritual and stretch you back and step on George Floyd's chest and he can't breathe, and Eric Carpenter selling cigarettes, and oh yeah, no masquerade, I can't breathe. Yeah, breathe your own air. Air, the age of air, you idiots. It started right there at the COVID year. That, hello, extinction 6, 12,000 year cycle. All started on this time, remember? Boom, 12/21, 2020, and even Pluto entered into Aquarius. This is it. Welcome to Revelation. The rider on the red horse is here. That's death. That's when man will kill man. Hegelian dialect, brothers, sisters, problem, reaction, solution. They got you buying bullets and Band-Aids. Oh, they're selling bullets and Band-Aids. Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Time Magazine's Man of the Year, just like Mr. Muskrat, remember, with his, 1945, here we are. This is it. Welcome to the revelation of the cycle 923 all over again. No, that's true. That's true, Adam. That's true. But we're definitely in the last book. So God required war. God required, he said, no weapon formed against you will prosper. Your enemy will come against you one way, and I will make you flee. Them flee 7 ways if you agape me. So sure. Remember, all these things will come to pass. Wars, rumors of wars, famine, pestilence, earthquakes in diverse places. We just had, was that one real? The 8.8? Or was it an 8.0? Or was it an 8.8? Or was it an 8? Oh, look at what they're doing there. Oh, maybe it was Russia up there by the Chimtaka Peninsula up there with their machine, huh? With all their machines. Welcome to the neuter gender beast machine. Good stuff. So, but Father has required war and death and fee. Remember, he did. Absolutely. So, but we are 100% in the book of Revelation, and we've already seen the rider on the white white horse. Remember the one who has his house decorated, Nimrod, the one with the 58-story Manhattan Tower? It was Babylonian. Now he's got a Manhattan Tower decorated with the Babylonian sun god Satan, the one that comes with the bow, the toxon, the sticker, remember? The bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed this time, huh? So he's not the one locked up in the pit. He's the one declaring. We're supposed to be declaring the coming of our king, Shiloh. He's declaring the coming of his king, Mithra, Apollyon, Satan, the sun god, the transgender god, 3 genders in one god, beast, man, and woman, horn, hoof, and beast. Remember? Baphomet, the one that Elon Musk had his little, dual pagan All Hallows Eve, whatever ritual they did, his costume he put on there, kind of like the little, remember we used to wear the little ones with the plastic mask. But yeah, I was a pagan when I was in my younger days, my dad and all that. But hey, Christmas killed my dad, so that's what you get for being Satan. Well, he decorated the house with Satan, and he dressed up as Satan all the time, and went to school, and everybody loved my dad because he was Satan. So yeah, the guy with the beard and the big jolly guy, he was like 500 pounds when he died, so he made a good Satan. So absolutely, I'm still complaining about America. What's changed in America? It's gotten better. Now they're just sweeping poor people off the streets. So it's illegal to be poor. What's your fix for that, dumbass, Nathan? Yeah, you can't admit that you got a fucking problem. Oh my God, your leg is stinking there, Nathan. Oh no, you didn't get it fixed when I told you last time. Now you got gangrene and it stinks. So yeah, like alcoholism, the first stage of alcoholism is denial. So you want to keep denying that you got a problem like all these other Americans. That's why this infrastructure is rotting. The debt's at 38 trillion. You don't know anything about this country, nor do you know anything about Christ. So go ahead, speak up. Tell me about what was the first question I even asked you? Could you even remember that? Concentrate like orange juice, like the street sweepers, poor people. What's the cure for being poor? They're a dumbass. How do you cure people for being poor, you fucking idiot? You offend me. I'm using my First Amendment right and I'm cursing. So what? I got stung by the spelling bee. I went to public schools, grew up watching television. I'm a veteran, so they've stuck my police, prior law enforcement. Can you imagine all the stuff they've stuck me with? So speak up about why it's not okay to just shut up about all the abominations. So everybody in the chat, answer me now. I don't care who you are. What's the cure for being poor? What's your cure for people being homeless? Maybe some people don't want a mortgage. They don't want to rent. Maybe they just like to be on the streets. They love that life. That's the life for them. There's people who do well on the streets, actually fine, just fine. It's not what you think. You don't know, haven't been homeless, have you? I'm not okay with this, guys. This is happening. This 1104 ritual is here. He declared a national emergency day one. It allows them to do this. They under their fake whatever. Here we are again, more fake emergencies. That's why I told you. Here we are again. It's not opportunity. It's happening again. This is your time. This is COVID-esque, if you will. Couldn't get any more trample on. I think I got bit by a mosquito or something in here. Yeah, I thought I saw one flying around. So I don't get too many mosquitoes, but it's been raining out here. So interesting. Thought I did. Thought I heard it. But okay, but anyways, I'm not okay. So what's the cure for being poor? What's your cure for poor people? How do you homeless people? Like I said, we're talking about somebody came in. Nathan said, I was bitching about America a month ago when he came in. Yeah, I'm bitching that they're now just street sweeping people. And they've been doing this already for decades. They have underground and camps that they run that people don't see, but you can't see, don't kill you. And, out of sight, out of mind, but people don't want to talk about that. But they're now doing it by executive order. So he said, if you're poor, they can involuntarily detain you. So now this is what they're going after on the street. And, we were going after Iran and they were going after Iranians. Now they shut up. The next person that we mess with to be going after them. Mexicans, 80% of since Obama, 44, the Barry, Barack, whatever, the 44th regime, they were 80% other than Mexican. Mexicans ain't coming across the border. The Mexicans coming across the border, a lot of them have actual green cards and make a good fair amount of money. The ones who don't, they pay taxes the minute they get here. Many pay Social Security and they don't get any benefits. And they feed us for decades. And people bitch Americans about Mexicans coming across the border. They're idiots. I hate those type of sins that these people commit against people that have rights that don't even have to have citizenship under the Constitution, because I'm a veteran and I'm a constitutionalist, not sovereign. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I don't claim national state. I don't do none of that crap. I took an oath to the Constitution, not some flag. I'll wipe my ass with the American flag and burn it when I'm done. I don't care about flags. I didn't even take an oath to the country. I took an oath to the Constitution, to my rights. Took an oath to protect the right of the people, not freedom. Dum, dum, dum. There's no freedom. There's no freedom. That's all long gone. That's an idea. It's an ideology that's been. Freedom is borderline criminal. Like, I think that they might even have to take him to jail. I don't know. Yeah, that's what freedom's about. But you wouldn't know nothing about that. You know about enslaving a man. You think it's okay to? They threw tea in the harbor over 2%. They've got state, federal, gross, net. Whatever. It makes me sick. And then you get taxed on that state and federal money when you go buy gas. Get taxed. You call the old lady to get some milk. You're going to get taxed on that too. On your phone, you throw that garbage in the trash, you get taxed on that. Water bill, power bill. This is bullshit. I hate this country. This is the most disgusting, farthest thing from Christ-like that there ever was. This is the new mystery Babylon, man. You got to pay to be here. You got to pay to be here. This country is expensive to live, man. This country is, you could take this American money and you could go to another country that we've been beating the snot out of for 50 years. America is the mafia. America is the mafia. Hashtag that, because we have forced people for 50 plus years to pay for oil with the US dollar. So that's why I'm still bitching about America, because nobody in America is okay with that. So they keep paying their tax dollars, and now they're killing more Ukrainian citizens, whatever's left of them. They keep raising the age and kidnapping people off the streets. And who's paying for it? The U.S. tax dollar. Yeah, the person that goes to work every day, especially people who pay more money, got a good job. Now you kill more Ukrainians, women, children, men. Women and men they send in the meat grinder over there in Ukraine, and now they've made it to where legally they can draft American women. So what the? Should have let Nathan answer that question. I wanted him to answer that question, damn it. That's why I'm still, because they're going to draft our women, and no American men care. I think I'm the only American man that cares that we're going to draft American women. And I think if they take your Second Amendment right is what they're doing, there's got to no way a woman could protect her orifices, her holes. And the only way she could do that is get the fuck off me, you. And I'd hate for her to have to do that. But any man, I'm a veteran. I know women have a different military standard, physical training, PT, Papa Tango standard. The dog's name's Tango. We're not have the same frame. You could put on your little, collagen lips, and you can get some plants, and walk around with a chainmail purse and a pearl necklace. They're gonna throw you in the ground, dig you up. UI Bender is this identity or something. They're gonna dig you up 1,000 years from now. Say that's a dude. That's a man. Look at his pelt. Look what are all these bags? He's got 3 bags, 1 around his side and 2 on his chest. But anyways, imagine all these people got these plants, put all this stuff in their bodies. And so, anyways, I really wish that people would speak up about these things, because they're going to draft our women. And if they end up taking the Second Amendment right away, how can women protect themselves from men? Because men are savages. They'll do whatever they want. I actually seen some blog thing, which never made me think of this, but it was just disgusting. But it says if there was, it was this older guy, and he was probably in his 50s or 60s, somewhere in my age. I don't consider myself young in this flesh, but I am, 51's not old for a tree. But he was talking about if you were on an island and there was a 14-year-old girl on that island, he said something about you would eventually do something to that girl. And I disagree, that a man can't keep his hands to himself, wouldn't take advantage of a child. So it was kind of thing. And I read through the comment section. It just caught me for a minute. And I read comment sections a lot. I love the comment section. You guys are that comment section. In case you forgot that, I always try to remind you that you're that comment section. So, but there was a lot of mixed, which people, it was kind of eye-opening how people are opportunistic and people will take as much advantage, and be covetousness, with their whatever. That's what a lot of the people talked about, how um, that eventually man would overcome that child, and that sucks. And even if he knew he was wrong, he would still do it. And I don't agree with that. Um, there are men that would do that though. And I think the same way there are women, because they want the D and women want, women want the D and guys want the P. And so I think a woman would do it to a guy too. I think if there was an older woman and there was a younger 14-year-old boy, she'd be on that boy before too long. That's crazy, guys. And not all women, I'm not saying all women were, not all women would, but I know a lot of women would. I know women be the same thing. I don't think the numbers would be too far off, to be honest with you. Hey, flip the script. I didn't even think of that's organic. I just thought about it. So think about that, ladies. If there was a 14-year-old boy on that island, and because it's one thing when you say a little girl, because that's the innocence, but 14-year-old boy is innocent too, right? I mean, at this age, at the 14, they're having kids at 11. But let's be real here for a minute, and the age we live in. So, man, I'm getting eat up. Where's this mosquito at? So, but can you imagine that? I think again, do you think it'd be any different for a woman? Do you see that as any different in your? Do you think there would be the statistics would be any different? You've got a 50-year-old, you got a 50-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old woman, 50-year-old woman, 50. Well, they're in their prime. Oh, damn. That's not a good age, but okay, 40-year-old woman or a 40-year-old man. Let's get a little bit younger. We'll take that kind of woman in her sexual prime away from the equation here. But both a man and a woman, and there was a 14-year-old child, would they do something? Would the statistics be different between? I'm not asking you. I know it would happen, and I just know some people wouldn't control themselves. They just couldn't do it, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. We'll just say it that way, okay? The monster in us. So, do you think the statistics would be different between man to woman? That's my question. If you did it statistically, do you think there would be a variance? Do you think it'd be way higher going towards man would take advantage of a younger girl, a girl, not a woman, or a woman take advantage of a 14-year-old boy, 14-year-old girl or 14-year-old boy? It's just a conversation for sake, but it just shows us something a little bit about our nature, and it should kind of pull at us to kind of make us think about who we are and, what is innocence, and I think that's a lot of what's taken from people. And it doesn't even, you can do this in many ways. You can take somebody's innocence from them more than just sexually, obviously. And I don't understand that ever. I just cannot wrap my brain around that. But will somebody answer the question for me? Do you think the statistics, especially teachers, yeah, well, you don't have to be a teacher. Linda, let's not say teachers. Let's just put a 40-year-old woman on an island with a 14-year-old boy, and a 40-year-old man on an island with a 14-year-old girl. Some of them are gonna break that and break out of what we would, we in our mind would hopefully call morals. We wouldn't cross that barrier. It's just not, I didn't say 17, and I still think that's something in this modern day and age, in some states, but let's go with 14. That's, obviously, do you think the statistics would vary by much or a lot? Do you think the man would be more prone to take that advantage of that? Would he, and let's say he doesn't, guys, let's say he doesn't just take her. Okay, let's say she doesn't just take him. Okay, it's not like this is like a forced thing at first. It's not like it's a manipulative. remember, let's say there's time passes, all right? Maybe she's not even 15, there's months go by or something. See what I'm saying? There's a different, try to think about that too, because maybe in our heads we think that well, he would just, uh, okay, cool. And I wonder, Linda, if a woman would say that, and then if a man would have any variance. And um, so, thank you for answering the question, because that's all. I'm just curious. I mean, it's we got an open chat here. This is an open thing. I saw something on it, and I think it's a discussion that really should tell us something about humanity. You know, um, and we all have a nature. When we're to procreate. And some of us have a higher drive than others. I don't think some of us almost like an addictive personality. I've never even thought about that, because it's like I don't struggle in a relationship with having that as an issue, but it's not like if I don't have it, it's not the end of the world. I mean, it's something I can think in a relationship that shouldn't die at all. It should always continue to happen. If if, if you're fighting with somebody and you're having a hard time, but you can still sit down and touch each other, at least you got something to go off. If you take that, man, it can squash really fast. I can tell you that. People don't like when they take that desire, but that's two adults. We're talking about two consenting adults here. So thank you, Linda, for being the only one who answered. I think it's relevant. So I think in a sense, I think man would definitely figure out a way um, to do it, even though woman is more emotional and could probably be a little more manipulating with a younger boy. Could use her emotional mind and not his rational mind uh, to do it. But I think that the man's mind would, because a man can figure it out. He has a realistic approach, and I think he would. I think he would find a way much quicker, and I think a woman would be more reserved. And so, but I don't think the statistics would be that skewed. I do think there would be a lot of the times the woman would just give in to her carnal nature, give in to her flesh, and if she could get some kind of consent, if you will, even though it wasn't right, if she feel like she could get the consent, it would be okay in her brain. Same thing with the guy. So I think the guy could probably get consent, and the both of them, I do think that the guy would lean to do it quicker and probably more often. So I do think we would see but I think there'd be a lot more ladies that would do that than most people would think. It wouldn't be like this. It would there'd be a lot more. So because I think we're the same. Remember, I don't really think we're very different. Um, yeah, but I know I'm different. You know, I'm different than most, so I can't think like the most, and that's why I try to take other people's brains and learn from their brains, because I have a bias. Obviously, I try not to be biased, but we're going to be biased just because of who we are. Like you don't you have a certain way you think that you are and who you are, and just if you're a certain person, I guarantee you nobody. Well, I'm not moving, Jack, and I'm moving the ministry. Remember, I just want to go on the road. So yes, as soon as I can, and I'm working on it. I actually bucked up a bunch of precious, all the precious metals, and put them towards the attorney. So if I can, as soon as I can, I'll leave. I'm living the American dream. I'm totally living the American dream. What sucks is I'm living the American dream. I just can't find anybody to live it with me. So as soon as I can find another place down there, I'm sure I will have no problems down there. Um, for what I couldn't get to have anybody here with me, I wouldn't struggle down there. It's just different. I know the Latino people. I know I grew up around predominantly Latino. Born in the San Fernando Valley, so um, the valley, and so I just tend to get along with people who are um, Latino. I get along with anybody. It doesn't matter. I don't have, because remember, I don't see colors. I don't see race. It's one race, but I know that people that are Latino are more, uh, uh, you know, they're just familiar oriented, and I love all people. So I don't want to be anywhere. I want to see everybody everywhere. I want to go to every single rock and share the gospel before I die. I actually kind of got a bucket list. So the only thing that stopped me from doing that would, I don't know. Like I said, maybe if I met somebody or something, or had a kid or something, but I'd still want to travel, and they'd have to know that I'd still have to go because I'm retired and I don't need big things, and I can continue to. I don't really have a bucket list. I never had. I don't want anything, but to get the Ecuador ministry, so to tithe food is the bucket list, so that I could, so that the ministry can produce organic food, freeze dried, long sustainable, long term food storage. Uh, for the ministry, because we're supposed to tithe. Tithing was food, brothers and sisters. Tithing wasn't money. They left food behind. Remember, they'd wandered out of Israel, you know, not all one Exodus. It wasn't all at one time. So it was over 40 years, remember, and they would leave back in those tabernacles, in those places, they would leave tithes of food behind. Remember, the Feast of Unleavened Bread at the Feast of Ingatherings was that celebration of that, that they were without time to stop to allow the leaven to rise. They ate it without leaven and made bread without leaven. That's the Feast of Unleavened Bread, like the Feast of Tabernacles or the Feast of, right? The Feast of Trumpets. This is all the Feast of Ingatherings. These are all the set apart days that were part of Israel in the Old Testament. So, yeah. But anyways, we here at the ministry can produce food for the people, for the bride, and food is the soul. The gut is like your head. If your gut is all messed up, your brain doesn't function well, your body doesn't function well. You are what you eat, and I can't make that any clearer. There's a reason why we have those dietary laws. Although we're not under the dietary laws, it's not what goes in us. We can eat pork and we can eat these things, but should we be eating poison, corn syrup, boxed, bagged, monosodium glutamate, yellow lake dye number? We stuff this stuff down our pie holes and just love it. Food flavored poison. And that's why a lot of us struggle. So I want to produce food through the ministry for the people. It's not like some wild pipe dream. It's scriptural, it's biblical, it's what they did before. So I want to tithe food if Father will allow it. So that's right, it does. It really does. Because when we have, and I plan on having it organic. See, Jack, this ministry that I'm trying to purchase is another farm. I'm at Silver Rock Ranch right now. I mean, I built this out of the sagebrush, but right off the tree line here. So but down there it's in the Amazon, it's in the jungle, and I've actually found the Ecuador is a place that has a very unique climate at certain altitudes, and they have these microclimates. It's the Ecuador, it's right there in the middle. So the toilet spins this way in one part of this, hemisphere, if you will, and the southern, and remember how to do the ball camp, but and there's this equilibrium. And I think that's why Father wants the ministry to be there too. Hados, the narrow way. So I think that's what, hopefully, if Father allows this to happen, we'll be sending organic, chicken that's raised, organic lamb, or organic goat. Plan on doing pork. Goat is there's chicken, eggs. Freeze dried eggs. I think those powdered eggs, freeze dried eggs, is $50-$60 right now. So imagine getting a big thing of those eggs in the mail from the ministry, because we have excess eggs, because we've got chickens running around now. The property that I'm looking at obtaining is 2 hectares, so it's 5 acres, and it's $39,000. So I have the property up, the 5 acres that I own, up for sale, up for $39,000 right now. So if that one sells, I'll be buying that. But that reason why I've chose this one, it was $18,000 when I started looking at it, but it's gone up. They've added a whole new road going right past the 2-bedroom, like a bungalow. It's all built out of what's there, but a big gate and a lot of work. A pool. They added a big old pool, an above ground pool, like a doughboy, or but really nice. Um, uh, a fish pond. They added a pond to the. But there's 21 different kinds of fruit growing on the property, not to include the garden beds that are right below the house, and it's elevated, and it's so. Two springs. One of them is the neighbor's spring from above, which they 1.5 inch pipe in water at the flow rate's incredible, and they want a community with the neighbor, and obviously they're allowing that already. And then there's another spring down at the other end of the hectares, the 2 hectares down at the bottom, and there's a landing out there, so there could be more added. So I could be growing, those 21 kinds of fruit in this area. I can't even grow them here, and I couldn't produce. I could eat, or take a seed, spit it on the ground, and kick a little dirt over it. It's going to grow there in Ecuador. So the idea is to grow high quality food for members of this ministry, and I'll know who they are. I'll know who to send it to. There'll be people been with us for a while. I'll be like Brother Jim. The people only love these truths. People only love the gospel. People, sup with vipers. So I'm not going to send, ties to people who don't love the narrow way. And it'll show. I know that the ministry will blossom. It'll blossom. It will. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that I wouldn't feed somebody who's hungry. Okay. What we can feed people is the word, Jacket, more than anything. 100% is the word. Tithing now is the word, not food. Okay. Tithing isn't food. Tithing isn't money. Tithing is the word. Tithing is the gospel. Tithing is the light. You don't have to share any food with anybody, tithe any food to anybody. Nope. It's an old tithe. That's an old physical ritual. We're not under that. We're not under that. You don't have to tithe any money. That's physical. You don't have to tithe any money. If you can, because you have abundance, he says in the book of Malachi, give him 10% of your earnings. If you find a man that's feeding you the meat, give them 10% of your earnings. That's what it tells us. So I require people's time. Remember, if you've been here. So I don't require any physical. Time isn't physical, correct? No. So you can't print time, can you? Time will roll back like a scroll one day, brothers, sisters. Well, time will be no more. He's put 1 foot on the land and 1 foot on the ski. The skies will roll back. And that's that right here, brothers, sisters. And the pit will open up. Remember, like the sun has a BZ angle that comes in from the top, we also have this Torah around our bodies, and try to remember that your body is that temple. The Torah, the temple. You have a toroidal field around your body, whether you understand that's your Hokodesh. And I don't do none of that Reiki nonsense, Jacob's ladder. I don't want to hear none of that chakra nonsense. Okay. I understand these things, but I'm not going to fall for this new age crap, So time is an illusion. Don't worry about it. You're only here temporary. It's the flesh that wants to make you sin. Cut it off, like Paul said, not physical. It's all spiritual. So tithes for food would be the bucket list to do, because would be a blessing. It'd be a whole lot easier if people have high quality organic food, star fruit, jicama, papaya, guava, mango, pineapples, anything, it's just part of this chakra Reiki. You got these levels of it's God put his imprint on our body. If you understand, that's that the crista, that where it reaches that the pineal gland, the holy place, the holy of holies, and they love to do this, take it and turn it into a physical or new age it, give it their own spin and say, oh, look what I created, when it was already Father who created these levels where you must do 7 things, Jacket. Here's what it is. The chakra is what Christ in scripture tells you to do 7 things. Okay. There's 7 things in scripture that it tells you to do. And when you complete those, you will be matured. You'll be finished. Okay. and not until then. And that's a process. And we don't do some of these things, like all things through Christ, are a process. They're not a one, buy a lottery ticket, win big. It's a process. You have to put a savings. You have to work towards your savings account, and it's there for you after you die. You can't spend it now, or you have no treasure. Your treasure awaits. So they love to do this changing of this third eye, bull crap. It's all this. They just change what fathers are already created. So that's the levels. If you truly want to understand what it is that allows somebody to reach the highest level in this maturity, it's by doing the things that Christ. There's actually 7 things in Scripture. Go find them. Go find them. I don't give them away here, and I'm still in a process of following these things. So I'm not done through this process as well. I haven't done all 7 of these things. I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress. Okay. And he said, you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you'll reap what you sow. He will pour out a just measure on each one of us. When we don't all get the same measure, because we don't all put in. He doesn't give all of us the same measure. That's why we don't all get the same measure. He will pour out a just measure on each and every one of us, brothers, sisters. I love the word. It's so infallible. It truly is. It brings us, it should center you, because he's inside of us. He's not somewhere. You don't need to go find him in a temple. And that's a threat to the big guys, that you don't need temples, or you don't need churches, or 501c3, or you don't. No. That's no. Even Putin said you got to go to a church. You couldn't do this in Russia. I was going to go to Russia. I was looking about going to Russia. Man, I love the food in Russia. I love the Russian people. I think I would do really well in Russia. I think I would enjoy living there, but they won't let somebody like me exist there. I'd have to go get a temple or get a church or something and try to minister to people within the church. And he said he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He dwells within the word. So, I mean, I could do it, but nah. I think this word is everywhere. It doesn't need to be restrained. It's not a restrained gospel. It's a get up off your butt and share it and spread it, and don't hold it back. Don't hide that light, he said. So that's what they're doing when they hold it into a temple. Um, so I don't really care if any of these things happen, though. So, Jacket, I don't care if anything happens to me if I don't ever accomplish anything else ever again. I've been so more blessed by Father in this life that I don't understand what I did to create the abundance that he's given me. Just having this ministry is far beyond when I had a bucket list, or I told my son, okay, son, I'm done living. I'm gonna, when you turn 18, I mean, I love you, dude, but I'm not going to be here to hold your hand when you die. I'm just your dad. You got a father. I'm not your father, man. You need to grow the hell up. Your dad, I had a dad, but I don't think I'm going to see my dad. And I don't know if I'm going to see you. I've been a veteran son, a prior law enforcement officer. I grew up on the streets of Los Angeles. These hands have done things. This brain has made me, forget who's in control, and I lose my mind and I give in to self because, I got to do it for my survival, or I got to do it for my job, or whatever. It's not right. It's never right. And so I know that Father, is going to continue to rebuke me for that. But I am who I am. And I know that, again, when I told my son that I can't make you any promise that I'm going to be there. So I need to spend the rest of my life being like the wind, son, like a bird that doesn't need to be told fly south. I need to go, son. When you turn 18, I'm gone. I don't plan on leaving you anything, just so you know. We have the word, son. Remember that. We are more wealthy by having word than anything that we can obtain in our land. I was telling them this when I was but he knew that, and your girls should know that too. They're not going to be. You won't be there to hold their hand. They have a father, and that is Christ. That is I am. That is Shiloh. That is the Aleph. That is the one who created all things, and that is our father. Our mother is our instruction. It's the word that instructs us. So we have brothers and sisters. That's our family. And Scripture, when it talks about the bride and our family, there's aunts and uncles, and people are not very smart when it comes to this word. They don't sup with it. But either way, again, I let my son know that I'm not going to be there to hold your hand. And come judgments, you're going to on your own, dude. And when I turn 18, you turn 18, I'm going to go on the road, and I don't want to own anything. And I just need a backpack, and I need my scripture. And I don't even, son, you'll see, I don't even need money. Father will provide. I don't won't mooch off anybody. You know that, son. I know how to work. I will work for what I have wherever I'm at. And I'll go with something on the road, so I don't have to burden anybody. I'll bring something with me, but God will provide for me, son. And when you turn 18, I'm not going to leave you anything. Just so you know, I'm going to go, and Dad's going to let the wind blow me wherever, because Father's bride is everywhere. And so I'm not doing that. And that is something that I need to do. That if my son has been taken out by the police because they're trying to cover up for this crimes that they committed out here at the ministry, what they did to me, what they did to my son, what they did to my daughter, and they've already done that to try to avoid lawsuit. I don't know what, if you followed this, you've seen how they've treated me. It's been, they violated. I have many civil rights lawsuits right now. I'm certain that I can be filing. So I'm going to get through the criminal case here and then work on the civil lawsuit. And then if I do that, I will have no problems creating this abundance. But it will only be through Father's hands. If he doesn't want it, then I'll get, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to make any plans. So I don't really have a bucket list if per se, but I want to let you know that, for my son is now 25. So that's been 7 years ago. My life was already done and completed. I don't keep going any more of this life. I've been blessed more than anything. I remember telling my son, I said, son, I want to go on the road, but there'll come a point where if somebody can hear this word, son, I'm going to go to the highest place that I can find in this whole world. And there'll be the people, the ears that will be there. Because Father, I told him that he gives us an ear to hear, and not everybody gets the ear to hear. But I said, but the people there will be to listen. And I'll be saying God's words. I'll just be saying nothing but God's words until I die. I'm going to go to the highest point that I can reach and share the word. And I can die from that point on, son. I don't need to. I just wanted to declare his message because I'm already feel like I've been given more life than, you know, I've got to spend 25 years with you. Okay. I only got to spend 8 with my dad. So we have been both blessed to have a relationship. We've had our disagreements and stuff, but we both love the word, and I know you. So you're on your own. This is Dad. I got to do this for Dad. It's what Father wants me to do. And I feel like I said, I feel sometimes very responsible. You don't know anything about it. My son's probably dead, you dumbass. Shut the hell up, you child. My son and daughter are probably dead. You don't know anything about the case. Nobody's abandoning anybody, you idiot. I stayed here and didn't abandon them. And they copped 6 freaking felony charges. Oh, wait, I found out 2 of marked felonies. So we got the attorney on it. So shut up, Lopez. You don't know anything about this case. So you're a child and you're an idiot. You don't know anything about my son. You don't know anything. So go to hell, child. Hell is no knowledge. It's not below your feet. You're an idiot. Heaven's not above your head. So don't talk to me about Elijah John Werner. You don't know anything about him. So Father has his hands on my son. If he's dead, he's dead. If he's not, he can't be in a good place, because why hasn't he contacted me in 15 months? So I don't agree with that. I think my son would have contacted me right now. So I think they're trying to cover this up, and I'll get through this because I have this already put out there. I have the court date coming, and if they're going to want to take this to trial, they're going to have to put out, like I said, Lopez, you're an idiot. I don't have family. You're a dumbass. So don't say anything else. You're just an idiot. You don't know anything about the case. You come in and run your mouth. So, did you hear what I said? I got SWAT grenaded to the face, and you don't know anything about it. So be quiet. I'm going to file a lawsuit for this ministry, and I'm going to put the money into the ministry. I'm going to go on the road, and I'm going to see every country that I could possibly see. And even if I don't, there's already been my son brought to my attention because he's so stinking amazing, and I miss having that part of my life that brought up all the analytics. Um, if you loved him, your own son, dude, you mean dude. If you loved him, your own son, dude, you mean dude. Hey, you're an idiot once again. You can't even make any sense. So, uh, once again, I feel that Father will provide what needs to be provided here, and I'll be able to push through this. And if I don't, then I'm not concerned, because it was Elijah that brought up the fact that there has been millions of views that this gospel has been seen uh, and heard by millions of people. And that's not what I ever wanted. That is way, way beyond the highest mountain peak, as I said, or the highest point where I could go share this gospel. So I don't need to have one more live stream. I could just shut this off, but I won't do that because I don't want to turn my back on the ministry. So, and I didn't turn my back on my son. I went and stayed here. So, in this country, when I didn't want to, I wanted to leave and go to Ecuador. And the property was 19,000. I should have bought it because I had the money. So I didn't. So, but this ministry is now paid off, and I'll try to get the one there bought before I ever get there. 100% paid for. So if you want to chip in, put your money where your mouth is. Somebody's actually already made a contribution. I put it all in the precious metals. So um, thank you for that. Thank you. It actually is the largest contribution this ministry has ever seen. So it was enough for me to go say, hey, this should be not just sitting there as in some paper that can be inflated into nothing overnight. These banks could be turn this off and put it into something that's actually been never gone to zero in the last, because I had to give up all the silver. So um, what a blessing, it is to have that, start that up and to try to rebuild, because it was $15,000 that it took of ten or $11,000 in gold and the remaining in silver. I didn't have that much silver this time. I had 40 pounds that was just taken from me. So, and all the gold taken from me as well. So, um, that was 15 months ago when I was able to come up with, in precious metals, $15,000 in precious metals to get this criminal attorney to get these people to get off my back so I can sue them. And I'm going to sue them either way. I already talked with this criminal attorney, and there are several civil cases. So he's working to try to get the right civil attorney, but we've got to take the steps since it hasn't gone anywhere in 15 months. It's got to start somewhere. And I'm glad that it, at least, like I said, I didn't like giving up the precious metals, because I think if I had held them to the end of the year, they'd be worth at least $40,000. And I only got 15 out of them because I didn't get my premiums, and I didn't get my price that I was hoping to get. And I didn't get the price that I paid for a lot of them. So, because I bought some stuff that had some premiums, like last time, Eagles. I was heavily invested in Eagles. So, and it's okay, because I still was able to get 15,000, and I still need to come up with another 5. So I didn't take the money and put it towards my trial. If we go to trial, which he's giving me an insane deal on, it's not a deal. It's just meant to be. He saw how much, you know, my son's bail was. He's like, huh, 9,000 just on that one. But anyways, who paid his bail? I said, I did. He's like, so I've been stripped back a lot, and that was my way to go down there by the ministry and retire. That's how I plan to retire, by to just travel around the world and share the gospel. So if I have a bucket list, it's to do that, because I just wanted to go to the top of the mountain, top as high as I could reach, peak or whatever, and just have one single person or whoever Father wanted to be there to hear it. I feel like that was my moment. And this is my moment. So I'm not going to let you take that away from me. Anybody who comes in here, you're not going to take what Father is creating here. Father is doing this. Okay. This is what Father chose. This is far beyond any mountain I could ever climb, tower I could have ever built. This reaches all north, east, west, and south. So if I never get to do that, I've already reached that, brother, sister. See how I'm okay? See how I'm edified? I've already reached every country. This ministry's been up for years. I have 6 channels that are still on YouTube up for like 12 dozen years. So there's a lot, there's thousands, tens of thousands of hours of work that's been put in. That's a lot of time. Sharing with others, trying to bring people to the light, always trying to get ahead of the, with the horn, sound that alarm early enough so people can react. Not changing the world, not changing anybody. Letting the word edify people. It's Father's word that makes people get up. Salvation lifted, carried, and brought to an ending point. So the word is what gets me up every day. It's not me. I don't want to be here. I've already lived this life. I could die tonight and not feel like I needed to. Oh, be sucks I didn't find my son, but at least I died trying to find him. Sucks I might not ever see my son again. Might never, my daughter could, and they might, even if I leave the country, brother, sister, doesn't mean I'm giving up on my son too. So, or my daughter. As a matter of fact, I think I've done the complete opposite. So kind of so stupid that Lopez was being such an ignorant puke that didn't know anything about, I could have left years ago, but I stayed here to try to help my son. So, and he's 25 years old. It's not like he's 18, or 16 or 15. He's a grown ass man, but so is my daughter, but whatever. They need somebody to advocate for them. So I'm not going to stop. Just as I said, I would fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison. I'm doing that right now. I'm living that right now. I'm keeping my word. And if they kill me because I died trying, then remember, I've been threatened to be thrown in jail for saying that my son is murdered now multiple times. They've threatened to throw me in jail because I'm trying to locate my son's either hurt, dead, or I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good by the evidence I've shown. And I've produced a lot of evidence, not just hearsay. I have motive. I have locations. I have a lot of evidence that I've built on my own case against Marshal Radonich, against the state troopers, against Lake County sheriffs. I built this own case on my own. I don't want to. I want them to close the cases I've asked and pleaded for them to do for nearly 15 months, and they won't even open it up. But I guarantee you they're looking at it now. Hallelujah. Oh. Wow, that's hard to wrap my brain around, guys, because I was so adamant about it doing something with, Elijah at least, and it will. But hey, at least they're opening up. They got to look at the case now. See what those precious metals did, so I don't care. It is what it is. At least something's happened. At least I'm not sitting here some kind of stalemate. They would have pushed this out. They can go up to 3 years on felony charges, brothers, sisters. They can take up to 3 years to charge you, or to on a felony. They can fail your right of due process. The courts are absolute tyrants, and they have so many ways now to get around the Constitution, and they do it. So somebody like me really is going to suffer because I'm a constitutionalist and I'm holding to the Constitution, and they don't want to go by the Constitution, and I'm holding them to it. So we'll see. Again, this attorney, John Caligo, he knows the evidence. He's going to pull the evidence, and he'll know what to throw at him. I know he does. You don't pay an attorney $500 an hour. I mean, Kevin said it. I was just talking to him. I think it was yesterday. He's like, even if he looks at it for 10 hours, there goes, $5,000, he's going to know what to go throw at him. So that's a beautiful thought. And I'd like to share that with you guys because I can't even wrap my brain around it. I've been going for nearly 15 months. I can't even stop to think that it actually is moving somewhere now, meaning I've been asking them, even Linda Hurd, them saying, open the case. The last time, open the case. Stop interrupting me, whatever. The whole charade where they absolutely just, trampled on my, civil rights. So I will definitely be taking Pat Wolke to civil court for trampling on my rights. And I think he's in on the disappearance of my son. I think they sent him to shut me up, to try to put this one final nail in the coffin with me. I think this is their big dog. I think they sent Pat Wilkie because he's their big dog. And I think he thought he can control me, and he was going to get me, and he was going to come over here and control the show. And he got a hold. I'm sure Vandenberg called him going, man, I've been having a problem with this guy. He will not freaking lay down. I've been trying to get this guy to lay down I threatened him. I did, because Vandenberg's been doing the same thing to me. You think this is the first time I've been threatened to be, okay, with contempt. And so I'm always this close from going to jail, being thrown back, and they always threaten to throw me back in jail. So be scared of us. Be scared of us. Why aren't you scared? I got a black robe on. Why are you not afraid of me? Because you're a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic, freaking tokenized idiot wearing a fake skin. You don't even have any authority. You're just some freaking secretary. You're not even operating in a judicial capacity. Remember, I subrogated the merchant number. I took over power of attorney. I exercised my right of subrogation. I put the court on notice of liability for this case, punitive, right? Damages, emotional and physical damages in the case. That hasn't never been done. Well, it has, but only just a couple of times. That's history. So I don't care what they do with this case, because I know what I did that day, and they're not going to extort me for this number. I will not take a plea. And if they put me in jail, it won't be long, because I have the right of appeal. And I will go after them using the Tresevic calculator of 1983 of 1,084 times a minute that they have me in confinement a minute. And they've had me 15 months strapped down. So I've already put them on notice, and I can get that out of my bond number that they were trying to take from me. I've already froze that up. I'm sure that's why this case has gone nowhere. And haven't told John this yet, but we'll see if they'll tell John this. That was history, brothers, sisters, that we made. What was that? 12/29/2024, I think it was. Freaking A, man, that was history was made that day when I challenged. I said he's not operating in a judicial capacity, and the only way you're going to get this merchant number back, this bond back, is if you can prove that you're operating in an Article 3 court under judicial capacity, and you're not. You're a fourth administrative territorial court. So you're not even operating in judicial capacity, and these Title 18 revised statutes are not in the original Constitution. So this can kiss my ass. But I have an attorney, so we see what he can probably drum up something that's even constitutional. I'm not saying they're gonna drop it, but I've gone this far, and you heard that. Paul Palmer, well, he's adamant about going to trial. That's why Paul Palmer quit. He's adamant about going to trial. Yeah, because they don't want me to go to trial. They want me to just lay down and be a little bitch and take it like, be like a turtle, put me on my back, and I'm screwed. Remember my joke. I won't say it, but not going to do that, brothers, sisters, because it wouldn't be Christ-like. We're supposed to stand up to perverted law, and what they've done to my son is an abomination, and I can prove that. And what they've done to my daughter is an abomination. It's not even constitutional. You don't throw a grenade at somebody that you don't have a warrant for in the same room. That's stupid. Elijah, he didn't have any weapons, and they knew that. So they had an excessive force. They came out and did not operate properly. They thought they came out here and were going to get a different outcome. Father had a whole different plan for them. I think anybody who could be a little bit spiritual could separate themselves from this situation, not be emotional about it, could see, hey, they came out here to kill him. And Father stepped in and intervened. They came with an A plan. Come in hot, piss the guy off, get him to come out with a gun. That's what they bragged about. That's what they told the locals, that there's some constitutionalist out there. He's got arms, and they're going to have a big standoff. That's why they had so many of those armored vehicles. That's why they had so many guys. 25 guys, I think it was, from the state came out here. 20 plus guys. All my fences, you can tell they came over all the fences where, you could tell where they came over all the fences. And the elected sheriff tailed them too. Came out here to try to make sure I never said anything about their corruption, couldn't say, speak, or hear again. And they did a good job, grenaded me to the face. It explains the grenade to the face now. Just make sure that son of a doesn't say another word. Make sure he can't speak. Take his hearing out. We'll deal with it. If he can't speak in court, then we're good. Kill him if you have to. He's pointing out our corruption in our town. And we've been getting away with this for decades. And we don't want the farmers to get pointed out because the farmers run the town. They got all the money and they run the cops. And that's how this town is run, by the farmers. The farmers run the police. The police bring in, like into prisons, bring in the illicit things and they deliver them to the farmers and they get a free pass. And the cops, some of the family members distribute them and they seen out here. It's a little teeny town. I mean, this is stupid. This is why they're so pissed at me, because nobody's ever had the balls to stand up to these cops and say, you're freaking dealing. You're dealers and you're dealing to the farmers. And everybody in this town that's been here for a minute knows it. You don't even do this, you're not even smart how you do it. Your patrol vehicles seen at the dealers in town. Why? For extended periods of time. Are you investigating? Are you picking up? Are you dropping off? What are you doing? Why are you at the airport? Why is this vehicle at the airport? And then seeing them saying, why is the sun out known, seen it? This is not hard. This gets seen in this town. Nobody's ever had enough balls to stand up and say anything about it. So Father sent me here to do this. It's obviously why I'm here, and that's why I can't just stand down and shut up about this. You know what I'm saying? I've got to stay over this. And so that's why I'm going to go ahead and to my liking, I don't want to. I'm going to sue the state of Oregon. I'm going to sue Lake County. And I have several lawsuits. Do I want to? No. Not at all. I have asked for them to just drop both charges and I would go into the night. I've made that very abundant, that I was not seeking a lawsuit. I actually tried to get them to not kick it into the courts before they ever kicked it into the courts almost 15 months ago. For hundreds of hours, hundreds of phone calls, I pleaded. Didn't have any effect, zero effect. They still brought men with guns out here to kill me. Remember, I'm the guy that held the protest with many others out here against the sheriffs during the COVID, against Kate Brown, against Donald Trump. Nobody protested the COVID, brothers and sisters. Did you notice that? We didn't see any protests during the COVID. Who protested during the COVID, a fake emergency? Who held protests against the sheriffs because they weren't doing their jobs? They were letting people do anything. You can run around. I was driving a vehicle that had tags expired for 20 years. It was. I found this vehicle. It had been parked for a long time. It had only like 59,000 miles on a Geo Metro, like one of those little ones. I was like, whoa. But it sat. But the tags were expired on it. And so I was like, well, whatever. I don't care about tags anyways. But I got pulled over in front of my job when I was working in town for the Cinco de Mayo. But anyways, yeah, they said, your tags are. I said, they are? Really? Well, how long? 20 years. So, but they didn't do anything, right? They didn't write me a ticket. They didn't write me a ticket. I played stupid and they just let me go. They let everybody go during the COVID. You could do anything. These cops didn't do shit but collect a paycheck. The biggest failures in this country are the cops and the veterans that aren't standing up, that are qualified, that have a voice, that know how to speak up. So a bunch of lame veterans and a bunch of lame cops. So I held protest against the sheriff's office. And the sheriffs hate me for that. And they haven't forgotten that, because there weren't any other protests against the law enforcement that were absolute tyrants. These are the people who should have been calling out, hey, we did some research. This isn't even lawful. Wait a minute. National emergency. We went and looked. This is a bunch of crap. You're trampling on people's rights. These people have constitutional rights. You're impeding on their Fourth Amendment, their right to be secure in their houses, papers, persons, and effects. You can't make somebody, do something. That's called medical rape. If you make somebody take something, inject something into somebody's body, you force yourself onto somebody, that's called rape. So I don't care if you do it with a needle, that's medical rape. I don't care what anybody says. I know what that is, and I'm calling it like it is. Whether people want to stand up for it or not is beyond me. I already have, and I did since day one. I said, hey, you know what? They're going to put this little face diaper, and then they're going to want to stick you. No. We got to do this flat. I said they're going to come wanting to put the scratch and stiff snicker on you. They're going to get you to bow to the altar of Jabba. Oh my God, you with everything, man. You always got to say what's going to happen. You don't always get it right, you know. I know. I don't always get it right. You got that correct, but I do get a lot of it right, don't I? And I'm not about always being right, but I get a lot of it right because I've got their script. I know why they're doing this. I'm not an idiot. Remember, I've researched this stuff. I've had, 6, different blogs of plus and been on this, been multiple platforms for more than a decade. So this ain't my first rodeo. I've been following these people for decades before the interweb. There was what we called white papers. We used to go to the library and research things, on microfiche and, on the screen, slides, they're no, I've got it all at my fingertips now. So I do, again, have no qualms with standing up to this perverted law, because I know that Father, under this covenant, he says, judge thus shall be judged. So if you go by this corporation and you go by these fake corporate laws and you just adhere to them, then you're going to be judged as a corporation. I hope you're ready for that. When he stood up to that corporation of the day, remember, they had made their own laws, just like today. There's nothing different that was going on at the time of Christ than that's going on today. So don't think this world's any different, because it's not. Remember, King Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun, and you better get that through your thick skull. I ain't playing with you. Okay, you ain't no Cro-Magnon man. You don't have that thick skull, and you don't have that big a brain and that thick a skin. You're this Homo sapien, okay? You're just some thin skin, so it shouldn't be that hard to get through your little thin skull, okay? Because it's not that thick. I'm pretty sure Cro-Magnon, that man could eat and feed himself. People can't feed themselves anymore, brothers, sisters, without a Starbucks and a Piggly Wiggly or the Kroger or the Checkers or the Walmart or the Safeway or whatever, Carl's Jr., Hardee's, whatever, convenience. 3 generations, a woman, a man could go walk into nature and not kill each other over food. So what a lost cause we become. Some of us, not all of us, but as a whole, we've gone to hell in a handbag. So where do you put your treasure? So carry around your little chainmail purse, remember? So, hey, hold on. Guys, I'm going to probably make something to eat here. I need to get some food in my belly. So I was working all day today. We had the hip campers come out here, so I was clearing all the area that had grown out around the driveway because they had to come in with their motor home. So I was use the mower as much as I could. It's had some issues. It sat out there forever. Nice, cool, good stuff. But give me a minute. I'm gonna make a burrito. It won't take me too long. I think I'm gonna put one of those eggs on this burrito. If you need to take a pause for the cause, now would be the time. If you need to use the bathroom or something, I'll come back up. We'll stand here a little bit longer. I don't have. How do you know they're not illegal? What do you mean not illegal? What's illegal? What's legal and what's lawful? You know the difference between legal and lawful? You know the difference between a mandate? I don't go on dates with men, so I don't follow mandates. Codes. That's for a corporation. Mandate. That's meant for business. Ordinances. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. So once again, I don't go on dates with men, follow mandates, codes, or ordinances. Those are for businesses. So what are you talking about? Lifter Dave, 1964. You got a lifter tick going there, man. And your top end. Hey, it must be. It's not a changer, and it's probably just Toyota. They don't got lifters. Yeah, you guys chat amongst each other. You guys, like I said, good time me not to keep running my pie hole here and you All right. Let's work through it. We had some energy come from our... So... Hey, be quiet. What are you guys here? Hold on 1 second. I heard something. Stay. Oh, cool. They left. They probably went to town. They're getting back. They went to town. Stay. Stay here. Hey, it's just the people who are hip camping. It's just the hip campers. We're hip campers. We got hip campers tonight. Isn't that awesome? We'll probably... All right, we're still going? We're still going. All right. We're still going. We're going. We're doing it. We're doing it and doing it and doing it well. We're doing it and doing it and doing it well. There we go. Get that going. Warm that up. Get our egg peeled here. Is it time for dinner time? I think probably dinner time, isn't it? This egg's fresh. It's a little harder to peel. But we're still going over there. This one don't want to come apart very easily, does it? We'll get her. You're fine, Biggie. You're fine, Big. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're still going. Hey, stay in here. All right, make it a burrito. You stay, Big. Stay right where you're at there, Biggie. Do you hear me, Big? You Biggie. Him's the biggest taco. Biggest taco. We need to cut some cabbage. rest of that for dinner. Say the rest of that cabbage. We'll make dinner with that. Dinner. Make sure we got some hot sauce. Yeah. Where's the hot sauce? Where is the hot? Jalapeno. Salsa. What time is it, puppy dog? What time it be, puppy? Put that on there. Salsa. Alright. Chop this up. Egg. Parmesan cheese. Parmesan. There's that Parmesan builder. There we go. And let's put our beef. The beef. What time is it, guys? How is okay? It's time to feed. Here's my burrito. My burrito. My burrito. My burrito. My burrito. My burrito. So let me feed these dogs and feed the chickens. The chickens need fed and the dogs need fed. So give me uno momento, por favor. Oh, Dad's back is feeling it. Oh, I know Dad's back is feeling it. That shoveling. Dad needs to work harder. Work harder. Harder will make you stronger. Make it work it harder and faster, stronger. For the bobbies. Oh, there's my girl out there. There's my girl out there. And where's the boy? Where's Banner? You want some dinner? Dinner? There you go, kid, girl. You're the best girl I ever did have. You're the best kid and girl. Your food's up there, bad boy. The diamond, lamb, and rice. I go first. Then bone. Then bone, bone. Then bone, bone. Good boy. All right, gotta go feed the chickens. I'll be back. Feed the ladies. And Nigel. And Nigel. Ladies are fed. Kittens are fed. Puppies are fed. Everybody's been fed. All right. Now Dad can eat. Oh, there we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. There we go. There's my burrito. My burrito. Mm-hmm. Yummy. Got some cabbage on there. I'm not brainwashed, you dumbass. Get out of here, you idiot. I'm not brainwashed, dumbass. Could have come in here and looked at the earlier stream what we were talking about. Pound sand, child. You don't even go research anything. You just open up your mouth like some bumbling idiot. Go somewhere else. Could have went back on the stream, done a little research, but no, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to meander off with some dumbass comment. Now we're back. They're an idiot. I'd like some eggs right off the back of a chicken butt, eh? No. Yeah, don't worry about it. They're idiot. They don't even know what to talk about. You gotta know what to talk about before you can speak up in here. So, man, that's fire. I don't watch none of that, so I don't know who you're talking about. I'm talking about Nickelodeon or some kind of movie like that, some kids movie or some teenage movie. I remember when my son was a kid, I think that was on. Very bueno. We got some cloud cover in here. It looks like not much though. These people are going to get a good night, good shot of the night sky out here. Hopefully they it's a treat. You live out here, you know, after a while, you kind of get used to it. I mean, it's still very breathtaking, but sometimes there's so many stars in the night sky, it just drowns out the constellations. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Braden, you might as well call Brandon. You're an idiot. Your comment was so stupid that YouTube moderated you. YouTube doesn't want anybody to see how stupid your comment is. Our jalapeno salsa on there is excellent. Jalapeno, I'll put extra on there, but almost there. Yeah. That cabbage on there is fire too. Oh, all the things I never used to eat on my burrito. It's pretty much like meat, you know, lengua, asada, pollo, el pastor, How about a you want beans? I like beans, just not on my burrito unless it's just a bean burrito. But now I like beans on everything. So I eat all the stuff I didn't eat. A lot of things just ate a little different growing up, like my son. So you live in the American dream? No, not yet. A little bit. Man, that was good. That had eggs and cabbage and salsa and it had not corned beef, but I made what's the other one? It's not corned beef. It's oh man, and Berkey water to finish it off. But the cabbage in there was super crunchy, and then I put Parmesan and no, stay. You're good for a minute. I let these dogs out. They want to go out. They just ate, so. Knowing the water is better than everything, I could just live on water the rest of my life. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Oh, not a minute. Never enough water. All right, Patter boy. Get there, boy. Get some dinner. Get dinner, boy. Come on, now. Come on. Go ahead, Tiny. Come on, man. Easy. Easy, kids. Oh, wow. I could eat way better food than that, though. I didn't grow it all myself. Oh, that's a bummer, right? Someday I might get there, but probably not. Well, not like I can't make that happen. I'll just be on the road, so I can't always eat the food that I grow if I'm on the road. I just have to eat whatever. But I'm sure I could pack some to go if it's all freeze dried, all red eye to go. Are you red eye to go? He had eyes of fire. Oh my goodness. It was about that time. Oh, come on, lungs. Work with me here. Work with me. Oh, I got the tear gas lungs, so they just go a little nutty sometimes. Oh, maybe need some cannabis. That'll help clear them up. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. So, Nathan, that volcano off of the Kamchatka Peninsula, there's talks that could have been something other than an actual volcanism event. Have you seen that at all? They changed it from an 8.0. I'm not sure if you watch the channel called Dutch Sense. He's the best earthquake info on the net, for sure. Hands down. Nobody does the earthquake maps and the forecasting. He's been nailing it for 10 years, at least 10 years. I think more than that, but yep, watch Dutch because he's going to tell you. So he was pretty pissed that they upgraded that, because normally the USGS downgrades everything. So I seen him talk about that the he came out and said it was an 8.0. So he's got the system, and then they changed it to 8.8. So I think it's a fingerprint: 8.0, 8.8, 8, 0, 8, 8, 8, 8. That's the triple eights. Here we go again with their Gemini ritual. So could have been one of those events. They can create these things, seismic events, if you will. They have this directed, energy, if you will, to So if you don't watch Dutch Sense, you definitely need to follow his work there and subscribe to the channel, because he puts out the best earthquake content on the internet. I don't know anybody who has a better earthquake forecasting. He talks about the craton, and he knows how all this stuff travels around, what we know as our plates, if you will. I don't do this whole whatever. I'm not going to talk about the way they do earthquake subduction, and it's silly, but there's a little bit of validity to it, but a lot of it is just botched science is what it is. But doesn't matter. It did cause a tsunami. It did rock. There's some video footage that you can find over there in Russia of those buildings shaking really hard. That was a really hard shaking, whatever caused that seismic event was. Now let's not forget that our magnetosphere is weakened by a substantial, potentially over 40% right now. So we're going to see an increased amount of, anytime that energy comes from our sun, that's going to go into the magma that's in underneath our feet, and it's going to heat up. It's going to get excited, and it's going to start coming out to the surface. So focus on the sun. That has a lot to do with the earthquakes, and it has a lot to do with the volcanism. Volcanism normally, again, increases every time that the solar, the minima happens, because we get closer to our sun and we get more seismic activity. What are you doing, boys? So, oh, come on, Luns. All right. Oh. So, good questions. We're still due for the big one. That's what it talks about. They've been talking about right now the was it Rainier was going off Hood, the backside of Hood. I think Mount Hood was going off. We just seen that one go off. Was it in the Philippines? They had one go off over there. Something like 67,000 feet or something. The ejecta went up to 67,000 feet. So quite the ejecta there on that one. Another excellent earthquake, somebody who does earthquake is Dabu, does an earthquake forecast, or not a, but he reports. But um, the best person on yeah, the weather is bipolar, isn't it? These hots, it's low pressure, high pressure. A lot of what it is, art of pain, that our jet streams are broken up, and we're seeing, hot pushing against cold, lows pushing against high pressure systems, pushing against low, and we have these events where, I mean, it can change, 20, 30 degrees in 24 hours. It's in the middle of this is crazy. I was actually talking about this happening, notice this was happening back in the 90s, where I was like, guys, I've never seen this type of stuff. We have too big of shifts. So, yeah, Iceland. So the person that I do see who covers the volcano is probably the best, though, is the volcano, is Oppenheimer, Diamond at Oppenheimer Ranch. He does, every time Diamond normally does puts out a blog, he does an earthquake, uh, and he's really good at pronouncing all those crazy earthquakes. A lot of them have some pretty crazy names because they're in Siberia and in the Arctic, and they have different names. And so, um, if you don't watch Diamond, he's the guy who's been blogging. He was part of the original GMO March for Monsanto 15 years ago. He's been doing it for a long time. Very intelligent, very bright. He lives in Colorado. If you don't watch, Diamond at Oppenheimer Ranch, go subscribe to him here on YouTube, and he puts out an excellent volcano reporting on the volcanoes, and he'll normally cover these things way in advance before they start happening. When they start, because normally there's a lot of earthquakes, and you can see these things happening before. It's like Rainier's been going off, and it just gets it, and it gets closer and closer as that magma rises towards the surface. You see an increase in earthquakes. And remember, they have the LiDAR and the radar and all these systems, so they can actually see where the magma is at. Not much, the one who talks about, that I see talking about Yosemite or Yellowstone, excuse me, is Ben from Suspicious Observers. And I don't like the fact that he does the whole universe ball camp thing, but he still has another good handle. He puts out a lot of good information. He's like an Alex Jones to me. You got to sift through whatever crap to get to the good stuff. So normally there's more good stuff than crap as a whole. So I would, what I found out about Yellowstone is the magma in Yellowstone is not connected anymore. So that's not going to go off. All that magma has shifted over to the craton, across this side, and has gone over through Sun Valley. Yeah, but there's no. That's what I'm saying. There's no magma intrusion. The magma intrusion is moving in the opposite direction, from what I've seen in my studies, and that's why it's coming over here. They say the Cascadia is going to go off. There's a much larger super caldera over here. The Mammoth Caldera is even larger than Yellowstone. You guys are worried about Yellowstone. There's a larger caldera over here on the West Coast. And it's due to go off with Juan de Fuca. That's been going off. We see Rainier, this side of the craton is where it's going to happen this time. It doesn't mean it will not travel all the way around. If you watch, Dutch around the craton and make it over to the Madrid, but there's a larger volcano that's in play right now, and it's because of all this magma intrusion that's moving to the west, away from Yellowstone, and that those magma chambers underneath are actually not even attached anymore. You're just seeing surface magma, not the actual under, because there's literal we don't have a core ball. I mean, it's so obvious. If you ever looked the way the magma looks underneath us, it's not a core ball. That's not how that works. There's not some core spinning ball. There is magma and it comes down, and there's like, large bodies, and then they make their way up to the top like columns. But again, from every research I have found, Yellowstone's not going to go off. It's going to be somewhere over here on the Cascadia. They're talking about there's the Big Bear and Mammoth and the Mammoth Caldera. I'm not sure if you know about that one, but it's even larger than Yellowstone. So, and that's the way the magma's intrusion is moving towards this direction. So, I don't think. I think what we'll see is one of these larger Cascadia, Rainier, Hood. I don't know if we'll see Bachelor or Jefferson. There's Washington. There's some down here. Newberry Crater's gone off. They all have gone, many of them gone off before, over thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of years. But I think we're going to see Juan de Fuca go off because it's already going off. And I think that's where we're going to see our release point, is out off the coastline of the ocean, because there's undersea volcanoes, and people forget about those, kind of like Honga Tonga went off underneath the ocean. It was an undersea submarine volcano, and it went off as well. And so I think that's going to be the one that goes off. I hope we're not, because that's going to flood the whole West Coast. Is going to completely flood it out, to include all of Washington, most of Oregon, all the way up to almost to the Cascades. Probably will flood out. I don't want to overdo it with making forecasts, but I'd almost imagine that everything west of the I-5 corridor will be underwater. So anybody who lives west of the I-5 corridor will probably go underwater, unless you're at a high point. I do, and there's a lot, because it's not. A lot of the I-5 corridors is in the low areas. A lot of low areas in the I-5 corridor. So I do think everything west, once that event happens, it's going to push that water all the way up into, even past the I-5 corridor, to the east of the I-5 corridor in places. But that'll be a big portion of what will be washed out. And I do think that something like that can spur, because I'm here in Oregon, that I can go down to Lakeview, Oregon, about an hour from here, and I might even have the ocean right up behind me here, because it drops way down to Summer Lake behind me, like almost 1,000 feet. It's pretty, there's a big difference. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not making a prediction, but if I had to say what's going to go next, I would say it's going to be Juan de Fuca, and that's off the Oregon coast. So I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be. And I don't make earthquake forecasts. I just watch what's currently in play. And it's currently actually going off right now. It is literally has been going off for some time. So it's just a matter of time before that thing blows. And when it goes, it's gone. It's going to rock this whole West Coast, and it'll send a massive wave tsunami out to the islands of Guam and Hawaii, and it might even bounce. I don't think this one will take as near a hard a hit as like Brazil, but it will get up into the Chamtaka Peninsula, the one that we saw. It will push all of it up that way. They'll get rocked up there, and that side of Russia, the east side of Russia over there, will probably take on a massive. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Is I think they were trying to rock that Juan de Fuca. I think that's what the 8.0 was, guys. In my opinion, I think that's what they're trying to spur. I think they're trying to loosen it up. I think they were actually trying to hit it, and I think they will continue. So I don't think this will stop. You understand? I think they're going to continue to use this plate system to create the event that they want. They want this to happen. They have been forecasting it, guys. Over here on the West Coast, they've been having ham radio operators come in and and get ready for this Cascadia range to go off. Like I said, it's already rumbling right now. You got to pay attention. It's like on Mount Hood, it was going off on I think on the east side, where they have like hot springs over there anyway. So I think it was just kind of a relief. But what it is, I'm telling you guys, you got to pay attention. We have had a weakened magnetosphere since 1900 was at full strength. And in 2023, we wiped out the record, annihilated it. It was only ever 2 equatorial where we saw, auroras. They call them northern lights, right? They're not supposed to be at the equator. When you see auroras at the equator, something is terribly wrong. And that means that energy from the sun has bombarded, penetrated. It is made its way through our protective layer, our umbrella, the canopy, the magnetosphere is what it's called. And when that happens, that's going to go, that energy is going to go into this magma, brothers, sisters, and this adds up like background radiation over time. And so this is what happens. This magnetosphere has been weakening, and so it's changing our jet streams. This is why we're seeing so much broken up of the high pressure, low pressure systems. Look what just happened in the Atlantic. Woke up overnight. It's like somebody turned a light switch on out there in the Atlantic. It was, now we got 3 systems coming in. We got 2, typhoons, or, a typhoon in the Pacific and a hurricane in the Atlantic. What the hell? This is weird. But remember, we still have to deal with this AMOC too, brothers, sisters. That is a part of this La Nina cycle that people keep forgetting, which is also driven by the sun. That is by that normal solar cycle of that 12-year solar cycle of the sun. But we're obviously not in that solar cycle. We've seen 1,000-year floods, 400 years. We've seen people get, countries get overnight, get a year's worth of rain in one dumping, these not micro bursts, but macro bursts of atmospheric rivers. That has a lot to do with Honga Tonga. I keep trying to bring this to your guys' attention. That submarine volcano went off on February 15th of 2022, and it takes time for it to start ringing out into our atmosphere. And we're just really starting to see that. And we're really looking around. You should be very obvious that they're flooding everywhere. How many places in the U.S. flooded? There was like 4 or 5 places that flooded within a week, guys. Major floods. Texas, remember that whole started off with that? I mean, it was just nonstop. We're just begun. This is the problem when our upper jet streams break up like this, brothers, sisters. And like crap, it runs downhill, and that's what we see. So this breaks down into our atmosphere, and all these layers eventually going to reach these upper jet streams, and they're hammered. Look at images of our jet streams 10 years ago. Go look at it today. I've done videos on this, guys. I've done videos on this now I put a video out on this on Silver's Like Gold. Maybe I'll pull it over. I can't pull it over. I can't figure out how to do that. But go watch that channel. I show you images of the jet stream. It's not that nice, bending like it does. It's all broke up. It's like a woman wearing curlers. We've got all this high pressure, low pressure, and this is all why we have weather that's just all over the place. I mean, one day it's snowing, the next day it's sunny and hot. I mean, we've been getting these deratios. What the hell is a deratio? An inland hurricane? I ain't never heard nothing like about that ever. I've been watching weather my whole stinking life, and I've never heard of no deratio. Then we get events like that happen in, where it came off the Bahamas there with Helene, and it came in, came up the Carolinas. It took out all that. Remember, it spun for 7.5 hours inland, over 100 miles inland. A hurricane, that is not possible. I'm telling you, that is a physical impossibility. No way in hell. No way in hell would an inland hurricane, any hurricane I've ever seen come inland, breaks up. That thing came inland 100 miles and spun for 7.5 hours. There's definitely some change in, and it's not just, you got to understand a lot of this stuff too, guys. You got to bring to the table that there are directed energy. There are little weather weapon treaties that they're not supposed to be using these things, but it doesn't mean that they're not. There are literal treaties that this whole idea that, oh my God, well, of course they're manipulating it. They come off with a natural storm off the Africas and then juice it with their towers. 5G doesn't have anything to do with that. So it absorbs the oxygen out of the air. That's what a 5G is. It's nothing else. It's not anything else. It's an oxygen absorption. It's 60 gigahertz. It's 60 millimeter wave. That's what it is. It's U.S. Navy patent military weapon. Okay. It's not anything to do with the internet, and it doesn't have anything to do with weather. So sooner you can just do the research, you'll find out I'm not wrong. I know exactly, and one of the few people can point it out. It's been used since it's been around for decades. So it's not something new. Okay, not by any means. It's 5G is just a number that they put on a weapon. And it's called 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave, and it's an oxygen depletion wave. It literally can pull the oxygen right out of the air, right out of the atmosphere. So that could have an effect on weather, but it's not used. It's not what they use it for. And that's not. They use what is these ionizers, these HARP, these high aerial auroral research facilities is what they call them, because that goes auroras is because that's in the ionosphere and the magnetosphere. Remember, it's when they already said our upper ionosphere collapsed, but nobody cares. So they already said that the functioning of our atmosphere has failed. So, and they know that, and they put it out in the general public and doesn't even understand what that means. What the upper ionosphere allows them to go out now, and they said they can capture energy out of our atmosphere now. Well, no shit, Sherlock. What do you think Tesla was doing? See what I'm saying, guys? This is something they're very good at. Why did they have? The only reason we haven't seen, I'm pretty certain in our whole CERN collapse, I'm pretty certain, no reason for concern here, or I'm pretty certain we haven't seen a complete collapse of our atmospheres because they have hadron colliders. They don't have just one in Switzerland. They have these things all over this rock, north, east, west, and all hemispheres, and they keep these things going, and this keeps this magnetosphere from collapsing completely, because otherwise I think it would have already. I think that's one of these things that happened in 2023 where they actually let those, because they don't normally announce when they're running these. The only one that I see that ever gets programmed on or forecasted on, like how many teleelectron volts are putting into it, and they say they're smashing atoms together. That's a sidetrack. They're taking a magnet. I mean, a massive, massive, massive magnet. And if you take a magnet and you wrap it with copper and you spin it in a circle, brothers and sisters, you get electricity, or you get a toroidal field. You know what I'm saying? No, there's no portals. I don't do the portals. That's not what that is. They're keeping our toroidal field, our magnetosphere, open, so it doesn't collapse on itself. That's what the LHC does. I don't care about them smashing. That's a bunch of garbage. The God part, that's a sidetrack. It's like trying to say 5G has anything to do with internet. 5G has nothing to do with the internet. The LHC is a magnet. Go look at them. They're big, massive, massive magnets, and they spin those magnets around. That's 1800s technology, a generator. That's actually been around for thousands of years, millions of years. Magnetism is polarity. So that's what those LHCs do. But remember, the LHC is just one. That's the largest one they have in Geneva, but that is actually the largest man-made structure known currently to man. But there are many of these hadron colliders, okay, that are placed throughout our rock. And I know they spin these up to help protect our atmosphere, because they know there's going to come a point where that sun is going to cook. It says it in scripture. It talks about men will have boils on our skins. This sun is going to you're not going to be able to go outside. It's going to be like a microwave if you go outside. All you people worried about 5G and all these other, microwave. You live in a microwave. You don't think they can't turn those towers on that you live in? Yes, they can. They can microwave all of you like that. All of you are gone from the inside out. We don't know what happened. Get the fuck out of the cities, you idiots. If you live in the city, get out of the city. Get out of these cities. They're not places. Father doesn't like the Broadway. And you got all the Broadway that you got in your big cities, don't you? Your Main Street, your Martin Luther King, Jude, all these. Yep. Stay in your Broadway. Just keep doing your Broadway. So, whatever. You do you. I'll keep doing me. So, that's right. There you go. Sabrina, there you go. Because they know that's coming. They know this is coming. I'm not foolish. And I'm not trying to cause you to have panic. Remember, I've done something about it. I've got 28 feet down. There's a storm shelter there. There's a archive. There is a place to put 15, 20 people in there. Be a little crowded, but it's there. I put the time in it already. I'm not completely done with it, but it will serve the purpose for now. and it wouldn't take me, if I knew something was coming and I'm normally going to get ahead of time, I'd do what I need. If I don't get it all the way down, I'll put a whole nother backbone down. I'm just never satisfied with things. I always just want to try to make them improve what I've already done. So since I didn't have any blueprints or anybody to tell me how to do this, I took the design of multiple companies, the largest, and designed my own shelter. So thank God, because if something happens, I can get away from it. I might not be able to go outside, and I don't think it'll be permanent. I think it'll be a temporary thing. I don't think it'll last. I think it'll go in waves too. I think it'll get worse and it'll pull back and it'll come back, and it won't be. This is when it says sorrows. I think that's going to happen on our sun in a cycle. So I would plan on not being able to go outside because it's like a microwave outside. And if you don't get microwaved by the sun, you're going to get microwaved by these towers in these cities. Microwave, radar, 5G, whiz, towers, all that spewing, all that waves of radio waves. Radioactive. I'm on a Mexican radio. I wish I was in Tijuana smoking homegrown. Oh. Speaking of, hold on. Let me take a pause for the cause. Yeah. I think a lot of these things, Sabrina, are not going to last as long as people think. And I think that all these things are survivable. And he said you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you got to try. It can't be one of those people, oh, why would you even want to try? Why would you want to be one of these people? What are you, like a turtle? Get you on your back? You can't even flip over? You're screwed. Like a bump on a log. You're just sitting there. What do you know? Oh, I'm such a spoiled boy. You guys are spoiled. You know that? You guys are spoiled kids. You're the best spoiled kids I ever did have. Oh, I'm going to have some purple Hindu here. Hold on. Some purple Hindu. Purple Hindu. Yeah, see, the seeds, you're not going to grow the seeds, Sabrina. Thank you for... You're not going to grow food during this, when this happens, too. That's another thing, guys. You got to have your food prepared now. There's a reason why he said have extra oil. Maybe some extra cannabis oil, too. That'd be good for some good medicine if you need it. So, little dab will do. Ooh, maybe that's a good idea. Hey, hold on. I haven't done that in a minute. Let me I'll put some terpenes on this one here. Some terpenes. Let's go ahead and work my butt off today. medicine better. Oh, but we have some terpenes here. And this is some rosin, some live rosin. And because I don't do narcotics and I don't do pain pills, they try to put me on all that stuff because of my back's all screwed up, but it's okay. I don't take it and I feel better when I don't. So, oh man, I just get signal pain, and actually it's my chest right now. That's no, I don't do none of that. I don't. Jesus wasn't of Nazareth, so remember he was Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. Remember they said nothing good could come of Nazareth. Remember? They say he was Christ of Nazareth, but he was born of Bethlehem. Remember that? There's a reason why he didn't tell them. They wouldn't have hung him. He wouldn't have made that covenant. Remember? He had to make a testament with his bride. It had to be a contract to fulfill, like a bride and a bridegroom will go to a public place and nail that bride contract to a stake or a tree, like they nailed him to a tree. These idiots. They're like, no, you're a bad man because you use cannabis, but I'm going to go take some of my Adderall. I'm a Mexican American. Not me. I don't touch the stuff. You know, they don't put that shit around me. I'm known for that. And if you do it, don't let anybody see you do it. Or get something to do our dad. So. Boy, to him. Hold on, I gotta let these puppies in. They want to come and stop giving him kisses. He doesn't want kisses, pants. Kiss him. He's not gay. I'm inside. Stop being gay. Oh, come on, window. Fucking cops. Oh, my goodness. These windows has never been the same. That one like that, yes. That window don't want to close for some reason. But I'll do it tomorrow. You know, my back's not feeling it today. It's all right. It'll be all right. It's all right. It's okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on a second, guys. Do a little picker here with my little picker sticker. It's actually a knitting. It's a knitting needle. I used it as a little picker. It's a long picker. I'm just knitting. Don't worry, I'm just knitting something down here. I'm just knitting. All right, let's get this in the right spot. In the right spot. You gotta get it in the right spot. Just a little dabble do. Man, I had forever. I don't really use this oil, but I'm gonna go ahead and use some of this oil tonight because I actually did the whole damn driveway. I was pretty impressed. Oh, whatever. I'm not 20 years old. I always say I could work these 20-year-olds into the ground. Piece of art. It's pretty silly. I don't know. Well, art is progress. I remember when I went to college, and because I like art, I'm an artist. I am an artist, but it's a process. So I'm a work in progress. Okay, we're supposed to be like time, like wine. We're supposed to get better with age. So looks are deceiving and looks fade. So you better have brain, some wits about you. Your body starts. I want a woman to love my brain. Man, I love him. I love him. He's got such a big brain. So, but no, don't worry about it. I don't have time for all that. I'm too busy with the ministry. But I've got this mad passion. I'm in love with the word. So I do. I love the word so much. It's such a blessing to have it in my life. I'm married to it. I'm married to the word. See, here's my ring. I got 2 rings. Right? Hey, hey, hey. Ha ha ha. All right. Hold on. We're going to take a pause for the cause here. You guys, I'm going to be a wee bit timid here. I put some of these high terpene live rosin on there. So, all right. Might go to the moon. We're going to go. You want a trip to the moon, Alice? I'll give you a trip to the moon. So, all right. Appreciate your time, guys. Thanks for hanging out with silly old man here. Hey, I don't get called old anymore. How come nobody's called me an old man? Hey, Grandpa. Where's Grandpa at? I have been called old, though. Somebody's called me old. Oh. I think I put a little more on there than I thought. I think you got to reach up and grab me by the boo-boo. I know. I think I'm just going to let it. Almost the other day, I'm like, don't shave. I'm like, no, just shave for now. It's summertime. You can let your beard grow out in the winter. My beard would grow so fast right now. I know it would because my nails are growing like every 2 days, every 3 days. I got to cut my stinking nails. It's getting annoying, but it is what it is. But it's like every 3 days I have to cut my nails. So my facial hair would go real fast right now. So I don't want to, I'll wait till winter comes and then it'll slow down. So I would have to, it does. So I have to shave it every 2 to 3 days now. It does. And I don't like it, but it's okay. I just rather not, but I'm not sure. I only read the interlinear Textus Receptus. Oh, I only study out of the 12th century canonized version of the text, Hebrew Old Testament. Interlinear meaning both Hebrew and English, and it was canonized, meaning they pulled out every word and defined the words that were in it in the 12th century. There's no other version that I would recommend reading. So, an interlinear gives you the ability to take the words that it has some issues, obviously, but it's the closest thing you're going to get to the original text that was written on the scrolls and the tablets. That's it. So keep all your other versions, just archive them. And then when you get that down, go back and look at them. You'll see the difference. Goes, man, I'm glad I don't study that anymore. That's watered down. That's not the original version. This says something completely different. This is not what the original text says. They've added these words to it. So people get that into their dialect. You start adding words that weren't in the original text and you do it out of habit. That's what he says not to do. That's you're translating. He said, actually, don't add even a period. Don't add a jot. So that's like punctuation. He ain't even like a yod, is it? Or, it's like a letter, but a tittle or a comma, don't add to my word. It's standalone. It doesn't need added to. That's why I don't try to go over a bunch of text that I'm not 100% on. I'm 100% on the gospel. I do kind of tend to repeat the gospel often, but I don't care. I love the gospel. It's like music to my ears. So thanks. for asking. That's what I study. So there are other ways to study, but you want to study out of the actual canonization process where they actually took out each word and used the lexicon to define it. They used the Hebrew lexicon definition, Webster's dictionary in English, Greek lexicon. That's what they had to actually translate, and they were much closer to the original origin back then in the 12th century than we are now. Right? It's not the 12th century anymore. They're brothers and sisters. There's been a lot of translations going on. That's why I stick to that one particular version only, because that's the closest one that we're ever going to get in our lifetimes. And it's such a blessing because most people don't read it. They read some watered down version of the word. And, you know, imagine being in 1800s, have to go walk on foot with your wife, you know, and your kids to hear a man like myself share the word with you. And it was watered down. It wasn't even good gospel. It was some other gospel. Now you've got all this access with eSword and these concordances and that that pull these words out one word at a time. Yeah, but you guys say that the book of Enoch, but you know, oh, that's I always say that, but which Enoch? You guys know so little Enoch. I'm a Magi. If you know what a Magi is, then you know who you were talking to. I am a Magi, okay? Enoch talks about when, you know, each one of these independent, this whole celestial firmament above your head is not what people think. That's why there's two different Enochs, okay? So, you know, most people don't know there's a second Enoch, you know. It is. It really is a lot. And all of them are. All of them are from the original text. Okay. I'm not saying you can't read the Ethiopian text. I'm not saying you can't read the 1611 version. I'm not saying you can't, but until you get the original gospel down first, get gospel. He said, I am the Petra. Get that rock down. Don't build your house on sinking sand. Build your base off of a strong foundation, the rock. That's why he said, I am the Petra. Okay. And so when we build that off that base, then we can look into these other books and they make a lot more sense. Or we can look at them and go, wow, that's watered down. You know, again, the example that I use often is when it says in scripture, he gave his power and his authority to the beast, would leave you to believe that's a man. But if you'd study the Greek, you would know that it's neuter gender, so it can't be a man. And that's why if you actually read the text, my text says it's gave its power and its authority to the beast, so because it's not a man. But if you read your text and you read right through that and you don't start breaking down these words, that would lead you to believe that it is a man, because it says his in your book, his power and his authority, but it doesn't say that in the original text. And you can go back by studying the actual vernacular, the word, the dialect, the tongue. Go back to your grammar. Is it a verb? Yes, it's a verb. Oh, wow, verb. I can't believe in Jesus because belief is a verb. Wow. Well, I have to actually put legs on my faith, you know? So this is why they do this, because it's very easy to start adding things like the word Lord. There's no such thing as Lord. Lord is the word master. And it doesn't say that in the text that I read. It doesn't have the word Lord. It doesn't say God. It doesn't say Christ. Christ is a word that was added into the text. That's actually comes from paganism. It means to be anointed in oil, but that's not in the text. You guys all read these other versions, not you all use, but and you add to the text. And there's all these other versions, and he warns of it. Don't add to my text. Don't add even a letter. Don't add punctuation. Don't add more than anything, don't add your own thought. Idolatry. Don't add your own idolatry. Idolatry is the one we do the most, meaning we just make up our own version of the agape. And guilty, I did it for more than decade. I did it for a couple decades. Not perfect study. It doesn't matter to me if it's doesn't. So No, it's good. I don't think so. It's as good as it gets right here, boys. I got the 4G Wiz camera. 4G. I can't even put on anything on the thing anymore either, too. It won't let me add anything to the video. Oh, well. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Good stuff. Well, it's starting to get a little chilly in here. A little. Oh, it's top on here. You stay. You stay right where you're at there, Pants, Mr. Bone. All right. Looks like those people are enjoying themselves over there. Like a nice camper. Puppies are attacking me. Tango, you're attacking me. You big old boy. Oh, would you big old boys? What do you have in your hair? I have to go through there and brush that out of there. I don't know what you got in your hair. All right, all done. All right, hey, all right, we're back. We're back. We're doing it live. So I get the ladies put up. They're all crazy. You guys are both crazy dogs. They're the craziest puppies I ever did. Crazy guys. This dog is being nuts. You're crazy like your dad. Crazy over the rainbow. I am crazy. Toys in the attic. All right, hold on. We're going to take another chooch off this live rosin in the BH. We're going to the Bravo Hotel. I took her to the hotel. Couldn't have been a motel. Oh. You're going to go walk right back through here, Tango. I know it. Go. Walk through here. Go. Just one of you in here. There's only one. I love it. YouTube's so stupid. It is. It's silly. It's just garbage sometimes. Oh. Move that over there. Get that out of the way. Mine says 6 or here. Yeah, I know it's silly. Mine said 1. It doesn't matter. The numbers are so. This is a Shadow Band channel, so you're just blessed to be here. Just give all glory to God that He put you in the eyes of this revelation. So, to be a witness, to be here to be a part of the ministry. If you're one of those that are in the narrow way, if not, get the flock out of Dodge. Nice to see you, but don't want you here. I don't sup with vipers, and we're not on this other Jesus in here. And God doesn't love everybody. Stop telling people that God loves everybody. You're a blasphemous Nephilim. So you go after balls in the sky. We just speak simple in here. We don't try to make it all complex. This is not some complex spinning ball camp. Corkscrewing and spinning on a block, rock, ball through time and space. So, you know what I'm saying? People are so silly. Father only lives a fraction of the whole. Just a tiny. God's bride is a little bride. It's a little flock. It's not a big flock. It's a little flock. It's a house of many rooms, but it's never. I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. These people have no idea what that means. So there is no number, remember? 144,000 isn't a number. That's a parable. It's an idiom. It's probably less than that. How much you want to make a friendly wager? I already said that earlier in the stream. How much you want to bet it's less than 144,000? Greater than or less than? Oh. But there we go. I love it when you do me right there. There's only one way. It's the narrow way, guys. Brothers and sisters, there's no other way. The only way to the Father is through suffering, through the Son. He suffered. He was crucified. They hated him. You were supposed to conform to his image. What do you makes you think you're supposed to be here to be loved by this world? Oh, you got that other gospel going. That's why. The other gospel. So the easy Jesus. The sweet cotton candy Jesus. Come here. Lolly, 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 lollipop, lolly, 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 lollipop. Boom, boom, boom. The old watered down Jesus, your Massey, Jesus, holy Jesus. Come on in and visit Jesus. Come be saved. Does anybody need to be saved? We can save you here today by clipping the coupon, and you can deliver your coupon and have it drone delivered to God himself. Holy smokes, God's in the sky. Drone delivered God. Your God is a drone. Your God's in the sky. Your God's a ball. We'll deliver it by drone to the ball. Your personal message. Now you can be saved for only 50 bazillion cheese whiz bits. But you gotta have the cheese whiz bits. You got some of those? Oh, cheese. This guy's the whiz. He's got it all figured out, huh? We're gonna get your ball god, and we're gonna deliver your cheese whiz bits by drone to the gods in the sky. So, silly crackers and grape juice. It's cheddar cheese. Listen here, you with your nose on your face. So, who is their God? Their God is I am, or what, the ones with their hats? Hats. Like MAGA hats? MAGA. That's a silly little red hat. Rabbit. Tricks, you know. Well, whatever. Watch me. Gee, Rocky. Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. So, this tiny hats? Uh-oh. The little hats? Well, it's not a hat, so. Really, really small. They're like tiny. The oh, ye of little knowledge. They'll be thrown in abyss. They don't have a crown, though. They won't have a crown. You have to have a crown when you get there after you die. He said in Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Remember, like a thief in the night, he will come in the dark. And remember those months, the equinox months, equal day, equal night. I've taught you this already. It's right here. So, little round hats. Uh-oh. There's only two kinds. There's vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy. So most people, abyss is what is in their heart. It's what awaits them because they don't have the gospel on their heart. So that's all that matters. So we don't care what anybody thinks. We only care not what cameras think, not Starlink, stinky muskrat satellites, God's in the sky, Father's inside us, so he knows what we are thinking, and he knows you're not going to be able to get away with anything. He pours out a just measure, so anything you thought, he knew before you even thought it. That's the beautiful thing about the Most High I Am. He's the one who's pulling, he's a puppet master. He's pulling the strings of these idiots. Well, they're not. They're masters. They're wise. You got to remember these people at the top, top hats or whatever circus show they like to run. Come to the big, their duds caps. Never mind. Like, all right, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're the Masons. The sheriff's a Klansman. The judge is a Mason. But anyways. Oh, sorry. All right, anyways. Moving on. We don't care. Jimmy crack corn, remember? Yeah, there we go. Driss got it. That's right. Father is the one doing it. So we give all glory to Shiloh because Shiloh is Father, and he's the one who is who sent his son so he could suffer and fulfill the covenant. So we don't get there by covetousness, right? You're not going to get there by gain, by having more, or even it says those with less will have more, and those with more will have less. So you're not going to get there by your riches. It'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So all rich people go to hell. All famous people, you want fame, if you're loved by the world, it says you be hated by my Father. All famous people go to hell. You could have your treasure on this rock, or you could put it in a higher place, power. principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness, the rulers of the darkness of this world is who should be fighting, especially your flesh, yourself. You are your biggest enemy. I am my own worst nightmare, my own worst enemy. I do. I make my own. Well, pornea is alolatria, auto-autonomous, self-driven. Ha ha! Remember, latria, self-driven by the eyes, not by the word. He doesn't want us to love what we see of our eyes. He only wants us to love his word. Love is 2 John and 6. It's to walk and follow in his commandments. Carry on as you were. I ain't playing. Homie, don't play that, remember? Their big top clown show. Go ahead, put on your little reindeer, silly little reindeer nose, your little fruity wig, right? Toucan Sam with your nose or whatever your rainbow fruit flavors. Taste the rainbow. Little Skittles, Puffs. Go back to them little crackers, huh? All right, never mind. You guys need to be entertained by a bread and circus. So give enough of that, they'll never stand up and say a damn thing. So, but you guys are doing good. Thanks for your comments. Remember, you're the comment section. When I go in and I read the comment section, that's where I find the meat. Not saying that I don't find it in the blog, man. I do. I love people who put out good, good information. I don't even care if it's the information I'm looking for, like my own bias, because I need the other side to be able to distinguish the forest from the trees. Reality's not written in a book. That's the word Bible. Bible means book. He wrote it. His story. He's the writer. And shut up, loser. He didn't get to use the right term. He didn't invoke his right term. He just got shut up. He got shut out of history, and he's the victor, gets the spoils. So in a book, you find one side of his story. So reality falls somewhere in between the lines. Can you read between the lines? Most people can't. They can't distinguish the forest from the trees. They're either too close or too far away. He said, if you'd be hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. So we don't like lukewarm. It's a kind of a tightrope that we walk, if you will, but not some clown show, right? It's fun to watch. No, there's nothing wrong with the screen. That's as clear as it gets. That's just what you're dealing with. I got crappy internet. Remember, I don't do the 5G whiz. That's all there is to the whiz. It's just oxygen saturation depletion. Uh-oh. It's no better. It's no better. But we tried. That's it. That's all you get. They don't want you to see my ugly old face anyways, so just listen to what. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Oh, you got a name called South Park. Listen here, Paramount. Let's see what this show. This guy's name came in. His name was South Park. Let's show South Park. So, South Park, can you define the word hell? South Park says, what is this retard? Oh, never mind. Can't have a conversation. My moderators will get you out of here because they moderate more than their fingers end up probably with blisters, and they're actually probably are like freaking look like He-Man. I am the power, like Castle Grayskull. Thanks for moderating, guys. Appreciate it. Even if you're quick on the trigger, I don't care. It's all right. Better than not sup with vipers or cast your pearls in the mud. He said that so twice, and then throw them. Get them up against the wall. Against the. It's all right. It's okay. People don't love these truths, and it's okay. We're not here to be loved by the world. That's the way it works. You're here to be nice, then you're not wise. So you have to be here and shed this upon others like a light, share it and be charitable. He says, love thy enemy. So be charitable with the Broadway, right? Hey, see that Broadway? Now there's the narrow way. So it's okay. That's what I'm saying. You got to be charitable with the broad way too. Show them to the narrow way. That's all it is. This book's not overly complicated. If you get outside, you start reading other books, you're going to get confused about the gospel. You're going to start adding to it or twisting it or changing it. I don't do that in here. I make sure we stay very gospel based and we don't retard, restrain, restrict, negate, cancel. Make sure we know what the abyss hell we're talking about. Abyss. Hell is abyss. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's this empty space between your head. Is it not? By definition, it's no knowledge. So, hello. Is it hollow? Is there anybody out there? Doing good. We've been actually. Uh, we got orange, baby. And we got orange. We got red. We got some of them colors there. Look at that blue. We got all. Thank you. Yeah, vinyl in there. And you've been in there for some, but we've been teaching with the board. We've been just using the board to teach there with the 923 ritual where that's underway with their street sweepers. They're ISIS, ISE apostrophe S. They're the mercenaries like Al Qaeda, ISIS, Al Qaeda ICE, ice baby, ding 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 ding, or like Cube, or like T. Like bone. Careful, I'm giving you the meat. Chew up the meat, spit out the bone, brothers, sisters. Eat the meat. All right. His father's will, not of my own. He obviously still has me here for a reason. I think they already wanted me dead more than once, but that's okay. I'm just going to keep staying in his word, and that'll be my armor. He said, put on the whole armor of the Father Most High. Shiloh, my love, God. So, the word is my savior. It is my weapon. It is my armor. It is my salvation. It is my marriage. It is my love. Because everything else is a lie. Not in this world that I live in. Everything else has been perverted, inverted, upside down. Woe to those who call good evil and evil good. So that's what I see. 33,000 emails. Remember? Billary? Secret emails, all that. Nothing happened. All these people, what about this EGOD guy? All these discoveries, all these people who did all these, spent all this extra money, and all these millions of dollars, billions of dollars that they found that was corrupt. Where did anybody go to jail? Anybody held accountable? Father will hold them accountable. I'm not trying to condemn them. It's hilarious. This world is inverted. We live in a world that's upside down, completely upside down. So you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works. So I'm on this interweb, which could be very evil, but also we're not like any other channel. And I know that, and I'm fine with that. I don't care how many people come or go. No, actually, I like the ones that to stick, but that's up to Father. But, I'm saying this channel ain't about numbers. So I'm glad Father shadow banned the channel, because that way it keeps it here and going, and it keeps, apologize, get your notifications, because it was working for a minute. We actually were breaking the algorithm, but Father's got the restrainer on it again. It is what it is, right? Jimmy crack corn. As long as we get to be here together, it doesn't matter whether there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, they'll all be in their midst. So that is my Shem. That is my Aleph, right? He is the leader. He's the one who is the leader of this ministry. He's the one who formed it from the foundation of the world. He knew that this High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries would be here. He knew of Grace and Truth Ministries. He knew this gospel. He sent his witnesses. He always says he would, 2 of them. So I don't know anybody else that's covering the gospel. Brother Jim's not covering the celestial gospel, but that's okay. You don't need the celestial gospel. in the firmament to get to Father. That just adds, like in the book of Timothy, to your faith. It just gives you more edification. So hopefully your celestial abyss and celestial eyes in this ministry has been eye-opening, awakening. So you look up. And you don't just look down, because this life can get you down, and it can be hard. It's a life of sorrows, and he has these beautiful celestial firmament markers that he left for the bride. If they have a spiritual eye to see, but not many. Many are called, but few. Only Goss will have an eye, a celestial eye, to understand the celestial gospel. But that's okay. I'm totally all right with the fact that even if just one or two of you people have ever gotten it, the whole time I've ever done this, it's all it's ever been one. I know its Father is the one. He will put the eyes and take their scales and lift them, remove them from the eyes of those he chooses, and otherwise it will fall on deaf ears, and they will not have an eye to see. So it'll like be speaking to the wall. I won't be able to change that person, no matter how much I try to change them. It won't, even nothing. It will be like just talking to a dead, you know, a dead lamb, a dead ram, if you will. But see, we must pay that sacrifice to self, and that's where our prize lies in after this flesh. We get our prize after we die. If we suffer as he suffered, purify ourselves as he purified himself of this world, nothing is more important than knowing that, the wedding feast that we're going to feast. That's why we get to feast and sup. That's why he said, don't sup. That's why we don't want here people that aren't in the narrow way. It will upset the apple cart. Father says, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. This is in the book of Ephesians, Paul's writings, 5. And I don't like doing the numbers. I really don't. I wish I'd not ever do numbers. I wish I could just turn the numbers off. I can't. I really wish I could. But he does it by, man, what? His eyes been bothering me too today. Just, I don't know, the sun seemed to. I was staring at the sun for a while, trying to get it to. That's okay. I've got that whatever that's in my eye that I can. Yeah, he does it all by the number, but that's okay. Numbers are part of scripture too. There's very important, he doesn't do anything that's not exact. So there has to be a number assigned, like 7 is probably the most important number. That's the number of maturity. Not lucky. I'm not talking about 13 or 7 or these triple sevens. I'm talking like as some kind of, I'm talking about to be 7 is to be matured. And we reach a point when there's the 7 things we're supposed to be doing that Father wants us to be doing, that it says in scripture, then we reach that maturity. But remember, 7 is the number of judgments. There's 7 ram's horns that are at that final, remember, bowls, the bowls of wrath that are poured out. So he does it all by the number. There's not by chance. It's all done by number. It's not by luck. So try to remember that too. But the number is gospel, because how about every day cross till you die? So every single day, keep adding it up until you die. That are by the number. We'll do it that way. You can't set it down, so you can't miss a day. No subtracting, or nope. So it's a 100% add until you die. It's a daily cross. You must carry it. So see, it's an exact math. Otherwise, you're destined, and you're not. You're bound by fate law. You put your cross down, your crown. You let someone take it from you. And you need to set that at the crown of the feet of Father in Shiloh when you get there. So don't let anybody steal your crown, especially yourself. He said you must endure to the end. Endurance comes with pain. That's a long marathon. That's not some short little sprint or a jaunt through the little tulips, tiptoeing. It's a long race, marathon, and you got to finish the race strongest if you want to win the race. You got to be the one that finishes the strongest. So wherever you're at in your life, but to have your head held in victory, you got to finish strong. So don't give up, brothers, sisters, no matter where you're at in that race. Try to pace yourself because you know that finish line is going to come someday, and that's when you're going to need to finish the strongest. So don't burn yourself out, but it's a 7-day cross. You must take it up every single day. You can't do it every day. Yes, you will. Father's will. He'll make you. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knock, and I will come sup with you. Deny yourself daily. Who shall ever come after me? Take up your cross daily. Who shall be my disciple? Take up your cross. Follow after me daily. So we got to do what he was doing. And he suffered, and they hated him. I hope this world hates you. That's right. Give us this day, he said in the Lord's Prayer, where I pray to him every day. Not like heathen, useless prayers. I know what he knows what I want. He knows what I need before I even need it, before I even want it. He's the one who's created all things. Why would I even ask him? You know, like somebody came in here earlier. Grandma died. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for taking Grandma. And she had a long life. We want to be Grandma right now. I'm not even Grandpa, but I want to be Grandma. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to live no 80 years. Imagine what it was like 30 years. Holy smokes, man. This world's out of control. Before microwaves, before radios, before, man, we rode on horseback to hear a man share the gospel. And it wasn't even the gospel. It was some watered down gospel, some easy Jesus. We have it so blessed right now. But man, for grandma, grandpa, anybody, you know, it's been here a long time. I would not want to see everything. Now I've studied history, so I know, you know, remember history and the losers too. It took a lot more time to find the losers story. You know that in history. People always forget there's another side of history because there's reality, and that's not his story or his story. It's the reality. Ha ha! Yes, it is. It's like distinguishing the forest from the trees. People don't get it. That's okay. They have a bias. Come on, bias. You can give it a try. They want you to try out their bias. So that's not reality, and that's not history, right? History in a book's not. You find only one side. So try not to get yourself, you know, so much on your. That's why I'm so hard on definition. And aletheia. Remember, I need you to go back and study to find yourself approved by Father. Not me. I'm not here. We are here to help each other out. That's why we're here. Iron sharpens iron. That's why we don't get off this. Like, you don't care how if we do it every day until we die. Oh, they're always doing the same thing in there. Well, yeah, that's what we do. I mean, we keep up current events because you got it. You can't be an ostrich and put your head in the sand. And he said, don't build your house on sinking sand. So he is the head. Don't put your head in the sand. Okay. This is not the time to go to sleep on the job. This is when you're supposed to be, you know, being prepared. If you know where we're at in scripture right now, you know we're in the book of what is in the word that calls sorrows. Sorrow, 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 sorrows. Does that mean great again? No, that means worse, worse, and an intensification. It's going to get even worse, and then it's going to pull back, and it's going to get worse. It's not like a carrot dangling in front of your face. You're going to have to be ready for this. You're going to have to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, because it might pull back and then feel like it's all over, and it's no. That's when people are going to go to sleep, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as Lucifer. You're an idiot. Don't moderate this, Lucifer. Lucifer, do you know that that's not a word? There's no such thing. That's as real as Chewbacca. There in 666, you couldn't even define. I think I might have seen you in here once before. You don't know what 666 is, so you're an idiot. You have such a stupid name because you don't even know what it is. You have it as a label, but you don't even know what you're representing, like the Nike swoosh, you know, street sweepers. They're going to take people like this too, I'm sure, very soon. Low hanging fruit. So there's no such thing as Lucifer. That's not ever. It's not biblical or scriptural or ever written in the Testament, Old and New Covenant Testament. So where do you? Well, it was put one time, added way into the future, but not. It was never a part of the original word. It's only written one time, and they've been a whole generations for idiots like you to put it as in your name. That your name is the word Shem. You're an idiot. I'm for certain of that. So there's no such thing as Lucifer. That's as real as the Easter Bunny. Like I said, Chewbacca or something, an Ewok. What do you want? So that's your name. It represents something that shows the ignorance of society. So and you're a full-blown ignorant idiot. I'm sure of it, because I don't think you can even answer me what 666 is, or what 666 is the number of what. Don't anybody answer. Let's see if Lucifer 666 can answer. What 666 is the number of what? Lucifer isn't real, so let's just cancel that. It's only written once. It was never written in the original text. So that's like a whole generation of idiots that call themselves Luciferians. A bunch of freaking Chewbacca's running around. Oh, we got those too. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet too, right? They're Lucifer. The word Nephilim means bully, not giant. That's the word Anunnaki. What are you, Skywalker here with your Bigfoot? Chewbacca? I want to take your big feet and stomp on out of here, because you couldn't even define anything. I don't think you know your ass. Somebody who's stubborn, like a unwillingness to learn, like a mule from a hole in the ground, or two cheeks to the same hole, wings to the same dragon. So, goodbye. Do you like Israel? Well, what is Israel? I rebuke the United Corporation States of the USSA Americant that supports an apostate nation out there in the middle of the desert. I am Revelation in the book, that I speak. Pastor, this minister, Israel. Remember Jacob, who he loved, who he gave. Jacob was a man, right? Who he loved, right? Well, he was kind of a shit stick, wasn't he? And Esau, he went after father, but he faltered, and he was like, wishy-washy. Are you an idiot? You have USA in your name. I rebuke the United States of America. I hate the United States of America. I'm a veteran, and I can speak up about that. This country is an abomination. Your name is just as bad as Lucifer over here. There's no USA. There's no United. You're an idiot. You know that, child? Come in here and ask me a stupid question. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. I'm being real with you. You don't like it? You might want to understand what you're talking about. The USA is a disgusting, filthy swine. And the corporation, USA, supports this fake Israel over there with a bunch of fake. It's Israel in scripture in the book of Revelation is not one single under this covenant. It's all flesh. So it's not definitely 100% not that place that's committing genocide, because he said, let vengeance be mine. So it's not that place. So would you like to speak up? Do you support Israel? Would you like to answer your own stupid question? Remember, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Freedom bombs and democracy bombs. Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. Why can Israel? Why can the United States? Why can Russia? Why can Pakistan? Shut up. Your name sucks, just like the USA. Crumbling nation of a bunch of people. Don't care about the own people in their own little bubble. They're going to draft women in America to war. So what do you have to say about that, USA? You know anything about your own fucking country you live in? I took a note to the Constitution, so I still have a First Amendment right to use that one, correct? This ain't Stasi fucking Nazi Germany, right? Papers? Yes, it is. Fucking idiot. What a stupid name. Don't ever come back here, USA. I rebuke this country that I still am confined in right now. As soon as I can leave, I'm out of here. Adios, muchacho. And I'll still try to help the people in the confines because Father's got his hands on this. He knows what he's doing. It's not up to me to try to change anything. I already served the Constitution. I already took my oath and got my honorable discharge. I don't consider it honorable, but it is what it is. But I took an oath to the Constitution. My first order as a general order as a military veteran was do not quit your post until property relieved. So I'm going to serve this Constitution. I'm going to a constitutional republic on the Ecuador, where it is a constitutional republic. This used to could. That is in Ecuador, in case you might want to get with the times. Shouldn't probably tell everybody. He might beat me there. So prophet. There's no such thing as prophet. You're an idiot, Luis. Prophet means teacher. That's the word scorpizzo. You don't even know the words. You're a bumbling idiot that come out of your face. Too bad, so sad. Sucks to be you. Luis. No más. Pendejo. All right. Yes. I will guard my post. I will not quit my post until property. So that's your first general order that you take as a military veteran. But whatever. I'm a soldier of God, so that's why I serve and do what I do. So if you don't like it, go somewhere else. I'm not here to hang out with people who just want to do this speakeasy Jesus. You know, we're an abomination, mafia nation is what we do. We've been policing, stating everybody. You better pay for oil with U.S. dollar or we'll drop some democracy bombs on you. They never did find any weapons of mass destruction, did they, in Iraq? Freaking idiots, man. People, no, it's okay. They're still touching kids at airports. They dropped 3 steel buildings. Mr. Warp Speed with 2 airplanes. And then, yeah, they're still touching kids at airport, but nobody cares. Touching your little girl's slot, you know. Yeah, so don't die for I didn't take a note to the Constitution. I took, to the USA or a flag. I took a note to the Constitution, a God-protected right of the people, the right to choose. The law of the land, that's what the federal government was put there, was to protect the constitutional rights of the people, not make laws. If they did make laws, they were done through the Congress. Remember House, we have Senate, we have judicial, legislative. There's no checks and balances in this. They do what they want by executive order. Presidents don't make tariffs. The Congress makes tariffs. Congress makes tariffs. You can't change a tariff. You can't make a tariff. Presidents don't make tariffs. Doesn't matter, brothers, sisters. They still get away with it. So don't tell me that they're doing anything close to it is fascism. We see that. Who do you think elected Donald Warp Speed so he can be President Blind 11? The Fortune 500 companies. Don't fool yourself, Louis, at all. It's not Luis, right? It's Louis. So it is fascism. We already see that. Who do you think is making these people? This is a corporation. This is even worse than that because it's just all a company. It's not even a government anymore. They all work for this corporation called the United District Criminal, whatever, fascist, communists. Basically, this is, what's the difference? Socialists. That's what we saw during the first 45 administration. Like, Lewis got 3 bikes. Nathan doesn't have one, so we're taking one from Lewis. Nathan gets one, and Jacket's getting one too. That's socialism. What's the difference between socialism and communism? Kevin Breidenbach, 6 months. Just a matter of time. One always leads to the other. So that's what we're at. We're basically a fascist communist. I mean, this is something we never, and they're going to make it digital communism. That's right. Social credit scoring you, just like they do in China. And they're going to do this on a world, as soon as they can get this whole American freedom idea out of people's heads and they can just go under this, one world rule that doesn't even say it one single time in scripture, not a one world order, not one single time, not a one world religion, not one single time, and not a one world currency. Doesn't ever say one single time, but that's what they're doing. And they got everybody going with thinking, this is in the scripture and this is biblical and you're an idiot. Shut up. Doesn't say that. Doesn't say a one world anything. It doesn't say one world in anything, and people think they live on a flipping planet. That's how a bunch of idiots. I live in a world full of idiots. I can't wait to die and get out of here, be done with this one. It's okay. I don't care if he keeps me here for 50 plus more years. I'll keep going. I'm just saying, this is a stupid place, man. This is the stupidest thing ever. The people think they're spinning around on a block in the third dimension on a rock or a ball, whatever, to whatever, block or ball, it don't matter. You're spinning on a shape, are you? I think you're getting a little bent out of shape there, bent, twist, change, warp. Froward is the word Hebrew. I got some stickers in my socks. I was working all day in the weeds there. I apologize. So 100% USA is a fascist, communist, soon. Remember Mr. Warp Speed says, oh, we're not doing none of that, C digital. We're going to become the digital capital of the world, Mr. Taco. Man, he ain't even a street taco. Man, I'm ready to go for a lengua taco right now. Frickin' Mr. Bender. Frickin' Taco Bender. Top. Yeah, there we go. That's the crowns they gave everybody. As soon as I started bringing up crowns, they gave you all crowns. Remember their no kings ritual? Come on. I'm not saying I'm a trendsetter, but I don't know. You tell me. They didn't have any of these things till I started putting up this revelation over and 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 over again. 3:11. I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. 3:11. Let no one take your crown. And now you guys all got crowns. Before the crown, no king's rich. I was telling you long before that. I was telling you that this king of this best pit is Abba Donald John's lover that he's putting in his tower. Of the 4 + 5 is 9. If you skip Joe Biden and then you put the Biden, right? And then 4 + 7 is 11, you get President 9/11. I mean, are you that freaking blind as a bat? Like in a laboratory or out of some market in Wuhan and some soup, like bad soup. But anyways, remember, I come quickly. Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your. No, there's no kings. There's no kings. Don't worry. Not even King Solomon, who said there's nothing new. Remember, we had Nebuchadnezzar. Let me stop. Let me just stop right there. Oh, we'll just stop right there. So. I don't know. Well, it is. It's because I can't do the screen. They've got it all screwed up. So just deal with it. I don't know. Jimmy Crack Corn. They messed up my deal. They're taxing my gig, man. Shine this work with Windex Major, bro. Oh. Oh my goodness. They take the streaks out. I don't know what to do. Everything is in reverse. I live in a world that's woe to those who call good evil and evil good. So this is the world I have to live in. I live in a world where I get threatened to be thrown in jail because I say that the cops might have murdered my son or marshals involved with it. And, all the, remember? So I live in a backwards world. It seems right now to me. I don't know why they flipped the script on me, but remember, I can't even put that stuff up in the background anymore. They give it, the Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. He's the master, so you can't serve two of them. So it's okay. I go through the just craziest things in my life. I'll be happy to get this one over with, brothers and sisters. I really will. And I'm not that I can't still create a lot of amazing things through Father's hands and through me, but through his word more than anything. And so I'm in it to win it till the end. I'm going to endure. So no matter how long and hard he makes it, I'm going to, but I get some freaking crazy, you've probably been a witness if you've been watching the channel. You'd be like, how does this dude even stay going? So it's the word. Without the word, I'd be a mess. I don't know how I'd do it. I don't know how I'd even get out of bed. So, hey, what's up, crows? I haven't seen you in a minute or 3 or 5 or 7, crows. as the rooster crows. So we got Nigel out here. He's our black rooster, not a crow, black raven or crow, but I love crows. We were speaking about crows the other day. Actually, I was thinking about you the other day. We were talking about crows. So we got the crow. I got have my crows out here for cool. Right on. Remember, you don't ever have to say anything. So people don't people don't have to say anything. That's cool. Listen to me when people say stupid stuff that they get brought up in the comment section. Oh, pastor's going to say something. So it is what it is. We bounce off the comment section. I wouldn't imagine if I didn't address the trolls. So remember, we have to blame that on Lady in Red. She said we got to feed the trolls. Just part of this. We got to do it, and it makes sense. I could just shut them off, but that's no fun. You know, it's not like like a circus show, but we could learn from other people's ignorance, right? Or you know, bring them to the narrow way. It's how we do it. We show them to the narrow way. They think we're beating them up or something, but we're not. We're just showing them to the light. So we can all learn from mistakes too. So, but it's okay. People don't say anything in here. I've had people come in here and say they've been here for years and just decide to speak up. That's always super edifying for the ministry. It makes it all feel like it's not in vain. And I know it's not in vain, but just like it's not me serving the purpose here. That means they're reading your comments too, guys. Like I've been trying to tell you that over and over and over that you're that comment section. That's so awesome. The comment section is just some of the best. That's what I do like about this modern world is that we do have, you know, chat, which used to be it's kind of weird how chat has been developed over time. It first started, I kind of remember even before like chat and remember like way back in like web TV. You guys remember you could get that keyboard and you could get the internet on your TV instead of having a thing you can make it appear and you could use that, in that chat section got really big. That's when chat started blowing up like crazy. Um, that made it really big with the keyboard and to be able to talk. I don't know if you guys remember the envelopment of that, but then it almost became like I don't mean to like a dating thing, for people. And there we go. It's a process. Yeah, we're cool. Thank you, lady. But yeah, again, we together make this ministry, brothers, sisters, and we this like I said, the comment section to me is where a lot of the meat of a lot of the blogs where I learn more because once it's put out there, it's like then that opens the doors for other people to make these comments. So the blogger to put out the guy that opened the door, and that's where I feel like that's what I do here more of the time. I just keep going over the gospel, and you got to listen to my trauma life, my general hospital lifestyle, or whatever I got going on here. But there's other things that I may talk about because I know that I don't just talk about the gospel. I talk about our magnetosphere and, the sun and the weather. And I bring up geopolitics and economics and, a lot of things get brought up in here. And then you guys bring up things too as well. So that's again where if you go back and you look in history before that time, we didn't have that with the ability of chat. And I think chat has turned into something that is beautiful now that we can use for dropping links and finding other ways off the internet and link up with others so that we can um, all learn and we are supposed to that reproof the word is what it tells us to do, and that means we're not supposed to just accept. That's like a filter so that when we go back of and what I'm saying, we can refine. It's like put ourselves through the fire. It's an iron sharpens iron type of ministry. So I'm blessed to have that, guys, and I'm blessed to have you guys that have been here for the ministry's been up for years here. So this is not the first. Obviously Predestined for Light started here but then moved over to TikTok and then blew up over on TikTok, and then we got banned on the live, and they banned both or whatever. I can't. We got it's like the other old channels like Truth Viral and America Ever After, but I can actually add content. I can add content to TikTok. I can't add to the YouTube channels, America Ever After or Truth Viral Television. I can't even get in the emails. So um, I'm just glad they're still up. That way the work's there, it's up, and I've had content taken down and stripped all the subscriber base back and the view count and all that, but it doesn't matter because the work is still there. And so um, it's a blessing, again, to have you guys here now as a part of this comment section because you are part of the ministry. And it's going to go down in, you know, historical, biblical, scriptural, his side, that side, losers, all side history, that you were part of that. What your comments here were part of something that is such a blessing for me. And I want you to know that. So thank you for being a part of it. You know what I'm saying? So just know that you guys, this has been such a blessing to have in addition to my life, as I was saying earlier in the stream, because this is far beyond uh, what a mega church, the numbers that have been reached in here. A mega church is in one place, and although it be numbers, that they don't reach millions of views and faces. And that was years ago now, almost, that my son told me that. So I don't even keep up with the view count anymore. And it doesn't matter because remember, the view count doesn't matter to me anymore. I didn't never matter to me to begin with, but it blew me away. I was like, oh, I'm done. I'm done. I surpassed anything I thought I could ever, or wanted to do. That bucket list that I was saying to you earlier. I don't need to, you know, I don't need to do anything. And this is superior to anything I'd ever thought that Father would allow me to be blessed with. Treasure that you couldn't measure, you couldn't put in a box, or you couldn't count it with the commas, or it's a different kind of treasure that I was never expected and didn't expect anything. Again, I want to, if you notice that I don't say that word, I really want to take that word out of my vocabulary. I could talk about the word expect, but I don't think that, or deserve, it's the same thing. Those words mean the same thing. Uh, I don't expect or deserve anything. You see what I'm saying? I've reached the point in my life where there's nothing. I don't, there's nothing to gain here. What do I have to gain? I don't need to, I mean, if I could get somebody over on that other property where my son was supposed to have been there, then I wouldn't even had that, and that was kind of the plan before whatever happened with him, what's happened. And, but one last property, and then I'm not going to have the financial, burden because I don't get a retirement. I don't get Social Security. I don't get veterans benefits. I don't get anything to kind of retire. And every time I get a big chunk of retirement in precious metals, it gets taken away. This last time I just saved up the last 15 months, and this time I had to buck up and get the attorneys. They don't throw me in jail. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here right now, guys. I wouldn't be right here now. Well, you heard I wouldn't be here now if Father didn't protect me, and he always does. And during court, but I, I wouldn't be here, and I think it's more important. And if not, Father would put me in jail if he wanted me to talk to just one person. I told that to my son before we all went to jail that night. That was more important. We need to be used and be the vessel. And Father, like the thief on the cross, we don't know when our time is, and our timing is not for us to ever decide. We need to just let Father work through our vessel and let him steer the ship. So I'm so blessed too, again, to have, I miss, you know, um, yeah, I don't like to expect or deserve. I'm saying the word deserve. You know what that means, deserve? That's the same thing as expect, right, to me. So I hope that I would never say that because that's not, I don't deserve or expect anything in this life. I don't want to make any plans. You know, I have somebody brought up earlier the bucket list. Cool, but I'll be done when Father says I'm done. Nobody's going to stop this ministry. Nobody's going to stop me. Uh, Father has my place and space in this time, and I've already served the line. I live on a line. I'm going to go to the line. The line is hados, the separator. I'm not, and I am not this. I am dark, just like you. I am flesh. I have the same thing, but he brings me from above, and I know the horizo because he made me the scorpizzo. It's just the way that I am. Uh, yeah, that's all I have. It's just a bucket list for the ministry. I don't really have one for myself. Myself personally, I'd like to see my son again, but I don't know if I will, because at this point, if he's mad at me, which is complete opposite him wanting to move here, bringing his household goods to the property, and in a transition, it wasn't going to be overnight, but that's a huge deal. And then getting materials to build his house to never talking to me again is at least a note, some kind of somewhere, not like a third party contact where he could just, I'm alive, F you, anything, you know what I'm saying? Just anything. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Father is in control. Um, just doesn't make sense. He could say that he hates me still. The only person that I've talked to that would know Elijah pretty well would say, well, Tracy, um, if your son really hated you and knew that it was hurting you, he could just not talk to you if that's what he knew how to hurt you the worst. So, well, that's pretty raw dog to say, but I like it when people, like I said, the comment section, brothers, sisters, play that devil's advocate with me, because I told you, even though I have an open mind and I do like to look at all sides before I make my decision of anything, I do like to have people, I can get a bias. So, I mean, that's a possibility, but I don't know, man. Uh, no, I mean, that makes no sense. I mean, that if that, then he's not mad, then he would get a word to me. So, um, he's either been unalived or he's being held for ransom. And that's why I think it's Marshall Radonich who's holding him for ransom, and hopefully he hasn't been murdered. Now, I've been saying that he could be murdered because I have shown motive, quite a bit of motive, and with the state being involved. Because remember, I'm not able to get transcripts to the attorney for a police call for first service. And when I call for service, they threaten to throw me in jail, you know? Um, so I don't have answers to some of the questions, that I have in this case that don't, well, maybe I never will. And one of those things is I may never see Elijah again. I might never talk to him, which is just, it's baffling to me because um, he could come into this blog without breaking a third party no contact and watch, you know what I'm saying? And see this ministry not make a contact with me, and so to get an update. But I don't know anything about him. I don't know. I don't There's just too much motive in this case for both of my son and daughter to be missing. And if it was just Elijah, that's one thing, but it's Elijah and his wife, you know his girlfriend of many years. That's my daughter. And I think it's the involving the law enforcement are involved because of seeing the way the law enforcement has acted in this case. I think they have every bit of motive since the beginning. They came in here and wanted one thing and they got something else, and they really screwed this case up bad. And that's why I just had to give up those $15,000 of precious metals to keep myself from going to jail. They were going to throw me in jail. So I had 6 days, and they had no jury called, no summons jury, no witnesses called, no nothing. And they were just going to throw me to the dogs, throw me to the wolves. They don't care here. So, um, but now something's going to happen. So, I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that. I've never been to jail. I just gotta, you can find them taking me to jail, swatting my house, hauling me off to jail with the SWAT team on this channel, man. Oh my goodness. So how about getting hit in the face with a grenade by a SWAT team? You want to see me deal with the SWAT team? Check out how I deal with the SWAT team. Okay. I'm a prior special weapon tactics trained myself. I've done this. I've been trained by the #1 SWAT team in the country, Metro LAPD. I've done all this. I've been a pig, law enforcement. I was a military police in the army, so I have this experience. I went through the Highway Patrol Academy, Oklahoma City, uh, at scene traffic reconstruction, crash, no accidents, whatever. Not by chance, not by accident, all things, happen for a reason. But you'd have to know the case to know what I'm talking about. So it's quite a lengthy case. It's never been open, but it is now. So right of due process been failed. My 14th, 12th, cruel and unusual punishment. My Fourth Amendment has been violated. They've stripped me of my Second Amendment. My Fifth Amendment was violated. Right of due process. My Sixth Amendment, that's my right of trial, fair, speedy trial, call witness in my favor. Fifth Amendment, adequate counsel. I can go on and on. So I know my rights. I'm a prior pig, so I should know the law, correct? That's why it is what it is. So they attacked my son. I'm gonna use the law to try to protect my son and myself. And instead they attacked me even more, attacked my son even more, and they may have killed my son. And I said it in open court the last time I was in court, that my son was murdered in the county by a judge that was listening from that county. That shouldn't, why was he even there? Drove 4 hours away from a completely different county. So, makes no sense on this recent uh, judge driving 4 hours, 5 hours away. So, um, it's unbelievable what was done. So kidnapped my daughter that day, threw her in jail, release her later, drop her charges. If I can find my daughter, she would not be struggling right now. You know what I'm saying? No, I didn't defend myself in court. So, but it's okay. Father wanted whatever happened. I was okay with the whole situation. Like, thought I had it all figured out until I knew they grenaded my son and my daughter. That changed my whole. Well, that shows that they came in here with excessive force from the beginning. So I have their balls. I got the state of Oregon by their balls now. And I've got Lake County by their balls now. And I have the federal government by their balls. And I don't know why they won't call me either, but they're chicken shits that have never ever returned a call once about the corruption and the dead police officer in this county and Sergeant Rourke and all the $25,000 worth of, uh, that got stolen from me that the law enforcement wouldn't, because they were backing up their locals. They don't want to do anything. I know exactly what it's about. And now I didn't know that at the time, just like I didn't know I was speaking with the Josephine County judge the other day, reporting that my son was dead in the county that he was from, should have stopped the case and said, wait a minute, we're going to take a recess. Now, you just said that your son was murdered. I'm a seated judge in Josephine County. Now, what do you mean your son was murdered? This is the county I'm seated in. But instead, he said, I don't know what you're talking about, and try to flip the script on me and make me talk about the case. which I am talking about the case, but the guy isn't. I'm going to take Pat Wolke and sue Pat Wolke. I will sue him for his bond, and I will sue him for violating my constitutional rights of cruel and unusual punishment. What he did, he threatened to throw me back in jail. He told me I was nutty and speaking gibberish by reporting my son potentially murdered and my daughter in the county that he is a seated judge. That it was definitely showing more motive. And I know that wrong. And that's why Josephine County wouldn't give Paul Palmer the records of them saying, when I called there to try to send, my son had already been shot by the state police, to have to send Josephine County out there and say, please don't shoot my son again. Okay. I know he's there. He's got to be there. I found my daughter's car there. I'm more concerned about my daughter because her car's there. What the fuck is her car doing there? Her car shouldn't be there. Her charges were dropped back in September. He told me the car was sold to him when he said he didn't talk to my daughter or my son, that they were denying his calls and he'd not talked to him since they got out of jail. Come to figure out, he's been saying that a former special ops pig defended himself in court and complains that he got shafted. What are you talking about, idiot? Nobody defended himself in court. You're an idiot. Get out of here. I know you're not talking about. You must be talking about somebody else. You're an idiot, is what you are. So you don't even know your ass. Can't even keep your what's being said straight. And there's thousands of hours for you to go before you open up your mouth. So listen here, Sparky. With your goulash, you're just a bunch of pig shit swine in a mixing bowl of nonsense is what you're making. Nothing. So go somewhere else. You don't know anything about the case once again. So I'll find my son and daughter one day, brothers, sisters. I will find out if they're alive or dead. And if I don't, then it is what it is. At least I died trying. So whatever cost it takes. Nobody ever made me any kind of GoFundMe. Nobody ever paid for my legal fees. Nobody chipped in anything. Even as a veteran, not even one person helped me. Not another veteran came to my side. So that's why I said I will not quit my post until properly relieved. Not even another veteran. You know what I'm saying? So no worries. Father's got my back. I covered it with the precious metals. Once again, I covered the precious metals to get my son out of jail. You see the look on an attorney's face when he said, who bailed your son out? I said, me? He's like, should have seen what they, silly. I just sat there. How, Louis, you been in the room? I just told you what I did. How would you not hear me? Oh my goodness, people are falls on deaf ears. Remember, that's why. So, anyways, I'll move on, brothers, sisters. Right now, I'm trying to do the best I can to live the American dream still. Like I said, still eating chicken eggs out the back of a chicken's butt. Fresh eggs. Got my ladies back out here, which is awesome. Still got this 20-acre beautiful plot of land out here and able to have time to share as much time as I spend on here. And share all this time with you guys. I have big responsibilities out here, but I don't have any responsibilities. My responsibility is to Father in the Word. So I don't care about worldly things. That's why I'm able to keep my sanity with my son being, reported murdered or dead or missing, and my daughter raped, and nothing happens of it. And they threaten to throw me in jail every time I talk about this. I get more charges or threaten to throw in jail. You could write a movie about it, and you wouldn't even believe it happened. I don't think anything that would this be real, but it'll get out there, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Like I said, I already was hoping that with somebody would pick this up from some other federal agency to come in and try to get this swept under the rug and take care of this. Like, well, we better get this taken care of because our ass is in a sling. This guy has already called the DOJ. This guy has already called, everything from DOJ down to his locals, offices where they're, because the state was involved, there's special offices that you have to call they can't police themselves. So you got to call a different office. So Kate Brown at, Tina Kotek, doesn't get me anywhere. So I've tried and tried and tried. I've had you guys calling even before they ever came and SWAT raided this house. I was live streaming, having you guys call Lane County sheriffs, and you guys were calling from all over the world. It even says it in their evidence. YouTube caller calls and says, so it's part of the discovery. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it'll all work itself out. I know Father has an end to it. And so at least when I get through with this criminal case, I go look for him full time. Then, I might slow down here a little bit, but I'll still do the ministry. But if this case, I can get it taken care of, obviously I'm going to spend some time. I'm sure I'll leave the U.S. as soon as I possibly can. So I might even leave the U.S. before I even look for him, to be 100% honest with you. Because if I can get the case dropped and he can have contact with me, then, or he can't, and it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be in that. I mean, with this whole Grox and, oh boy. I mean, that's the future is. Oh, yeah. But a computer is just zeros and ones. There's no computer learning or anything like that. There we go. Like I said to he's picking a job that the whole future is going in this direction anyways. So, but it's not going to matter very soon. It'll go to straight like communism, where it won't matter if you are a computer scientist or you're a person scraping bubblegum off the bottom of a desk or something. You're going to get paid, the same. They'll go with some universal basic. This future is not what people think. So, that's where I just sometimes really wish I could talk to my son, see where he's going right now. I mean, this stuff ain't gonna last long. Remember what the scripture tells us, brothers and sisters. It says the iron will not cleave with the watery clay. We're in the age of clay, so we're not in the golden age. This will not last long. This is they're gonna try and make their attempt, but remember, stick to what the word says. It's not gonna happen. It's not. It's in a sense, it already is. We have already blended ourselves with these personal computers, which used to take near freaking city blocks, and we take them to the pooper now, and we study on when we're taking a dump, a deuce, and we get to study or talk or do whatever, whatever. Just, you got what I'm saying. It's we're there, but we're not going to actually see this, where they're going to try to take this future tech. I know what the word says. It doesn't mean that we're not going into a massive tech, world though, and a massive AI. And AI is not artificial. There is not any artificial intelligence. It's advanced. And anybody who's fallen for that is an idiot. And I don't want to be around anybody who thinks that a computer can learn and have feelings. And this is some Wall-E shit from, programming you from the first time you saw television to get you to think that there's some gods in the sky, and that they're going to do this whole thing. They have this whole world thinking that there's gods in the sky, and they're going to bring in this tech through this, alien reveal when there's no aliens. See, all this is just man pulling all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Just doing this stuff over. But a computer doesn't learn. And this is the problem that I have with this modern day society. You know what I'm saying? It's silly because they've already done it. See, now they've already got people thinking that a computer can learn. They were doing that shit the other day with, oh, it won't turn itself off and it's fixing itself. And it's not. No, it's not. Shut up. That is the programmer. A computer program is a program. Like a virus, it corrupts the mainframe of the program. People are idiots. People have lost their minds on what they think a computer is. A computer is zeros and ones on a fucking screen. Grow up. You watch too much of this movie bullshit. I'm tired of this world. I cannot wait to leave this place. Computers don't learn. There's no aliens. There's no gods in the sky. There's no big feet. If a computer can learn, you're an idiot. Computers have feelings now, and they've already given a computer fucking rights. They've given a computer rights, brothers and sisters, because these things can mirror and mock us, right? No, that's the programmer. That's what a computer does. You put in a bunch of crap, it's going to output crap. What do you think this meta hive mind? The computer knows what everybody knows. That's all it knows right now. It doesn't learn. Why do you think they've been metadating everything? Why do you think they allow you to get a better deal when you shop at the Safeway or something, when you let them track your sales? This is all part of this metadata hive mind. But it's basic computation skills. It's basic computing. It's no more than a 0 and a 1. If you don't understand that, then you don't understand basic computing, let alone quantum computing. Go into some 5D computing, which is not some bull. See, that's the word. People are idiots. I'm so serious. Robots will be able to have emotions that we will not understand. Now it's time for you to go, dumbass. Robots don't have emotions. Fuck off. Kiss my fucking left and right cheek, and you can just stick it right in that hole there, buddy. Enjoy the one-eyed cat. Now you gotta go. Go enjoy your program. Keep supporting the fucking system. Seriously, guys, this is the problem that I have in society because they've already done this. They got dumb fucks like this thinking that a computer can learn and now it can have emotions, and they given them rights. There's already given rights to computers. See how this goes? And it's already happened. I'm already way ahead of this shit most of the time. It don't matter. I don't care. Remember they used to drip this out to you, iPhone 5, 6, 7 a year at a time. Robots, on strings, whatever. Now these things are freaking doing backflips and the Macarena and riding bikes and shit, riding each other, come on, grow up. Boston Dynamics much? Hey, we're doing a welfare checks. Anybody in here? Nope, they're not saying anything. Send in the dog, So that's what they've already done. They've already given these computers rights. This is where this is leading, brothers and sisters. You don't see this, but it's already happening. So, that's why I start cursing, because it just pisses me off. And I'm not like upset. It's just like, are you that freaking stupid to think a computer can learn? A computer is going to input and output whatever is input into the system. It's not going to learn. So, yeah, the indoctrination. Yeah, if AI is an antichrist idiot, is what they are. But there's advanced intelligence, brothers, sisters. That's advanced, but it's not artificial. Okay, so no AI. I'm so tired of this stuff. Some of the people are smart enough. They've asked these AI systems can trick these AI systems. So these AI systems aren't that smart. barking at over there? I think she sees the campers out there, huh? She probably sees the campers. Probably sees the campers. Seed in the mouth before you plant it. Good stuff. That's how you do it. That's good advice right there. Good conversation there. Obama, it's in the Bible. Huh. Oh, what are we talking about? Zero Fox. Zero Fox Doodles in here. Say no to GMO. Hey, you guys remember Diamond from Oppenheimer Ranch, guys? I told you earlier about his channel. He's one of the people that originally was in with that original Monsanto March, guys. That's huge. You know, that's I remember from the beginning. A lot of people pushed against this, and nobody cared. So that's why we pretty much eat food flavored poison now. I mean, it has gotten to where we really don't eat food anymore. It's the fruit's all the same size and same shape, and it's not picked at the height of nutrition. It's picked so it's looks good at the store. It's um, you know, it's crazy how we've just allowed our children. We take them to McDonald's and feed them chicken nuggets when we're grandkids because we love our grandkids, right? I mean, how many times you heard that story? Oh, taking the kids to McDonald's. Oh, you must hate your grandkids. You're just poisoning them to death. You know, the ants don't even eat this stuff. You know, they get the 35-year-old cheeseburger that still hasn't changed or something. I mean, it's, ugh, you know, I used to think I used to eat that stuff, and I still don't eat as good as I want to. So I'm trying to I'm going to make a shift this month, and I'm going to go and try to eat nothing but eggs and meat because I've been lacking a little bit, and I figured it out what it is. I'm not eating enough red meat. I have eaten so much red meat in my life. It is a little too much because I sold meat for more than a decade of my life. I sold all, natural Angus, traceable, free range chicken, gold medallion pork, wild caught seafood. So I had access to the best meat that, money can buy. So I got spoiled, and I've shied away here because I've just been kind of poor, guys. I mean, to be honest, it's just been a little more poor, and it's okay. I still figure it out because I've just been spending my money on other things, and it's okay. I'm getting by. I'm fine. I've been, you know, um, some eating some other source and, sources too, not fresh, and eating up some of my long-term food storage and things like that. The chickens went away for a while, things. Um, but I'm definitely, I figured out what it is. I'm not eating enough red meat, and I'm not eating enough beans because I used to eat a lot of beans when I didn't uh, eat as much red meat. My body would make up for it by eating a lot more beans. I mean, I'd eat like lots of bean burritos, like crazy, or just eat beans, whatever, refried, just lots of beans. So yeah, so I don't want any more carbs. I really want to try to get to where I don't eat any more carbs, and it's going to be tough. I think the only thing I'm going to break on the carbs is maybe eating tortillas because I eat burritos, but other than that, I'm going to stay away from all the breads and and all the pasta and all that, and just cut it out and see if I feel See if I'll feel a little better. And I'm okay. I just want to make sure that I want to listen to my body. You know, it looks freeze dried nice. You have a 12-year-old Taco Bell crunchy taco. That's awesome. Put a crunchy taco away. Good stuff. Boy, the meat was different 12 years ago too. Uh, you can eat a huge bowl of pasta. Yep, lady in red. So many people have said that. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want to be in this country anymore, guys. Why the hell do we stay here? Let me ask you, why do we stay here in this country? And why do we not come together? Why don't we unite into smaller groups? And you know what I'm saying? Not like we're trying to overtake the country or anything, you know, some kind of, but and grow better food and have a better lifestyle. But instead, we all separate and we all got our own little worlds and we could be helping each other so much, but we don't. And we could be growing our own food. We wouldn't have to do this, but it's just too convenient because they got us punching the clock, going, no, not me, but you know what I'm saying? A lot of people. And there's no excuses. I still eat crap. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so that's why I'm trying to fix this in my life. You know, like I said, I wish I didn't try to bite off so much sometimes and could do a little less, but I just got to do what I'm doing. You know, Father makes me do, you know, so many things sometimes, you know. Uh, but there's so much better outside this country. And I don't understand why we sit here and just put ourselves through this crap. We go to these stores and you know, it's box bag and crap. Can't, you know, I mean, unless you're shopping at these high end stores, you got to be super wealthy, have, you know, um, nice. Thanks for putting that out there. Salmon Crows, my rooster out here, he's amazing. I love Nigel. Heather named him Nigel. He's a great rooster. He's excellent. You know what I'm saying? Uh, that's right. Controlled at birth with our merchant number. That's how it starts. So, but you just think, you know, again, how we could come together and beat this system. And that's what I tried, guys. I've been trying for 10 years to get people to come out here and grow food with me and get on a zero cost living type of lifestyle where you don't really need to have a whole lot of money. And if you started chipping in, even if you had more bills or something, well, let's help him out. Let's get him paid off all his bills. We got all this extra, you know, time and money, you know, let's help him out, you know. Uh, so, you know what I mean? Kind of weird how we don't all come together and we could do something about it, but we don't. Like I said, I know I've tried. I know I've tried. I know I've tried really hard. And although, like I said, I live off grid and I've grown my own, meat out here. I didn't never been super successful at gardening because I don't cover it up. And out here we get frost out here because I'm in the high desert. So uh, I need to actually get my ladies covered up here to finish this. These ladies that I have out here, I'm gonna have to make sure I got them covered because we're gonna get some frost and they can take a little bit, but I don't want them to get shocked. I want them to do good. I'd actually like to finish. I haven't grown any medicine in years, so um, kind of nice to have some ladies. And they're doing good right now. I smashed that one way down to the bottom, and that other one was hashed. I mean, it was bad, but it came back. It's popping now. It's almost as big as those other ones, and I thought it would because I stripped it back. I knew that I've done that before, and sometimes I say that happens. It'll end up being your biggest plant in your garden. So, um, but yeah, I want to try to finish these out, and so uh, we got 8 eggs today. 8 eggs today. So yeah, these are disappearing. So cool. Yeah, well, no, I got to build that greenhouse. I'm gonna build a greenhouse. I've got 2 cooler doors. I asked Kevin, but he's been building his flooring, so he's been busy, and I was busy today. But I'll ask him here in the next couple of days. And I've got some big cooler doors that they're triple cooler doors, from like a big cooler. I want to stand those up and then put 2 ends on. I have 2 double pane, doors. Uh, yeah, when it gets hot, they quit laying too. Too hot, they quit laying. Too cold, they quit laying. So, or it slows them down a lot. But that's what I'm hoping. But they're real heavy. I mean, they're super heavy because they're commercial cooler doors with 3 opening doors, like you go into a commercial cooler. So I got the whole door system. I didn't get the cooler, but I got those 3 doors. I've got a set. 6 doors. So um, I want to try to set those up and have those with the. Uh, I might build a front on it and use because I've got 2 large like double pane doors for like sliding doors that I'll probably stand up at the back and then build a face off of it. And I don't know how I'm going to do my roof, but I won't worry about the roof for now. Uh, so, but yeah, this will be above the ground. Um, and I'm going to kind of, like I said, I'm going to try to set some poles and then screw this, these doors, the frame to that, and then take and build that back frame out of the 2. But it's going to take 2. No, I'm not making a dugout with the doors. I already have a dugout. So um, this is for my ladies up front. I already have something. Um, I already have that underground geothermal garden. Pretty much, I'd probably take me 3 or 4 days to a week, maybe, because I want to push it up further towards right up against the shelter, um, so I can dig a hole through. Or I'm gonna have to. Well, I'll dig a hole underneath because that's all. There's some gravel and it's all been put drain. I put drain in there, like a French drain in the floor and in the stairwell. I French drain the stairwell, but I have to dig through and probably cut a hole in that wall. But there's a wood stove in the shelter. And if I light the wood stove in the shelter and can get that whole, because that's all mass, it's all concrete and steel and rock and block. It's all concrete block. And, you know, I can heat that whole room up and then I could take and put that hole in that underground because it's under the ground. That's where that garden's at too, dug out right next to the shelter. And I can, uh, yeah, we don't have any water here. I just did it just because. Uh, so I'm going to take and pull that air through that vent, and I'll be able to keep that geothermal garden out here warm no matter what the temperature is, even if there's snow completely covering the ground. And I light that fire inside the wood stove because I made that wood stove uh, down in the shelter. It vents outside of the shelter, but you can still actually. I'm working on putting a double oven in the vent system when I bring that out of there. But once I do that, you'll be able to put that underground garden there, and I'll be able to grow year round, and that's going to be awesome. So there's so many neat features about what's going on out here at this place, and if I could get more people to join me, they could reap the benefits. But for now, I'm going to try to get Kevin to help me with these doors and build uh, this above ground garden out of these cooler doors because they're large, and I could probably do, you know, I don't. I only have the 4 plants, but I could get some more things going. I could get some starts going in there, and I could try to keep going and grow year round above in that thing. I think I can continue. Like I said, those cooler doors are pretty thick, you know. Those are double pane doors on those uh, sliding glass type doors. They're big, thick, heavy doors. So I think I can just build a front. I think I'll just build one front on it that doesn't have glass in it, and build an entrance into it on the one side, and I'll have to build a roof on it. But I'll figure out a roof. I've got some ways I've been kind of designing a roof in my head. So I'm not sure if I'm going to put a glass roof on it. I don't think I need to, or a clear roof. If I've got big clear sides on both sides, it can pass over during the day and give them a little kind of rest in between too, which is okay. That's it's not the end of the world if it doesn't have a full blown clear top on it. So, but we'll see. But I need to get that done because I want to get those ladies into a place before we start freezing out here, because it's going to start freezing out here next month. I'm pretty certain of it. So it can freeze this month, but it won't be for a long time. It'll just hard freeze in the morning and then it'll warm back up. So, but I'm like I said, I'm looking forward to that, being to have that here on this property, because I'm hoping this ministry can produce food too. I don't want this ministry. If I didn't think this ministry can produce food, I'd just sell it. I put it up for sale. But I don't think so. I think this ministry needs to stay right where it's at. I think people will come here eventually and enjoy it. And I'm hoping it'll be enjoyed for generations to come. People will bring their kids here and they'll enjoy it, and they'll want to stay here, and they'll want to build. There's 20 acres here. So it's not like this just couldn't keep expanding. There's plenty of room. I'm just one dude here right now by myself on 20 acres. So I've got Kevin on the 20 next to me. So living the dream out here. If anybody is living the dream, it's me, you know. Yeah, no, so this would be awesome. You know what I'm saying? It will provide a community, you know, and that's what I'm looking for, just to create the abundance so it can provide for others. People are um, doing their thing, but a ministry is supposed to produce, correct? Isn't that what a ministry is supposed to do? It's supposed to produce for others, so. What do we got here? The antisocial will keep finding ways to be antisocial. Fine by me. Go live your dreams. Antisocial, huh? As we're on a platform on a social media app, man. I think I've ran into. I think the jab made people just the stupidest thing ever. I'm saying it's just not like that. People have lost their minds since the jab. They just don't pay any attention to anything anymore. They're just like, they make up their own reality. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. You know, we're here on a social app. When people want to be antisocial, here we're trying to form a community. It's like, could you be any more complete opposite of what we're talking about? Remember, why don't we come together and no, go to the bar, man, get drunk, go drive home and get a DUI, go get your life all screwed up because you got to be cool. Get a girlfriend, get her some store-bought titties. Hey, honey, I'll let you get bigger titties if I got to get bigger wheels on my truck, honey. Let's go watch the football game. You want to be one of those people? Go for it. Right? Be social. Football! Hey, you see how big Kim Kardashian's butt is today? Do you see how big Kim Kardashian's butt is today? So, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I could just never be that guy. I'm just not that guy. Hey, you want to watch a little sports too? Whatever, get bigger wheels. Just, I don't know. Football. Honey, I got you a bathing suit. Look, and mud flaps for my truck. They got 49ers on it. Oh, I love it. People have just lost their brain skulls, Hey, Knock it off, knucklehead. You don't need to be cleaning your paws. Holy crap. I forgot that rosin was on there. Oh boy. Whoa. I'm like, whoa. That's so tasty. I don't use that very often. So I was all day today, guys. I had to do the whole driveway. Thanks for coming in, Grows. Good to see you. Appreciate your conversation. Thanks for taking care of the birds out there. It's a murder of crows, I tell you. All right, hey, I'm gonna get myself some more waters. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Oh my back. And my neck, and my back. Oh, man, that is. I overdid it a little bit, but I had to. I didn't have no choice, man. I had to keep going. You know what I'm saying? I had to keep digging. Actually, it wasn't digging. I was taking the weeds out, chopping up the plants and the roots and all that. So looks good though. Looks nice. I do the whole driveway and all the way around the rusty dragons so they can turn around their motorhome. And so they did a couple times too. So I'm glad I gave them enough space to get turn around. And yeah, we got guests out here at High Desert Faith and Truth right now. It's pretty awesome out here at Silver Rock Ranch. And I like it when people come out here and can enjoy the night sky and have a view of the stars. That's what the ministry is supposed to do. It's supposed to be helping other people. So I don't charge much, but that's okay. They're just barred there for the night. I do know I'll be able to rent those cabins out. So we'll see. I don't think I'm going to get to this one to be able to time before I might even move in it myself. If I stay here for the winter months, I'm going to probably move to that cabin. And because I don't know if I'm going to pull the firewood off this year that I need to pull off. I need almost 8 cords of firewood in this cabin last year because it's not, they shot all the windows out of the front of the cabin and I'm able to get them replaced, and I have them taped up. But that tape isn't windows, it's not double pane, so a lot of that escapes out of there, and it's not insulated, so I have to keep, all I didn't freeze or anything, I had to keep stoking the fire, keep wood going in it. And so it's a lot of firewood, and I just don't have the firewood here this year. I only have maybe a quarter of a cord, if that. Just some extras that I've seen that was laying in a dump area where they're dumping stuff. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go grab that with Kevin, and so I actually got to split it with Kevin. So probably even less than that. I need to get firewood if I'm gonna stay here. So I think I'm gonna move in the other cabin because I don't think I'd burn more than 2 or 3 cords in that cabin. Probably 2.5 maybe, because it's super insulated. I over insulated everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, Yeah, I don't like to be overly medicated. Then it doesn't work very well for me. I found that out. Don't lose your friends, people. Are you still in here trying to push your silly stuff there? Don't lose your friends, guys. How can I be more liked by white people? You're an idiot, Fuego. Get out of here. There's no such thing as white people. Nobody's white. You're a racist. Leave. Oh man, I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. I'm telling you what. Why am I not 20 years old? Why can't I be 20? I don't want to be 20. I'm just kidding. I don't want to be 20. I don't want to go back to being 20 years old. Heck no, I don't want to live the last 30 years over again. No thanks. I'll stick with this old body, but that's okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be 20, young and dumb. I don't want to be back there. I mean, I wasn't stupid, but man, oh man. And I wouldn't go back and change anything. Think I could go back and, oh, now I can make it this way? No, thanks. I'd take all the tough times and everything. Oh, the beatings. Oh, oh, I only want to think about that time. Yeah, let's not think about that time. We got through all that to get to here. So that's the nice thing about getting older is you get better with age, right? Like wine. So yeah, it's what you don't become refined unless you get held under fire for a long time. Like to make gold and silver purified, 999 fine, purified 24K, 49's fine. You have to be put under an intense heat for a long period of time. Otherwise, you ain't burning off that impurities. And that's just the way it works. That's the way life is. So to really become who we are, and he wants us to be like gold and silver, what he's telling us is he wants us to refine ourselves. So the more trials and tribulations that we go through, that we live through, what doesn't kill us just makes us stronger. So it's nice sometimes to though to have, like I said, my back's been broken a couple times and I've never let them cut on me, and I'm thankful that I could even walk. I mean, there's times in my life 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago that I couldn't walk, you know. So I'm thankful that I'm in my 50s now and I feel stronger than I did and sometimes in my 30s, you know, and because I'm in better shape. Not that I wasn't in shape back then, my body is responding better. But there was times that I didn't, have access to cannabis too, and that, you know, helps a little bit with my body to slow the pain receptors down to tell my body to go in and get surgery, and that means that the body's working. The pain receptors are telling the body that there's something wrong. It's like an alarm going off, but it's a pain alarm. So it's not like a contusion or, an abrasion or something, or even at this point a break, because it's all, you know, calcified itself back together. It's like a bad looking, like somebody just was a horrible welder and just kind of scabbed it all back there. Just all it's not nice, but it's there and it works. So I'm thankful for that I didn't have to go pay to have back surgery, and they wanted me to have two back surgeries. So as I've always told everybody when back in the time when they wanted to cut on me, who's going to watch my son? Who's going to pay my bills? Nobody. I don't have anybody to do that. I don't have retirement. I don't have that. So I have to work for what I have. So Um, Nobody's going to pay my bills if I get to go have surgery. So I'm glad that I didn't, because like I said, look at now. I'm um, able to be upright, and there's times that I do get, like right now, I overdid it, and I knew it when I was doing it, but I just couldn't stop. I had to get it done, and life's like that. I need to work harder. That's what I always tell myself. If I'm sore, I need to work harder. That's how I work, you know. And when you work harder, you just get stronger. So pain is just weakness trying to leave your body. You heal yourself by, I mean, you have to rest. I'm not saying there isn't time to rest, but work harder. I've seen some meme about that. Work harder, nobody cares. you know, nobody cares. Just work harder. So, but you can't overdo it when you get, when you do get older. So I know I have to tell myself, um, I'm not 20. Uh, uh, I'm in my 50s, so I'm feel blessed to have fit and don't have body fat, and and can be healthy and don't. I mean, the only problems I'm suffering with now is because what the cops did to me. You know, um, my back thing. I've dealt with that my whole life, so that doesn't really bother me like that. I mean, I'm dealing with it now because it's just like I said, it's a little. I should have taken a video. I thought about setting a video up today and doing and making it go on fast. And I've done some of those before in the past when I work, and just blow it out, and so you guys can see how many freaking chops that I do some things just the hard way. I try to get that more at work. It just didn't. And I had it working for a little bit, but it just was. I had to keep tipping it down and leaning over a bit. I must have leaned over 500 times to get that motor to just do that little strip. And I said, all right, enough of this. I'm going to get the shovel and doing it the hard way. So um, but that's the way it is out here. It's like I said, I'm not rich, so I don't get to own a tractor or have the luxuries that some people get to just do what takes me, you know, uh, all day to do. They can do in 15 minutes. So, um, but I put my money in the ministry. Remember, I could buy a tractor, but I don't want a tractor until I can afford one for the ministry. So I'll get there when I get there. So that's how I work. I work with what I have in front of me. It's called adapt and overcome. And that's what I try to do. And I don't try to bite off, like big things like, you know, I work with what I have and try to bite off bigger feats with, less hands, No, it's awesome though. It gives you so much independence, Jack. You know what I'm saying? When you can just cut out one thing at a time too, just like, man, I got some tomatoes growing. Hell, I don't have to buy tomatoes. They could be something very simple like that. Some herbs growing in the window, or man, I bought a solar, you know, some solar panels that I can independently hook up somewhere in my house. I don't need to hook them up to the house. I can hook something up independently. Or I just bought those. I put them away. You can buy a wind turbine. They're like a vacuum size in a box, and stick that in. You can start your whole, getting self-sustainable and not even have it set up, but you can get going, and it feels good. It's like, man, I'm taking my independence back. One day I'm not going to have a power bill. How many people dread that power bill? You'd have to pay for those things up front, but you can cut out a power bill. You can, my system's crude, but it works. It's worked for years, many years. Probably one of the most simple systems out here, but I'm a simple man. I don't live like most people live. So if, I probably need more. If I had a refrigerator, I need more batteries is all. So um, having a battery, you need more batteries on solar than you should have. It's a bank. It's like a battery bank. So you need more money in the bank, or need more than you should have. So that makes sense on solar. But it's definitely nice to have the independence from the system and not feel like you're have to do it, and I don't. I'm completely 100%. I've been off the system for more than a decade now, so it's all I know how to do. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff. Outstanding, Jacket. That's good. I like seeing people being independent because it makes you feel, it gives you comfort. You have to work at it more, but it's like, man, this is worth the work, and it's yours. It's you create your home. Think about how many people can't create power. I mean, not without firing up a generator. And solar's not going to always work, so still have a generator. But wind, there's propane. There's so many different ways uh, to, you know, we should be using perpetual motion, things like that we don't even use to that we could be using, you know, even I. So, but it's nice always having, you know, a backup system, for the system you have. And most people don't. They're stuck on, if the electric goes out, they don't have anything. They're at their heart jumps. Oh my gosh, it's the end of the world. And yeah, look into those um, small hydro dams they have now. They don't even have to be very big, and man, some of those things can crank. I don't know how much water you have, but it doesn't need to have like a massive flow of water because it creates that, like Linda saying that there you too on same thing as electric, man. You can create electric from water if you can spin those things. Lots of ways to make it spin, you know, like a bowl on paddles, or just a movement. There's lots of ways to separate it, dam it up, create more velocity, behind it, pressure, psi, like on same thing like air pressure with pneumatics, but in water, same thing. Um, so it doesn't take a substantial amount too. So you can really, pool your water up and stuff and really create now a substantial amount of power with power of these small little hydroelectric dams they have that are, and so awesome, man. All these things, man. That's the dream. One day I do aspire to be somewhere where there's water. I don't have water here. I could drill a well, but um, yeah, it's done, man. They do this in this modern age, and they've really got this down to a science now. You know what I'm saying? They really do. They I don't like the modern world, but I like it when people take things like this moderns. It's like a high tech redneck is what I consider it, Jacket. If that makes sense. Like a high tech redneck, using the tools but making it work. For you know the right tool for the job. And then we can make things better. My dad always told me, you can always make something better, son. Remember when somebody made something, don't think that this is where so much money in this. You don't always have to be. I know you're Mr. Creator and you like to create things because that's where the money's at. That's where the real money's at. The money's at where there's there's a void, where there's supply, no supply, but there's a demand. So that go after that if you truly, but if you don't want money, remember you could always take somebody's idea and make it better. And man, I love that. I remember my dad told me that, multiple times, and that uh, it just kind of helped shape the way I thought a lot. You know what I'm saying? And so I like taking people's ideas and learning from people's mistakes and trying to help others. And that's why I do that a lot. You know what I'm saying? Um, I try to, if I make a mistake, I try to show people from that so they don't have to make it, or if I know a way to do something more efficient, because maybe I can cut time but not compromise quality and cut a corner. Those kind of things, hacks. I think so awesome that we live in a world now where you go look up all these hacks. These people like I remember the first time my son showed me that can opener could go up on top. I'm like, no, I have to have a special can opener. He's like, Dad, no, you don't. You can use a regular can opener and open it from the top. And I argue with him. I'm like, no, you don't. I've seen it. They're all different. He's like, no, here, let me see it. You know, like I was this years old today when I learned, right? That whole this year, man, he's old today when yeah, living the American dream, learning from other people. Hacks is another good way to learn from other people, man. That's the dream right there. So you don't have to make the mistake. Then you get to move on to another hack or another life, here, you know, that you get to be a part of this, system where you're like, yeah, no, I'm not doing your power bill and your water bill. I'm not doing your heat. And I've got firewood. I'll make it. So that's why I'm gonna. Yeah, there's like I said, there's some deer that come through here time to time, but there are definitely more right up here on the wood line. Right behind me. I drive 30 minutes. Remember, be so thick in the woods and deer country. That's just right up here behind me, up off the wood line. So they come in here through the valley from time to time. But they normally stick because there's lush woodline. There's all kinds of there's the marsh back here, and there's all you know Silver Lake. That's all there's water back all in Silver Lake, and that used to be a massive lake. Remember in the '80s, but not anymore. Um, but there's ways to do this and thrive in this modern world, and that's what people don't do sometimes. They don't. And I'm guilty of it. I live such a minimalist lifestyle that I don't need all these extra added amenities. I'd actually prefer to live without them. I'm trying to live not this. Oh, I'm going to try to make the smallest, carbon footprint. CO2 is the smallest trace gas of all the gases in our atmosphere, and they're going to make you afraid of that one. That's funny. That's hilarious. That's how stupid the world I live in. Make everybody afraid of the smallest gas that there is. How about that? Yeah, we don't want cows farting. You. It's not you. It's not CO2. It's the sun. So. Oh yeah, absolutely. There you go, Jacket. Absolutely. You're not, and if you smell like the city, you're not going to get deer. No, you want deer, you got to go, unless you're just road hunting or some crap like that. Don't come through this property, they'll go around it, you know, and they know. Even since Kevin moved over there, oh boy, they get all pissed off now because they got to run the full length around. They can't used to be able to run over on the edge of Kevin's, but he's got the dogs over there now, so they know the dogs are there. Yep, good stuff. Yeah, good call there. So dogs go pissing all over your property. You don't think the deer smell all that? Deer are smarter than most human beings, like dogs. they're smarter than most human beings I know. So treat me better than almost every human being. Never once had a dog cheat on me, lie to me. Shoot, man, that's beautiful. Oh, Biggie, my big Tongos never lied to me one time. You ever had a human that didn't lie to you? Shh, probably not. My dog gave his life for me. How many people right now you got in your life that would give their life for you? Like that. Without thought. Shh, love my dogs. But people are alright till they start opening up their mouth, right? Okay, just kidding. Till they start talking. No, no, it's beautiful if you can have your own land, but you have to understand that, yeah, if you start doing a homestead or something like that, animals are gonna move around your place, even if you're out in the wild or something, to hunt. So there's hunting up in the hills. Some of the best hunting around is in this, is in this area where I'm at in the high desert. I mean, we got huge blacktail muleys out here, and there's whitetail as well. So, but it is a blessing to be living this, like I said, this American dream, if you will, because I can continue to be here, you know, especially when they don't want me here. They hate me. So I'm gonna live the American dream, whether they like it or not. And then I'm gonna go try to scoop up that property in Ecuador. If it's not there, it's not there. I'll find something else. I'm sure there are many properties, farms down there, but not the one that I was looking at the price. But I'll find something. I'll stay in the area. And remember, that's just for the ministry, so we can grow food. So we grow food, tithe food. So Ecuador has the cheapest cannabis too. So I'm sure I can get some pretty good cannabis down there. I'll be happy about that. I'm sure there'll be some good organic grows down there. Probably some. I'm always willing to learn. I mean, I know grown for years medicinally, but I'm an old school hippie grower. I grow like an old hippie, but that's what I'm saying. I only grow with newts, no chemicals, none of that stuff. Keep that away from the ladies. They don't want it. You think they do, but they don't. Yeah, no, that's like I said. That's a. I can't think of a better place to do it honestly than Ecuador right now. There are other places. I'm sure the ministry will expand out. The ministry is going to do whatever it's going to do. Sometimes when I start thinking about being alive for years and years, because I don't live like that. I mean, I know I'm eternal, so I don't care when I die. I've already lived long enough, so I don't need to live anymore. So if I live more, that's awesome. But sometimes when I really think, man, I might live for 3 or 4 or 5 more years, man, I start thinking, holy crap, I'm gonna all these things that could happen, you know, that could be created, if you will. I could just and I get ahead of myself. I start doing big projects, and that's how I've been able to accomplish some of the things I have. Uh, but I'm glad that Father made me that way. He makes me not just take on easy little tasks and easy little life. He makes me do what I do here so that I can serve a purpose. And this life isn't, but a flash in a pan, but it did have Father's purpose behind it. It wasn't always that way, but more and more, Father and less of me and more of Father. The lesser and the greater than sign, the horn of plenty. When we're willing to deny ourselves, he is uh, an amazing. So that's what I love so much about the Word, and why I spend so much time in the Word, because that's where that's where I'm building my my treasure up. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I'm building my treasure after this life. I could have so many other things, and I just hold myself back because I don't want them. You know, I want to wait and do it in God's Father's time. The Most High will provide. He will. Um, I mess up His time so much. I do, and I'm patient, but His time is perfect. You guys, His time is perfect. We never understand why He wrongs what we think is wrong, or the hard times, but we're supposed to thank Him for the hard times. He's shaping us right there. He's doing something in our life that we don't understand, and it does come to rest. Even if it doesn't in this life, he pours out that just. Remember, you go to the wedding feast of the lambs, you're not going to be unjust. You're going, the measure will be poured out, and you will be there to hear that, you know, that harper's harp. So he's got me on a string. I look forward if that's part of it, but I seem to think, just 100% honest with you, I think I may be there at the wedding, but I don't know if I'm done. So I think, Father, I'm going to have to continue to serve. So I don't think he's done with me, but that's okay, because he's got some weird thing, you know, like he is such he's a way maker. Remember, he said, "I am the dose." You know what I'm saying? Uh, I'm missing redacted, but yeah, your treasure is could be of this pleasure of this world, but you know, you ain't gonna have anything when you get on the other side of this. And that's what's more important to me, because I know that we're eternal, and when you put your treasure in a higher place after you're lifted from this flesh, then there's nothing here that's worth trading that for. It's your eternal salvation. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's called, eternal salvation, right? So, but you have to endure to the end to be saved. So, no, I don't care about that. They're tall. It don't matter. Give me crack corn. We've had people say some of the craziest things. They're holding my son for ransom. Just need to send him Venmo money. Doing things to my daughter, and oh my goodness, people are so cruel. But that's all right. That's we don't. Hey, Father's been really good. He sends them in waves sometimes, you know, like death. It comes in waves. So what's Marcy being so loud for? She hears the people over there. What time we getting? 10:54. All right. I could probably spend another 20, 30 minutes in here, but I better not spend all night because I got to get up tomorrow at work. I got to build that greenhouse. I got to work tomorrow on. I need to do something on that shelter too. That means I got to mix concrete. That's going to be fun. Um, I'm not sure if Kevin's done with that wheelbarrow. I might see. If not, I'll figure something else. I don't need to do that right away, but yeah, I got a list of things that need done out here. So, there's always something at the ministry to be doing out here. Fencing to put up. Got so much fencing to put up. Oh my goodness. First, get a fence at all. Why wouldn't you? Not like that. Just add to what fences. I'm going to do that. Those, you've seen them. If you've been out here, you know what I'm talking about. Seen on the television show when I show you all the stuff outside. So it's more of that front, up on the front. I would like that all the way across at least the front of this side of the ministry up here would be awesome. And then I've got to move. Probably my idea is to move the doggone saloon. I'm gonna kind of have to rebuild that doggone saloon and move the fences when I do that. So that's gonna be quite the but it'll look better. And I've been thinking about even maybe trying to change the front of this building before the weather changes out here too much. I'd like to get it all sealed up and get a nice good seal on it and have it be nice and dry when I do it, and at least have some heat left, because I might use some caulking or some glue or something, up at the top lip. So, uh, but yep, we got lots of things to do out here. I'm hoping that again this court date's coming up, and I feel like something's going to happen. So something's got to get looked at. The case is going to be looked at. So I've been starting to think about what I'm going to do after this case. You know what I'm saying? I threw my TV away in 1991 or two or something, so I didn't watch television. I discovered, that ladies had something more important than television, and joined the military. And yeah, TV didn't seem to entertain me. I liked old movies, but didn't watch too much shows. Not too many shows. I don't think anything modern I've watched ever. I watched a little bit of True Blood. That was kind of interesting. I thought that's all the biblical references they try to put in there, and then Jackie with all this fake crap that they try to pull everybody with their whatever. Their little Mary's truth to a lie trick in there, but I didn't watch a little bit of that. Anything new? I don't know. I didn't watch, like I said, and I haven't even thrown a fishing pole in the water in 10 or 12 years. So, um, I just always work here at the ministry, and yeah, I have so much to do. Actually, another thing that I've been starting the other day is I'm going to start building a cabin over there at the Bowen's property. So I don't know why that I always do these things, but it needs done, because if I'm not going to, get anybody there, I need to move somebody into it, and I need to build a cabin that somebody will move into. So I've got some ideas. I bought the roofing for it the other day, so I need to probably shouldn't have done that, because I'm gonna have to use my change to pay the land payment this month. But that's okay. It's just change. But I think I might have that fairing sold to somebody if I could see him before the 14th. It gives me 10 days. Hopefully I can run into him. But I have a fairing for his truck that's in really excellent shape. It's like actually it's like brand new. Not new because it's old, but it's just in good shape. But I went ahead and bought roofing material for the property over off Bowens, so I can start, the property um, build over there. So definitely, one thing I got to get taken care of too is my generator. I've been lagging on that, and I was hoping that one time I had a little bit extra money to try to buy one, but I just couldn't get anybody to take my offers that I was offering. So, but yeah, so so many plans here to get done for winter time too. So I'd like to get that other Ford fixed. Maybe I can sell it and buy some firewood with that. I'll probably trade it for firewood, but I think it'd be better to sell it, and I can purchase some firewood. Um, just the reward of just being out here where I can hear Father all the time. I'm not hear Father everywhere I'm at, but it's just so much clearer when I get to be away from from society. So that, it's all part of the whole. So I don't have really a favorite. I have so many projects that are undone. I'd like to have them all done because a lot of them are so close to being done. It just, you dig and you dig and you dig and you chip away, chip away, chip away a little bit, and then a big old chunk falls off. So some of these things again I've left undone because I want other people to come out and build and enjoy them with me. When I was building them out, I didn't want to build the whole show and then just somebody come reap all the benefits of all my, but I'm willing to do that now because I don't care. I'm not trying to build the community anymore. It'll happen when Father's ready to happen. It'll happen under not building a community. It's going to happen under the ministry. So that's what it is. It's the ministry that is the biggest reward. It is Silver Rock Ranch. I'm excited to hopefully get more people here to raise more food. Than I raise goats and sheep and chickens and rabbits and even hogs and dogs and 5 years. But it's hard to do standalone. It's something that you should have at least 2 or 3 people to have a homestead. Homesteads aren't normally standalone homesteads, single homestead. Homesteads normally a couple or 2 or 3 people, two in a hand, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. People make an excellent homestead, but it's okay. I did it for 5 years, and that's why I've scaled back now because it's just, but hopefully, you know, nothing is in vain here. Um, but yeah, what a blessing to just, like I said, have the quiet. So when I work, I don't work with the radio. So I've dug out here for years, to dig the shelter. So that's a huge feat, a huge project. If you've never seen the shelter out here that's been built, it is a massive, you know, 50-foot shelter. It's the entrance is quite. I look at it and I go in there sometimes and I go, "Holy crap! How'd you get all that done?" You know, the money, the time, the strength, all the mixing, all of it. Now it's got the top over it. That's the only thing I recall for concrete was for the top, but that needed done. So much more to do on it, but I'll get it 100% finished someday. So, and if I don't, it's okay. It still serves the purpose for what it needs to do for now, for sure. Uh, uh, yeah, as a matter of fact, guys, I think I'm gonna get out of here. I'm a little spit because I worked so much today on that all day, and I haven't worked. Uh, yeah, if you've never seen the shelter, I have some videos of it and stuff, but it's a very peaceful place, and I don't mean peace because I don't do the peace, but it's nice. The cell phones don't work there, and it doesn't feel like some, you know, um, Kevin. I think he sneaks down there sometimes, and I like that he does that, and he did a lot when he first got here to try to break the energy up there because it's just so different. You know what I'm saying? Nice. So yeah, I was just getting ready. Thanks for coming in. We're just getting ready to bounce out here. Just always another day out here at the ministry. We have some hip campers out here, which is cool. Getting people to enjoy the dark sky sanctuary out here and enjoy the ministry. So a lot of work today. My back is just unbelievably. Uh, but I know why, because I've been not working hard enough. But yeah, thanks for coming in. I'll try to get back on sometime tomorrow. Remember, I'm not on some kind of schedule, so that's such a blessing. I wish others could have that. I'm going to do what Father wants me to do tomorrow, and I wish others could have that. And I know there are others that do that, but chasing paychecks and chasing big jobs and fame and fortune. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. There's a better life than that. I can tell you that I'm glad that I'm living this American dream, brothers and sisters. Although I don't get to live it with anybody else. You know, I am with Kevin now. He's got his home, so I'm not. It's not that he didn't. You know, but like I said, as a community, at least I know I tried. Like, and no, there are so many people who know that I did. I made the. I didn't. I put actually did it. I just I didn't build the community, but I all of it was there to do it. So, but hey, remember, let me think about it like this: I might be alive for another 10 years. I can't imagine what will this place will look like in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't, you know, there'd be hopefully different hands here by then. Not maybe that my hands wouldn't still be, part of it, but so who knows? So, all right. I love you, brothers, sisters. Appreciate all your time. Thanks for the thumbs up, the organic, people that you don't have to like me, but that it shows that there's some kind of similarity. That's how I look at it. Not like, oh, like, oh, wow, okay. Because I know there's some things that come off in here that are just blow people up. What the hell, but it's okay. This isn't any other YouTube channel, It's not. It's different. I like that it's not. I don't think there's one YouTube channel that could be compared to this channel. Brother Jim teaches the gospel, but that his channel isn't like this channel. So I'm glad that we have a unique group of people too that come back and share their time here too. So blessings to that. If you want to support the ministry, there's links in the description. If you want to do it monetary, please don't leave the tithe unless you just have a tremendous abundance of monetary. There's a Bitcoin there, to a Bitcoin Cash App, so you can hit big on Bitcoin. So that's what I'm saying. But don't tithe with monetary. Tithe with time when you have more of that. Thank you for your time, and I will see you guys again if the Lord blesses us tomorrow to be come together again. Uh, oh, it's not me, us, Linda, us. This high desert faith and truth is different. I don't want it to be about me. Okay, so I'm serious. I don't want it to be about me. I remember I had that talk with my son. Oh, this has gone too far. This is not about me. This is a ministry. So I'm glad that I get to come in here and you know open it up, like I said, and then we get this comment section, and I'm just one of the 21 or plus thousand or whatever we have now. Um, we're just kind of cruising at a slow. We go back and forth a little bit. So. Um, Yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, I do. I know that I'm hoping that it's just not coming in here and see me every day. I've tried pretty hard. I've tried hard to have one of you guys on here and a guest with me. Nobody ever took me up on that again. I did try multiple times. So one time, oh, okay, come on, you know, I've asked Kevin multiple times to come join me or whatever, but nobody ever does. My life goes wherever Father wants it to go. If you've watched me long enough, then you know that I have no control over this life anymore. It's been taken over. And I'm so glad it is, because there was a time in my life all I wanted to do was give my life to Father. And I didn't know how. And I was trying so hard, so hard, so hard. I was trying. So I just wasn't doing it right. He wasn't ready. He was still shaping me back then. But now I'm here, and all I love to do is to serve the ministry. And, you know, I have a life. Like I said, I have a life. I'm living the dream out here, you know. So thanks for being a part of the dream with me, so to speak, not this sleeping and, but, gotta be dreaming, you gotta be asleep. But it feels very, there is some bit of a pleasantness about being not in this consciousness, brothers, sisters. So I revel after that time where I won't be here anymore. But man, I'm so blessed to be here with you guys, because this was a plus for me. This is something that I didn't think that Father would have ever allowed me to do, And what I mean by that too, so it's just uh, it's such a unique channel. It's not a religious channel, and I think some people might come in here and because it says high desert faith and truth or something, might be some biblical reference or scriptural reference or something that we're saying that this is a religious channel, because it's not a religious channel. The religion is the vein. The relationship is what we have here. So, and that's why I think it's set apart. And I'm not saying people they don't have, but that they're not. I don't know. I've seen other YouTube channels. Obviously, I stroll and have YouTube channels. I mean, I have time where I'm not in here, and I go look a lot of the content creators that I can look at. And but I'm thankful Father has given me this, because it's just been like a huge patch in my life that's been so needed. And I had Elijah here with me on this stream, and he was moderating too, which was amazing. But to be able to continue on my life with not having him around, I am a void of his advice, and he's a strong man of strong words, and he has a very neat mindset, and it's set on the word too. Um, there's some multiple times I didn't listen to my son because he's very wise, and I paid the price dearly. I did. I paid the price. I should have listened to him. He's so smart, freaking smarter than he could talk when he was whatever. I don't want to go into it. So, but I love you, brothers, sisters. I do appreciate you being that. Like I said, I'm complete. But this helps me through a very difficult time in my life, and it's been the most difficult time that I've ever had, because all I know how to do is be a dad. I've always loved the word. Elijah knows that. He knows I love the word more than him. He knows I love the word more than anything. So um, it's what's so weird about right now. You know what I'm saying? About him not having contact with me. It just makes such a strange life this time. So, but, you know, I love Father more than I love my son. So I love Shiloh more than I love my son. So I love the word. So more than I love anything. So he'll make it right. I don't sometimes, like I said, I don't get the answers to everything, and that's okay. That's just my investigative nature to want to figure it all out. I've been told that since I was a child, that I don't need to try to figure everything out, and I can't have the answer to everything, and I need not to fix everybody else's problems. And so, whatever, I'm glad that Father's given me the blessing to keep serving, you know, and serving others and not myself. And I do have a life to live, but I take care of myself first enough so that I'm not in such a mess that I can't take care of others. I've taken time off of here where I thought I was being a little overcome with not depression, but just a negative attitude, and didn't want it to rub off on you guys. Because I think people think I'm negative or pissed or I'm upset or something. They got me all wrong. They don't know me. They don't know who I am. So, um, but you guys do. Some of you guys have been here for a while, and you know who I am. And you know a certain part of me that I don't even know, because you get to see a side of me, because I'm kind of biased. Remember, you get to make your own opinion on who I am. So I appreciate you guys though that do support the ministry and come back, that have continued time, and because time's extremely valuable, and I'm kind of a time robber. I'll take a bunch of it from you, but hopefully it's worth taking. And you please get a hold of me. Like I said, I mean, through this ministry, keep coming back. I'm not very good at people keeping up with people when I'm not on the live. I know I'm just horrible, um, but keep poking at me through the comment section. I love having this here, so I can actually feel like I have somebody to talk to, because I don't talk to anybody. Live such a little tiny life. I'm okay with it that way. That's why I come in here with you guys. I don't need the rest of this world. You know what I'm saying? I've got you, and I've got Father, and I've got the Word. So I got my good puppies. And so I'll see you guys next time. Thanks again for your time. And leave a comment if you'd like after the stream or whatever, if you want to talk about how you're living the American dream or something. So, all right, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.